Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po rin, verbal Latino.
Is that correct?
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. The seats are broken. Let me just get that out of the way right now. Tried to fix them this morning. I did everything I could to get these things working. Let's see if I can just delete all of YouTube and try again. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Connect. Fingers crossed here. Connection successful. It's thinking about it. There we go. All right. Welcome. A bit of a tough day today. It's a bit of a tough day, and let me tell you why. Yeah, it's broken. It's not me. It's them. It's Lumia Stream is down right now. So no points yet, no seats. We'll see if it'll fix itself here in a little bit. Up at 3:30 this morning because my second oldest child just left the nest. He had a flight out of Raleigh to go off to college. So they're down 2 now. It was tough, sad time. We like this one. Oh, we like the other one too, but we liked this one. So I'm getting older. They're leaving, but anyway, good times. All right, Fire Girl Handmade by Wendy. Congratulations first in chat. Thank you very much for being here first and for sort of volunteering, even if you just got voluntold that you are now the internet owner for this morning. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. You're going to do great because you've been great before, and we know you're just going to keep being you. So we're not worried. We have zero concerns. So I will say yesterday I got a cool onesie that said Grandpa's little metal detecting buddy on it. And I showed it to my daughter, and she went to show it to my wife, and my wife promptly packed it in my son's suitcase because he's flying out. He'll be 20 minutes away from my other son, who's expecting a child with his wife. So it's gone. It's gone. I got to show you one time for like 2 seconds, and that was it. But it's headed out there. So it's headed the right direction. Maybe I'll get a picture here with them wearing it. Good morning, one and all. It's good to have you all here. We've got a few messages we need to recognize, and I realize I've missed a couple here. And I am so sorry for this, but we're trying to fix the seats, lost some of the things that happened this morning. Kelly H., congratulations. Thank you very much for the super sticker. Bree Roz is gifted a membership. Sensationally Social with Beth member for 8 months. Yay, big 60 today. Woohoo. Happy birthday. We're going to sing in just a minute. Mimi D. member for 28 months. OG. That is wonderful. We are super excited for all the anniversaries. I know some others came in. I think there were some, I wish I could, let's see if I can see them here. I think something else came in and I missed it. That's what I'm worried about. And I apologize. If I did miss yours, just let me know. I'll give you a shout out or something. But it's anyway, it's a great day. It's always awesome to see, kids, moving on in life. He's going to college for the first time in person, but he only has 3 semesters left for his bachelor's because he's done, with homeschooling and dual enrollment and everything. He's basically nearly done. So his first time there, he's almost done. But let's see. There's one other thing we had to do, which was
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump Day! Welcome to Wednesday. Ooh, lightheaded. They come in and said, Mom says be generous, and they gave me 2 thumbs up. It is hump day. It is hump day. Yeah, a couple of you were not expecting that, and you probably unsubscribed, and I apologize, but we do that every Wednesday. We have to celebrate that we made it halfway through the work week, and the weekend is now going to be closer than it ever was. Mindy FS, it just gets better all the time. Love this community. 22 months OG. Yes, I apologize for your ears. I apologize, but there was a cue. There was a warning. You had been warned. Yes, it broke me. It broke me. I've got water. Went to the store this morning. Okay, don't tell me. Sorry. Went to the store, and because all the kids were sad, and I was sad, and Mrs. R.A. and my oldest son, or my third oldest son, drove my second oldest to the airport. So I was home with the other ones. So I took them to the store, and we went like, okay, choose your favorite cereal. And we got a couple gallons of milk because when we eat cereal, we drink a lot of milk. And then I got a couple of gallons of chocolate milk because why not? And we live in North Carolina, so milk is dirt cheap. By dirt cheap, chocolate milk, $2.42 a gallon. That's pretty cheap. Okay. Regular milk, same price. Anyway, so we got that, and we got, I'm like, okay, so you guys got something for you, and now so I got myself some spicy maple bourbon pickles. And then my daughter's like, well, if you're getting stuff for everybody, Kiki's running out of food. And so we got some cat food, and now we're home. So anyway, that was this morning. Amber Waves of Grain, member for 8 months. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful for Amber Waves of Grain. Here's to Hump Day. Thank you very much, Amber. Let's see. We have birthdays. Let's do birthdays before we get too far. Because I know we've got court in a little bit. I'm watching. We're not going to miss anything. We're watching right now. We're going back to court. It's not there quite yet. But it should be starting here in just a minute. So let's see if we can get to the birthdays first. I know somebody said that was their birthday already. Only lost 50 subscribers on that Hump Day also. Hopefully they'll come back. Yes. We filter through them. They probably didn't want to be here anyway, Yeah, I'm telling you, milk is cheap in North Carolina. None of my family believes me it's not cheap. I remember when it was like $1.25, right? That was cheap. But anyway, I'll take it. Happy birthday to Lindsay, Anna I, and Sensationally Social with Beth. We're going to sing to these 3 people, and if there's anyone else that needs to be sung to, you have to let me know right this very moment, or else we might miss you. So everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with a neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Lindsay, Anna I, and Sensationally Social with Beth. Happy birthday to you. Woo! 1 verse, first try. Nailed it. Lindsay, Anna I, and Sensationally Social with Beth. Happy birthday. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with. But you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully you return some of that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. I will say I offered to get my kids pancakes at IHOP this morning, and they said no. I've never done it. They've never been to IHOP. My kids, they're sheltered. You're right. It's a sheltered life we lead here. They're like, IHOP for pancakes? Mom makes pancakes. I don't trust anyone else's. So, yeah. So they went with, let's see, their cereal of choice. Let's see, we had Lucky Charms. I think we got Fruity Pebbles and Life cereal. My boy likes Life cereal. No sugar. just straight. So I guess it's 1 out of 3 isn't bad. Happy birthday, Damien! Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if we can do this next verse for Damien. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Damien. Happy birthday to you. There we go. Drum solo for the big finish on the birthday song. The song will end. The party never stops. Beautiful, beautiful. You guys did great. Fantastic, I might say. Happy birthday to all who are celebrating. Thank you for letting us celebrate with you this morning. It was wonderful. All right, where are we? This is the most wholesome part of the stream. Yeah, it can all go downhill from here. But let me just say, this trial has a little bit of everything. And I read a lot of comments on this one, and we've got people on both sides of the fence. There are some people saying, "Hey, this officer was just doing his job. Why are you guys coming down on him?" And other people are saying these witnesses are telling, they've all pretty much got the same story. The basic facts. The details are different, but the basic facts are all identical. And then other people are like, "Not guilty, not guilty." So, wow. It's one of those mornings, Reverend Beasy. Oh yeah, they call him the street. Okay. Anyway, this is an interesting case. We've got Brandon Riefers, who is a pro se defendant who has been charged with a couple crimes related to some level of intoxication and carrying a firearm, and then he's also got some resisting arrest and obstruction type things. This all began when he went on a date with Ashley and Ashley's friend and Ashley's friend's husband, and everything was going good by all accounts. Like all 3 other people other than the defendant say everything was going good, and they were all cuddly, and she was like grabbing his arm and putting it around her, putting it on her leg and everything. So there were indications that things were going well, but he might have read that meant more than it did. So he allegedly pushed for a little more date time, the overnight date time. And she's like, nope, that's not what I meant. And he was a little bit intoxicated, was a little mad, and left, and then came back, and they said, "We don't want you here. Nope, it's not going to happen," and he left again. One of the times he left, I think the second time, he may have run over a bush and possibly hit 2 neighbors' cars. Well, one neighbor's cars, like 1 or 2, white and black. Might have hit both. Might have hit neither. Might have only hit the bush. I think he only hit the bush. But he left, and then the 3 remaining, the party of 3 that remained at the house ended up calling 911. Police caught up to him right as he was leaving the subdivision and pulled him over for failure to indicate. He didn't have the blinker on, and some excessive speed, as well as investigation into that original call. The police stop went poorly. First of all, the defendant is a former police officer, most of his time in Texas, a little bit in Ohio, I think, and sort of knew his rights. I know my rights type thing, but from a police standpoint. And so he was demanding what's the probable cause for the stop, and the officer's not telling him. He's like, why'd your friends call on you? And so it goes downhill rapidly, even though he turns over his at least driver's license within the first minute of the stop. He ends up getting out of the car, and a minute, 6 seconds in, the officer's going for his hands to cuff him, and it goes sideways. He resists. He pulls back. The officer draws the taser, keeps him at taser point, calls for backup, tases him once. The officer who's getting tased, the defendant in this case, happens to have been a taser instructor when he was a police officer, so he knows how to sort of defeat the system. So he rolls out of the first one, pulls the probes out before it can really do any damage. And so the officer reloads, tases him a second time. He rolls and breaks those wires so he can't, keep him stun locked. Officer goes in for a contact stun, a dry stun, which is the direct taser to body. Gets him sort of back a little ways, and then whips out the asp and whips his asp on the guy's leg. Asp, ASP. It's a baton. Guy goes down. Other officers show up. They end up handcuffing him, taking him to the station. They book him. He says he was asking for a sobriety test on the roadside, and that he was asking for a chemical test in jail, and he was never granted one, which would have proved that he was not drunk, according to his defense. But the officers never tested him. They're just charging him with, improper carrying of a firearm in the car, because he had one tucked under the sort of like the foot, the what do you call it? The little rug that goes on the ground. Somebody tell me the name of that. The little protective rug that goes on the floor, the foot carpet. Somebody tell me. That word has escaped me today. I'm waiting. Floor mat. There you go. Thank you very much, MEP. MEP was first. Barely beat a few. Floor mat. Had it sort of tucked under the floor mat. That was a 9mm. He also, and the officer saw this right early on in the stop when he got out of the car. He also had a firearm tucked into his waistband. And it has a metal clip on the side of the gun. And some guns have this. Usually they're smaller caliber. This was a .380, which is a little bit smaller than a 9mm, but it's bigger than a .22. So in the pistol range, it's one of the smaller calibers you can carry. They're very usually concealable. It's often a firearm that's associated with women's concealed carry because it's a very light recoil and easy to manage. So if you've got a smaller frame or smaller hands or something like that, it's a comfortable gun, but it's not extremely powerful. It's not like a 40, 45, 444. Usually don't carry concealed 444. Anyway, thank you, all of you. It goes sideways. And obviously some egos get involved here. And now we've got the defendant, who's the gentleman there you see in blue. Defendant himself in court chose to not have representation, and he does know a little bit about the law because he was a police officer, right? He knows some of it from that vantage point, from doing several years serving in Texas particularly. And the officer who testified against him, I think is sick today. He's out sick, even though he was sort of not done. Well, I guess they're done with him, but he was subject to recall. The gentleman in the suit is, we believe, standby counsel on this case. And there's no hero, right? There's nobody who in this story who just wears a cape and a halo. Clearly, there's some things were wrong. He was consuming alcohol to some degree and had a firearm, which I think is not a wise mix. Okay, it's just generally it's not smart. And then he was driving as well, and there's indication that he hit the bush at least. But the state also did some things that looks a little fishy.
This is the case of the State of Ohio versus Brandon Riefers, 24 CR 42165. Present before the court is Mr. Riefers, and we have Ms. Hyatt from the prosecutor's office. We are on the record outside the presence of the jury. Anything preliminary to come to my attention before we get going today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
If I may, I just,
Sure.
for the record, want to submit my defendant's objection to preservation of rights.
What? Defendant's objection to preservation of rights?
Did you file this, Mr. Riefers?
No, Your Honor. Again, it's Brandon Riefers, appearing pro se, but appearing specially, not generally, and for the record, submitting that.
Appearing specially, not generally. Where did he get that?
All right, are we ready for our next witness?
Where are you, Your Honor? I can go grab them.
All right, go get the jury.
This is still the state's
Sergeant
case.
Simpson will not be here today.
Okay.
Police officer who was testifying yesterday on day one was sick. We did follow this 2 days ago as well. Had a little pre-trial motion, which got spicy. Appearing specially, not generally. Can someone explain that to me? Because that's like Sovsit Bible language. It's like page 1 of Sovsit Bible.
I just know I have to wait for him to go first. Because I usually walk before.
Jury's coming in. We got a new officer. Oh, he's a witness.
Or there's, you can ask for water too.
But is she in my room? The lady that just went and got the blanket?
I did. I saw Brandy was taking questions for that. That is going to be awesome. Tash, that is going to be a must-watch TV.
Maybe Steven? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Was everybody able to follow my instructions and admonitions since we saw each other last? All right. Ms. Ayden, call your next witness.
We will call Deputy McClellan.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'll be playing with these at the end of them. Thanks. Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name for the court report, please?
Yeah, Deputy Levi McClellan, Levi McClellan.
And just for the record, what is your occupation?
Deputy Sheriff for Warren County Sheriff's Office. I work for the Deerfield Township Post.
And how long have you been with them?
About 2 years.
And has that all been primarily road patrol?
Yes.
Going out on calls, traffic offenses, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any prior, like any type of law enforcement experience prior to Warren County?
Yes, I worked in Montgomery County Jail for about 2.5 years as a corrections officer.
That had to have been a little interesting.
It was.
I'm going to take you back to Saturday, November 9th of
commentary
2024. About 11:30 or so in the evening, would you have been on duty as a Warren County Sheriff's Deputy on that date and time?
Yes.
And would you have been in a similar type of uniform in a marked cruiser?
Yes.
Can you tell us what shift had you been working that day?
I was assigned day shift. I think we had maybe a call off, so I was working double shift.
So as of 11:30 that night, how long had you been on duty?
About 15.5 hours.
Oh, goodness. Okay. And then you were hopefully supposed to get off at about what time?
Midnight.
Okay. So at 11:30, where do you know approximately where you were in Deerfield Township when you hear about this dispatch of a disorderly person?
Yeah, we were finishing up a call. It was probably around 22, Stair Route 22 and Landon Drive.
How far is it? Because I believe the dispatch was 25539 Old Farm Drive. Was that nearby, or was that quite a distance
Quite
away?
a distance away.
Okay. Were you there with any other deputies?
Yeah, Reed Eastham was on that call too.
So you were, the dispatch came through, it was not for you to go to that call?
No.
Okay. But you heard it. Did you hear who did respond to that dispatch to Old Farm Drive?
Yeah, they dispatched 2 units. They dispatched the supervisor, Sergeant Simpson, and they dispatched another deputy who was coming in on midnights. So they dispatched him a little early compared to when his shift starts at midnight. So they dispatched 2 originally.
And with 2 people responding to that call, would that have been something normally that you would have automatically backed them up on?
No, not if they already have 2 responding, not necessarily, no.
On this evening, though, did you wind up backing up Sergeant Simpson?
Yes.
Can you just explain to the jury kind of how that progressed? What did you hear that led you to start heading that way?
So I didn't hear what the call type was originally, but I heard that there's 2 deputies dispatched to it. And he had originally asked for a second unit, and he had a second unit coming. But I kind of knew maybe the distance was far away. But when I heard his voice inflection, because when you work with these people, you kind of understand their voice on the radio. So you kind of understand when maybe they're in some type of dangerous situation or a different type of situation. So I kind of heard his voice inflection ask for to start another unit. So that's when I kind of keyed in and realized I needed to start that way because something wasn't good.
And when you started that way, did you go emergency lights and sirens, or were you just traveling over to that direction?
It was emergency lights and sirens to get there.
And why would you have stepped it up like that, or like gone emergency or lights and sirens to back up Sergeant Simpson?
Because as we're traveling there, you kind of heard the radio traffic of a taser being involved, one at taser point, and then as is going, you hear taser deployed, and then you hear one resisting. So that's the reason for trying to get there.
And when an officer is alone in that kind of situation, can things go very badly, very quickly?
Yes, very, very, very badly.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you going lights and sirens to get to Sergeant Simpson's location?
I mean, due to the nature of the situation, knowing that there's an officer there with one resisting or one not complying, it felt like 30 minutes, but it probably took 5 minutes maybe. I mean, I was going as fast as I could, as safe as I could.
Was any other deputies following you or going with you to that location?
Yeah, Deputy Reed Easton was behind me, lights and sirens as well.
And en route to that call to back up Sergeant Simpson, at any time did you hear whether or not it went from resisting to actually like actively fighting?
Yeah, I mean, I remember, I feel like something on the radio was, I got one actively fighting or,
okay.
Yeah.
Now, upon arrival to this scene, what do you first observe?
I observe Sergeant Simpson standing over top of the individual, and the individual is laying on the ground on his back.
And was Sergeant Simpson, did he have anything in his hands, or was he having any kind of like defensive weapon in his hand?
I believe he had his baton or his ass.
Okay. What did you do when you came upon that scene?
When I first got there, I wanted to get the scene secure as quick as possible, so I immediately went hands-on with the individual that was on the ground.
And when you say you went hands-on, what does that mean?
I got on top of him in order to control him and detain him.
Were you giving him any orders when you go over to assist Sergeant Simpson?
Yeah, when I get on top of him to control him, yeah, we're giving him orders to roll over and put his hands behind his back.
Would he have been able to comply if you're on top of him?
He would be, I mean, yes.
Would he have been able to roll over with you on top of him like that?
Yeah, I would have, I would have let him roll over, yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you this. Did he, in fact, comply when you were asking him to roll over onto his stomach?
No, we had to physically roll him over onto his stomach.
What about his hands? Did he immediately put his hands behind his back on his own?
No, he did not.
Where were his hands when he was rolled over onto his stomach?
They were underneath of him.
Is that a dangerous situation for officers, and if so, why?
Yeah, I mean, hands are extremely, you need to see hands at all times because that's
questions.
Very dangerous. They could have, I don't know, a weapon or a knife or anything.
And at this time, when you first approached that person that was on the ground, did you know whether or not that he had been patted down and been searched and did or did not have any weapons?
I had no clue at that point.
So what did you have to do in order to be able to cuff that person?
We had to just physically roll him over and then physically put his hands behind his back to cuff him and detain him.
All right. Now, once he was able to be cuffed.
He was, yes.
Once he is able to be cuffed, let me ask you, did you search him?
Yes.
And do you recall if you yourself found anything on this person?
Yes. When I searched his pockets, I saw a clip on his pocket. I thought it was a knife, but when I pulled it out, somebody had said firearm, and it ended up being a firearm I was holding. I was kind of tunnel vision at that point to get to search him, but.
So you found the firearm on him?
I did, yes.
And let me ask you, the location where you found the firearm, would that have been in the general location where that person's hands had just been underneath their body?
It was in his pocket, so yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today before we go any farther?
I do, yes.
And can you point him out, describe what he's wearing in court today?
He's wearing a dark blue collared shirt in the defense.
Thank you for the record
It's like
indicating
the only other
defendant,
person
Your
in court.
Voted.
It's an empty courtroom.
Deputy McClellan, first of all, when you're going lights and sirens to this location, would your cruiser cam have been running?
Yes.
And did it continue to run during this encounter with the defendant?
Yes.
And have you reviewed your cruiser cam?
Yes.
And I'm going to play the first 14 minutes, but is that the copy that we have, is that a fair and accurate copy of your cruiser cam as you've reviewed it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to play the first 14 minutes of Deputy McClellan's cruiser cam. It's going to be exhibit number 5.
You may proceed.
I'll do what I can on the audio to make it.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so you understand, these recordings are going to be admitted into evidence, and if they are admitted into evidence, they're going to be available to you in the jury room. You're going to have a laptop without internet access, and you'll be able to play those in the jury room. So if you're taking notes and you want to make notes about time indexes, you can go back and look at those. Also, the entire of the video is going to be admitted, even though you are not going to see all of it from the courtroom. So the attorneys, Mr. Riefers, they may play parts of it, but you're going to have the entire video. If you want to stop it, frame by frame, whatever you want to do with it is on you. But you will have that exhibit back with you in the jury room. All right, go ahead.
Hoping for good audio.
Your Honor, if I may object before we play the video.
Hold on. Did you pause it?
Yes.
Approach.
That's the objection. This is objections taken in a sidebar, so the jury doesn't hear what the objection is. We're going to come back as soon as the objection's over. Most likely, this will be overruled. The defendant has objected to every video that's been played, and so far every video has come in over his objection. So we don't know what the objection is, but generally, if the pretrial stuff is the same, it has to.
Go ahead, Ms. Ayden.
Has to do with the fact that he didn't get
What
the
was the
copy
exhibit
when he
number
wanted
again?
it.
5.
Or he only got part of it. Okay, he's not rolling his sirens on yet. So hasn't heard the call or hasn't heard the call for backup yet. Just direct general patrolling here. Sort of rolls through that stop. Mostly stops. Oh, there he goes. There's a complete stop. Waiting for the traffic. Good, good. Car did come up behind him. Busy road this time of night. Timestamp is showing it's about 11:38 p.m. Here's lights and sirens. Here we go. And he punched it.
Attention on Warren County South Units. Primary south is now restricted. Equally, the outlaw phone resisting at 574 Crest.
He's got one at taser point.
One at taser point, waiting on a second unit, 2338.
Let's just check and see if we got a speedometer. He's moving. We're probably doing over 90 right now. Roads are a little wet. This is dangerous. Wipers are going. From all the way across town.
Two Charles 1490, draft to 80.
Like he might be coming down Snyder right now, so he should be. Let's see if I can turn it right. Not sure which direction he's going down Snyder. Taser deployed, turns right.
Taser deployed, 2341.
Okay, that was Fields Aerial Road onto Snyder. Now we should have a right-hand turn. Come up here in just a couple streets. On Homecrest. Here we go.
34, 32 seconds. 80, you're verified 81.
There's Homecrest. Now it's a little bit of a long, windy road here. Just sort of snakes back and forth.
Drive through at 5939.2 for IT road 05.
He turned in on Deer Run. He's going to have to turn right here. And there we go. Okay, defendant's on the ground.
What is your fucking PC for stop, bro?
Defendant's asking for probable cause.
I'm complying. I'm complying. You fucking tasered me for no reason, partner.
You come at me like that.
Hey, partner, I didn't come at you for nothing. Hey, what's your PC for fucking stop? What's your fucking PC for stop? Huh? What's your PC for stop, Mo? Huh? What's your fucking PC for stop? Huh? No? No PC for stop.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. Hey, why don't you go ahead and pull out the fucking credentials? You gonna fucking tase me, bro?
Watch out, you got a probe man on the phone?
Yeah, good.
Roll on the other side. Taking that thing.
Yeah, because I'm a fucking commissioned officer. You gonna fucking tase me?
Not anymore, you're not.
That's your butt. Partner?
Hey, you're in talk.
You tase this no reason,
talks with the gun and you fight a sergeant.
You gonna tase for no reason.
Okay.
Where you a cop at? I'm a retired state trooper. I'm in fucking Texas.
Oh, okay.
You gonna tase for no fucking reason? I'm actually a fucking certified training officer in fucking taser, dickhead.
Oh, I'm
you
impressed.
Tase me for no reason? Tase me.
No, put him in mind.
I just got a note that the power company is working on the power lines in front of my house. So fingers crossed here. This is one video we cannot go back and watch if we miss. It's live only.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, do you need a medic for David?
Yeah, I hit him twice with he's still in his arm. He came at me, I pushed him back and popped him with the taser.
He came at me, I pushed it back and popped him with a taser.
Turn around, do a trap stop. He takes off like about a hell. Comes here, turns his brakes on, cranks up the car. And I go up and start talking to him. I see the windshield. And I'm getting asked for a license and stuff, and he's giving me a hard time. We'll go ahead and step out of the car. We step out of the car, and walk the road.
Can't get her fast enough here.
Down. He came at me, and I put a sack with the officer. And then he took off running. Somebody tell him we're okay. And then I popped the sack with the and then not starting it. We're starting it. So, 26
Use them?
Did anybody else use any control?
No.
And he had a gun on him. He did have a loaded firearm. Yeah, it's right here. One of the basic guys from the...
No, one of you guys found it.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know what happened.
Luna, are you getting it straight from the court? Because my channel will go down if I lose power. Says to photograph everything. So you stage the picture so you can see everything.
Units on scene, physical safety check.
You tore a toe or anything?
You ran that yet?
I can't find the serial number.
Can't find the serial number. He puts on gloves. The other people haven't. I already touched it. He said.
Oh, nothing to do with evidence. I just don't like touching other people's guns.
Nothing to do with evidence. I just don't like touching other people's guns.
Unless I'm a personal friend. Like you. Just one of those that doesn't even walk back unless an accident. There's a light right there. It's on there somewhere. It's been cleaned it forever.
Every commercially produced gun, factory-produced gun, should have a serial number on it. They're looking for that serial number to run it to see if it's stolen or comes back with a hit on it or something. Look underneath the barrel. Underneath the barrel on the bottom. Like with an HK.
I wonder if that's going to be it. Yeah, that looks like it's it. Considering that's where the metal is dimple. I mean, I'm sure it's probably not that simple.
Who was it at on, Levi? Did you find a gun or was it free shoot?
I found a gun.
Where was it at on?
So when you rolled him to the opposite side.
So it was on his...
His right side.
Right side?
Yeah. With the knife.
I saw the knife stick up when I was talking to him over there.
With the knife? Where's the knife?
Well, my voice was screaming at him.
Yeah. I'm going to need
I wish they would have started somebody else over here when I initially got dispatched on this.
Yeah, you were at 741.
I was 741 and 63. I was hoping dispatch would be like, hey, smart mate, you know. Because I saw everybody else was busy, but I'm like,
I thought you were attached to it.
I'm sure Mason can spare a card.
Yeah.
And then, you know, unfortunately, until all hell breaks loose is when...
I just stopped and just talked to him and see what was going on. Then he punched the windshield.
What's insane is
Did you punch his windshield?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The car punched it.
Huh.
What's insane is the call type is nowhere near, like...
He's drunk.
Yeah.
Smelling.
He's drunk, you can smell him.
How embarrassing if he's retired.
Check his wallet, see if he's got a... They call the team fire.
Interesting, the officer says, I was hoping they would dispatch somebody else instead of you.
The items that were put on top of that car, of your cruiser, was that the firearm that you recovered from the defendant?
Yes, it was.
All right, and it looked like you put that in a plastic, like, evidence bag, as well as other
Ziploc.
items. What were the other items, do you recall?
Yeah, it was the magazine and the
cartridge that was in the
shell
chamber.
or bullet that was taken out of the chamber.
Okay, so it was a loaded firearm and one was in the chamber?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked, State's Exhibits 4 and 19. Do you have scissors?
They have to hand the gun to the defendant to get him to approve and not object to the evidence coming in.
Tell me if you recognize it. And actually, if you also recognize that, then we'll talk about it.
He's just opening it. Doesn't recognize anything. Let me open it up and see what's inside, then I'll tell you if I recognize it. Just stick your hand in there.
Yeah.
Does that appear to be the same firearm that you recovered from the defendant that day?
Yeah.
And can I just ask you, how would you know that was that?
It's like a high
one
point?
you
What is
recovered
that?
versus one that was, found somewhere?
It had the clip on it, so he could clip it on the inside of his pocket.
Okay, so it was clipped to the inside of his pocket?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any, and then, did you tag and bag the evidence that day, or did another deputy do that?
Another deputy did.
Was that Deputy Peters?
Yes.
Was that who we saw towards the end there in that, in your cruiser cam?
Yes.
And just for the record too, you were looking, like you both were looking at the firearm a lot. What were you looking for?
Try to find a serial number so we can run it through leads, make sure it wasn't stolen.
Okay. Did you in fact do that for the record?
Yeah, Peters did. I did not.
And that would have been the firearm you handed to the Mason officer, who then, I think, was the first one to put it on your cruiser?
Yes.
All right. And the State's Exhibit 19, I'm sorry. Is that the magazine that would have come from that weapon in number 4?
Yes.
Right. And the actual bullets or case, ammunition for it?
Yes.
And is that marked on there as to, what type of firearm was that?
It's a 380.
Is that Kel-Tec?
Kel-Tec?
Yes. We're going to pull it out again, or?
You don't have to, unless you want to double
Would
check.
be a Kel-Tec P3AT, I think.
It's Kel-Tec.
Polymer frame, double action only.
Basically the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
Same thing with the ammunition?
Yes.
All right, that's all I have.
So Riefers, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The Kel-Tec is a blowback operated 2.7-inch barrel, weighs 8.3 ounces, unloaded, holds 7+1 rounds of 380 ACP ammunition. It's a semi-automatic pistol designed for deep concealment, double action only.
Thank you, Deputy McClellan, for being here. Just want to go through a few questions. First, you're not the arresting officer, correct?
No.
Your role that night was just secondary support?
As a backup deputy, yes.
You did not witness the initial contact between me and Deputy Simpson, is that correct?
Correct.
Boost the audio a bit.
You did not witness the alleged resisting movement?
Okay. What resisting movement?
When Deputy Simpson called on the radio, he's got one resisting.
Oh, correct. I did not witness that, no.
And then, did you write a report based on all this information and all the evidence that you gathered?
I did not write a report, no.
Does your policy require you to write a report?
No, the primary deputy needs to.
Okay. And then, did you do an inventory of the vehicle?
I did not, no.
Who did the inventory of the vehicle?
Probably Deputy Peters. There was a lot of deputies and officers on scene, but I didn't conduct the inventory.
You didn't do the inventory of the vehicle? Okay. Did you take any photographs of the vehicle?
I did not know. Other
Do you know-
deputies did.
I'm sorry?
Other deputies did. I did not know.
You don't know who they are?
Probably Deputy Peters.
Peters. And right. We did have, and this video is 14 minutes, correct?
Correct.
When you upload your videos through Axon, do you have any control on that, or does it just go to like a central server?
I don't work for Axon. I just record and turn it off when the incident's over.
Okay.
So it probably goes to a central server.
Well, so this 14-minute clip isn't the entire video, correct?
I couldn't answer that.
Okay. What I'd gotten was like an hour and a little over an hour long video. I didn't get this 14-minute clip. The initial clip I got was like 2 minutes. So I'm just trying to figure, did you make those clips, or how do those?
I did not make those clips. No, it's all sent to a central server, and then we have a gentleman that works that portion.
And that'd be Paul Sarver.
Sure. Yeah.
He's the one that maintains the custodian. He was the one that testified earlier on all that.
Okay.
Okay. I don't care. I don't know.
And then did you testify earlier? Because we did do a deposition because you weren't going to be able to make it initially, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And in that deposition, did you testify that when you were on scene and made contact with me, you noticed my eyes were not bloodshot, they were not glossy, and I did not have a slurred speech, and that I was complying with you?
I didn't say you were complying with me, but I did say the other ones, yes.
Okay. You didn't say that I was compliant with you?
No, I said that you said you were complying, which you said in the video I'm complying, but your actions and
Thank you.
words were different.
And then from the time you arrived on scene and went hands-on with me to the time that I was rolled over, do you remember approximately how long it was? 5 to 7 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty quick.
And I noticed that there was 2 deputies that had come up. One came on where I'm sitting down like this, one come on the right side, one come on the left side. And so that 5 to 7 seconds that you guys were saying I was resisting, could it not have been one deputy's pulling me one way, one's pulling me another way?
No, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
No.
And then when you rolled me over, you said my arms were underneath myself?
Correct.
But the video shows my arms were still out and you guys grabbed them and pulled behind me.
I didn't see that in the video, but...
You didn't see that in the video?
No.
Okay. And then when did your department switch and go to body cameras?
Since that incident, we've switched.
Was it because of the incident?
No, absolutely not.
That was the incident, but it wasn't the one. That wasn't the cause.
And then while you were up at the vehicle, you didn't do the inventory, go through the car, or any of that stuff in the vehicle?
I assisted, 'cause I was gonna look to help out, but I just kept everything where everything was.
Okay.
So I didn't know.
But you looked in the vehicle?
Briefly.
Okay. When you first looked in the vehicle, did you see a bottle of Fireball sitting on the driver's seat?
I don't recall.
And did you notice if there was like any smudges or anything on the windshield?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then were you aware that Deputy Simpson stated in there on the video, stated that I had punched the windshield, but then later stated yesterday that I made a punching motion?
What was the question? Sorry.
Were you aware that Deputy Simpson stated on this video
Improper
that
question.
I punched the windshield?
Should object.
But then when he testified yesterday, he was stating I made a punching motion.
I would
have punched the windshield.
Yeah, I wouldn't have no clue what he testified to.
And
He's trying to testify. Prosecutor's given up on
so
objections.
when you get your videos, how do you guys upload them or download through the system?
I don't work that portion, but I plug my body cam into body cam now was different from the body mic that we had, but body cam, we plug it in and it uploads to the server.
Okay. The old system?
The old system probably handled this, it was uploaded to the server itself.
It just goes from your car, you don't have to go in the office and upload or anything?
I do not know.
Okay. And then the new system now went to the body camera. So when that came into place, did they issue a new policy for the body cameras?
There's a body camera policy, yes.
Was there an old policy prior to that for audio and video equipment?
Yeah, there's a policy for that.
Okay. Do you happen to have a copy of that? I'd request one. I don't have it.
I don't have a copy of that.
Why did you go to court if you didn't get your evidence? This is a discovery issue. A lawyer would have continued this case.
And do you have,
until you had all the
are
details.
you intoxilizer certified?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you said you've been with the department roughly 2 years?
Roughly 2 years.
Okay. And how many OVI, DWI arrests have you made?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. And have you ever refused anybody to a chemical test?
In those, no, I did not. It just depends on their actions, but.
Okay. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
Just one. Deputy McClellan, are you required to be certified on the intoxilizer in order to be a Warren County Sheriff's Deputy?
No.
And why not?
Because we're trained in OVI detection with their actions and eyes, verbal, driving. We don't have to be trained in breathalyzer.
And in this particular case, you did not see the defendant driving?
I did not know.
Okay. And you had a brief interaction with him on the side of the road there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any further interaction with him after that?
I transported him to the jail and then was in the jail with him when he was getting booked in. But.
Other than that, nothing more than that? Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's based on that.
She asked about the
transport in the jail.
Does the department policy require you to collect all exculpatory evidence?
What do you mean by that?
Meaning in an OVI case like this, any evidence that, such as blood, breath, urine, something to prove intoxication or not?
Yeah, if they're complying, if they're being cooperative and complying, we will, yes. But if they're a threat, then if they're not cooperating, then we're not going to risk further harm from somebody to get one of those things.
I can understand it'll be each circumstance, but your policy clearly states you must collect all exculpatory evidence.
Circumstances, yes.
Okay.
If they're complying.
And if there's ever a situation where a test isn't offered and a defendant's requesting, does your policy require you have a duty to intervene for another deputy to step in and somebody to run the test?
If they're complying and cooperative, if we need to get that, then yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, John.
Thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Next witness?
Deputy Easton.
I can't believe this case is happening in an empty courtroom. I mean, we've just got jurors there, is it? Jurors and court staff. And this is a crazy, crazy case to follow. Just a 2-day case, 2-day trial.
Proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so yeah.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court recorder?
My name is Deputy Reed Eastham, R-E-I-D. Last name is Eastham, E-A-S-T-H-A-M.
And I'm just going to ask you, sometimes, for some reason, the ceiling in here kind of soaks up your voices, so if you can just keep your voice up so they can hear you all the way back there. Can you please, for the record, tell us who you're employed by?
I am employed by the Warren County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been there?
I've been with Warren County for, probably around 3 years now.
No way.
Did you have any prior police experience?
I worked in corrections at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office for about 2.5 years prior to coming over to Warren County. And then went in Warren County jail for a year before I came out to the road.
He looks quite young.
Has it been primarily road patrol the 3 years you've been with the Sheriff's Office?
At this point in time, it's about 50-50.
About 50-50? So 50-50 with the being in the jail and road?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to Saturday, November 9th of 2024, about 11:30 or so in the evening. Would you have been on duty as a Warren County Sheriff's Deputy on that date and time?
I would.
would you have been in a similar uniform of the day in a marked cruiser?
Yes.
What shift would you have been working that day?
At that point in time, I was on an evening shift, which is 4 p.m. to midnight, but I was staying over until 4 a.m. on an overtime shift.
All right. Now, at around 4:30, 4:39, do you hear a dispatch of a disorderly intoxicated male to that 5539 Old Farm Drive?
It was sometime in that evening, but yes, a dispatch did come out for a call of that nature.
And at the time you hear that, were you able to respond to that call?
No, I was not. I was on scene of another incident.
And was that with Deputy McClellan?
It was.
Do you recall approximately how far away you would have been from that call to 5539 Old Farm Drive?
Mileage-wise, no. I know typically it would have probably been about a 10-minute drive, just, with traffic and whatnot going on.
All right. And on that particular day, since you and Deputy McClellan were already busy, did you know who did respond to that call?
Sergeant Simpson was responding. I knew he was a lot closer than anybody else, and I believe Deputy Peters was also responding, but he was north of 63.
And is that far from where we are here in Deerfield Township?
From down where the incident location is at, yes, it is quite a ways.
Let me ask you then, subsequent to hearing that initial dispatch, do you hear anything else from Sergeant Simpson that was concerning to you?
In regard to the call for service coming out, no. I was on scene dealing with my incident at that time.
And then after that, when you finished that incident and you cleared the scene, did you eventually go to 5539 Old Farm Drive?
I did.
And why would you do that?
So as I was clearing the scene, I was about to make a left-hand turn onto westbound 22. Sergeant Simpson radiated out that he had one resisting.
Now, when you hear that, at this point, do you know if the other deputy had made it from 63 all the way over to Sergeant Simpson's location?
I did not.
So as far as you knew, did you believe that Sergeant Simpson was alone at this time?
I did.
And just so the jury understands too, when somebody's resisting an officer who's by himself, can that go from bad to worse quickly?
In the matter of an incident, split seconds.
And based on you hearing Sergeant Simpson say he had one resisting, what was your response to that?
I immediately turned on my lights and sirens and started driving as quickly as I could while being safe to get there.
And were you following Deputy McClellan?
I was.
En route to that, do you hear anything further from Sergeant Simpson that was concerning?
We heard he had one at taser point and he was waiting for an additional unit. A couple minutes later, we heard taser deployed. Maybe 15 to 20 seconds after that, give or take some, we heard that we need to step it up, that he was actually fighting one.
All right. And then upon arrival, would you have pulled in right behind Deputy McClellan's cruiser?
Yes.
And we did see people responding. We saw Deputy McClellan respond to where the situation was. When you arrived, what do you observe?
I observed the defendant, Mr. Riefers, was on his back, and Sergeant Simpson was over top of him, attempting to kind of keep him on the ground with his expandable baton up above his head.
Could you hear Sergeant Simpson giving that person any orders?
Don't remember if I heard him giving orders or not. I know that when I got out of the car, I was.
I'm sorry, when you got out of the car, you were?
I began giving orders for him to roll into his stomach.
All right, so do you run over to that location where Sergeant Simpson was?
I do.
And what orders were you giving?
Initially, I was ordering him to get onto his stomach. We had to forcefully roll him onto his stomach. He was ignoring commands to get onto his stomach. Once he was on his stomach, the orders changed from get on your stomach to give us your hands.
When you first ran over there and told that person, get on your stomach, did they immediately roll over and get on their stomach?
No, we had to forcefully roll him onto his stomach.
And when you rolled them onto their stomach, where would their hand position have been at that point?
Their hands were tucked underneath their body.
Is that concerning to you?
It is.
And why?
Well, people normally carry weapons in the front portion of their waistband. If they don't, it's going to be on their hip. But where his hands were at, it was underneath his stomach, kind of in his abdomen area, which conceals handguns, knives, a numerous amount of weapons could be concealed there.
And at this point, had you been told whether or not he had been searched and did or did not have weapons?
We had not.
Okay. Now, when you were ordering him to put his hands behind his back or show you his hands, did that person immediately pull their hands out from underneath them and put their hands behind their back?
No, ma'am. He was given several sets of commands to do that, at which point in time we had to forcefully pull his hands and place them behind his back.
Were you told that there were any weapons recovered from that person?
After the fact, yes.
And what type of weapon were you told that he had?
I removed personally a pocket knife from his pockets. I don't remember which pocket. But there was also a .380 caliber handgun, which was loaded in his waistband or front pocket.
All right, and so you've reviewed your cruiser?
I have.
When we saw Deputy McClellan running, were you the second person also running?
I was.
Like right by him?
Yes.
That person was able to be cuffed?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do. He's behind you at the defendant's table in a blue shirt.
For the record indicating the defendant, Your Honor.
Noted.
Did you have an opportunity after the weapon was recovered to look at that weapon?
I did. It wasn't for a very long amount of time, but I did observe the weapon, yes.
Let me ask it this way. Do you remember what caliber it was?
I believe the one located in his waistband was a .380.
And do you know if it was loaded or not, if you know?
I believe it was loaded, yes, to my knowledge.
Were you one of the ones when the defendant was cuffed, where was he taken to?
He was taken to the rear of Deputy Peters' cruiser.
And were you one of the ones assisting him to Deputy Peters' cruiser?
I was. It was myself and Deputy Peters.
And did he willingly walk over to Deputy Peters' cruiser, and get into the rear?
Okay. At first he did. About halfway there, he completely picked up his legs and we had to carry him to the car at that point in time.
Being that close to the defendant, did you notice anything about him that, I guess just anything about him, period, that you would have want to notate like a report or anything?
I noticed that he was intoxicated, or at least was giving signs that he was under the influence of some sort of alcoholic beverage.
And what led you to believe that that was true?
Slurred speech, the odor of an alcoholic beverage, which I'm fairly familiar with from working in correctional facilities and on the road.
And was that odor of alcohol, was it a subtle odor, strong odor, or something else?
It was a strong odor.
And it was coming, just for the record, from the defendant?
Correct.
Okay.
Little lead in there.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant in the rear of Deputy Peters' cruiser?
I did. I photographed the taser probe impact points on his person. I also checked his handcuffs, and then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Kaido, and we adjusted them to make them more comfortable and not as tight, as well as I stood by while the medics evaluated him prior to being transported to the jail.
And in the rear of Deputy Peters' cruiser, when you were helping to adjust his cuffs, did you notice any odor of alcohol in the cruiser itself?
I did.
Was it, again, a subtle, strong, or an odor of alcohol?
It was a strong odor of alcohol.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Riefers, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Deputy Hill. And I'm sorry I missed. How long have you been with the department?
I've been with the Warren County Sheriff's Office since 2022.
22?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you were 6 then?
And you were the deputy that went and interviewed the witnesses then afterwards?
No.
Okay. And how do you spell your last name? I'm sorry.
Eastham, E-A-S-T-H-A-M.
Okay. So did you observe, you come up second and you were there with McClellan?
Correct.
McClellan come up, so as you guys approached, one's on my right side, one's on my left side, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that took approximately 5 to 7 seconds to roll me over before you handcuffed me. That's what we were seeing on Deputy McClellan's video, the 14-minute clip.
Doesn't he slur his
I'm not sure which video you guys watched earlier. I wasn't in the room.
About how long did it take for you guys to go hands-on and roll me over?
Well, once we went hands-on,
Yeah.
it wasn't too long, maybe 10 seconds.
Okay. And is it standard practice to take the subject's boots off?
Don't remember boots being removed, but...
Yeah, they took the boots off of me. I'm just wondering if that's standard practice, why they did that. Is that something you would normally do?
Depends on the situation, I guess.
Okay. All right, and then you mentioned as I was walking to the car, I started limping. Did you notice which leg was limping?
Sir, you didn't limp. You picked both of your feet up. That's
when they were walking me over?
Yes, sir.
We just saw in the video that I walked over and then limped at the end
Objection,
there.
Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. The jury, the video speaks for itself. Go ahead, Mr. Riefers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you photograph? I know you said you photographed the taser probe impacts, correct?
Yes.
Which location did you photograph?
Photographed your person, your body.
All taser probe impacts?
The ones that I could find on scene, yes.
Okay. Which was just the set in the chest?
I can't remember exactly which sets. I know I didn't completely disrobe you on scene. So what was visible, yes.
Thank you.
Did
That
you
would've been
take a
in body
picture
cam.
of the impact probes on the arm and
It's
bicep?
possible.
Yeah, we didn't have any photos. I was wondering if you were the one that had taken all the photos of that.
Deputy McClellan took photos of injuries at the jail. I also took photos of you on scene. I don't remember exactly every photo that I took of you that night.
Okay. Did you do, like, photos of the vehicle?
I assisted in taking photos of the vehicle, yes.
Did you take all the photos in the vehicle?
No.
Do you know who did?
No.
Do you know if any of the items in the vehicle were moved prior to photos being taken?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I didn't take all the pictures.
Gotcha. Okay. So would it surprise you on Deputy Carter's video at 37 minutes and 42 seconds, she's back in the car looking for insurance? Were you there present when she was there?
I could have been on scene, but
Okay. And then did you hear her say, asking if the photos had been taken, and they said no, and then she stated, I'll put this back so I don't ruin your photos?
I don't remember.
Do you remember seeing a Fireball bottle sitting on the driver's seat?
Remember there was alcoholic beverages located in the vehicle. I don't remember the brand or where they were located.
And then, let's see. And
Fireball's
you're
cheap,
intox
right?
license certified?
No, I am not.
And how many DWI arrests have you?
In my time as a deputy sheriff, I believe I've had 3.
3. Okay. And of those 3, did you refuse anybody a chemical test?
They refused chemical tests.
They did. The subjects did?
Correct.
Okay. But you offered the test?
Yes.
Okay. When those subjects refused, did you have them sign a refusal form?
If they were willing.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else for this witness?
Just a question, does it based on circumstances and how the person is acting in order whether or not you offer certain types of tests or not? Or
Correct.
Okay, thank you, that's all I had.
Anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Hales, it's the department's policy that you're required to collect all exculpatory evidence in any investigation.
I'm sorry?
Is it your department's policy that you must collect all exculpatory evidence in an investigation?
I'm not sure what you mean by exculpatory, sir.
Chemical test, anything that could dissipate, anything that could prove innocent or guilt.
If it is safe to do so, yes.
Okay.
And also, my name is Deputy Eastham, not Deputy Hale.
I'm sorry?
My name is not Deputy Hale, it's Deputy Eastham.
I'm sorry. Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Step down. Next witness?
Deputy Peters.
That's funny. I'll answer your question, but I'm not who you say I am. A Kel-Tec firearm is a cheap gun. Now, that gun on the secondhand market is maybe worth $150 in good condition, and he apparently hadn't cleaned it in a while, so it might be a $100 pistol, almost a Saturday night special. So between the cheap gun and the cheap Fireball whiskey. Ugh. But on the date, he brings the good stuff, right? He brings the aged bourbon. Hellman or whatever.
Pictures I showed you yesterday.
Are we going to swear you in? ASMR? Good, good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and spell your first name, why not?
Sure. Nicholas Edward Peters, Nicholas.
And for the record, what is your occupation?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Warren County.
And Deputy Peters, how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Approximately 1 year and we'll call it 9 months.
Okay. And did you have any prior police experience before the sheriff's office?
Yes, I have worked for prior agencies.
And Just like,
Sure.
most recently, who was the most recent one before the sheriff's office?
Sure. Miami Township, Montgomery County.
How long were you there?
Just under 2 years.
And when you were working like in Montgomery County or here in Warren County, was that all primarily road patrol?
Yes.
Okay, so people call 911 or call for police or help, and you respond, or you see traffic offenses,
Don't think he was
that sort of
sworn
thing?
in. I didn't
Yes.
hear it.
Okay. Deputy, I'm going to take you back to Saturday, November 9th of 2024, around 11:30 or so in the evening. Would you have been on duty yet on that date and time as a Warren County Sheriff's Deputy?
Yes, my official shift did not start until midnight. However, I was signed on and ready to take calls at 11:30 p.m.
And that evening, would you have been a similar uniform of the day and a marked cruiser as well?
Yes.
All right, so you're coming into work.
Yes.
When you are coming into work, do you hear anything on dispatch?
Yes. Dispatch radios me on my in-car radio and asks me to respond to, I believe it initially came out as a disorderly subject. I can't remember the exact street. And, they asked me, are you going to respond? And I answer affirmative.
Now, was that location in Deerfield Township?
Yes, it was.
And if I said 5539 Old Farm Drive, would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Now, from where were you approximately when you heard that dispatch?
Approximately, I was at 63 and 741.
And is that a good distance from Old Farm Drive?
Yes.
So when you hear, and for the record, is Old Farm Drive, that location that you were dispatched to or put yourself on, is that in Warren County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when you are going there, are you just traveling there like at a normal speed, or are you going like lights and sirens?
Initially, I responded routine, which is just obeying traffic laws. However, I heard Sergeant Simpson arrive on scene first, and he radioed shortly after that he was fighting someone. At that point, I activated my overhead lights and sirens and proceeded emergency to the call.
It's about 8 to
And
10
when
miles
you
away.
arrived, were other deputies already on scene?
Yes, multiple deputies.
Because it took you quite a while to get
It
there.
did,
I'm
yes, it
assuming.
did.
All right. And was the person that Sergeant Simpson was fighting or having issues with, was that person already in custody by the time you arrived?
Yes, they were already in handcuffs.
But they had not been placed in any cruiser yet, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because that person wound up in whose cruiser?
My cruiser.
In the rear seat?
Yes,
Do you see that person in the courtroom today who was put in the rear seat of your cruiser?
I do.
Can you point him out, describe what he's wearing today?
Can you point to this guy?
He's sitting right over there wearing a
Use
blue
my
shirt, has a beard and glasses.
Thank you, indicating the defendant, Your Honor.
Noted.
When you arrived then, since he was already handcuffed and in custody, what was your duty at that point?
So the deputies that were currently with him as he was handcuffed, I walked over and escorted the defendant over to my cruiser and placed him in the back of my cruiser.
And did he willingly walk over there, or did you have to escort him in another way?
We had to escort him. He wasn't quite pulling away, but he was being verbally combative with us, wanted to speak with the supervisor, was upset that force had been used against him, and had to be escorted over to the cruiser.
Did you actually have a hold of him, escorting him over?
I did, yes.
Did you have to carry him at any point?
Yeah, it wasn't a drag, but I definitely assisted with some of his weight by walking him over to my car.
All right, so then he's put in the rear of your cruiser. Do you have any contact with him initially, or what do you do next?
What I do next is he's in the back of my car, and at that point, I believe Sergeant Kaido comes over and starts talking to him about what had happened. He was doing at that point a use of force investigation.
Because a taser had been deployed.
Yes.
3 times.
Now, are you assigned a duty at that scene?
And the ASP.
Not immediately, no. Typically with something like this, because the scene is still dynamic, if you will, you find the need, you find what needs to be done. And in this situation, with him being arrested and his vehicle still being on scene, it needed to be inventoried and towed.
All right, was that going to be, did that become, let me put it this way, did that become your job?
Yes, it did. I volunteered essentially.
And so you then kind of became the collection of all the property?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, were you shown a loaded firearm on the hood of Deputy McClellan's cruiser?
Yes, yeah. Deputy McClellan had retrieved a firearm from the defendant's person once he was handcuffed, and that was placed on, I believe, the hood of his cruiser.
All right, and did you in fact collect it?
Yes, I did. I collected it.
And just so the jury understands, when you collect evidence, you're at a scene. Do you stand there and then package it, put it in all these nice paper bags and mark them at the scene, or do you do that somewhere else?
I do that somewhere else. Initially, when it comes to, in this case, collecting a firearm, especially one that didn't need to be tested for DNA, I have plastic evidence bags that I place that into, and then from there, I place that evidence in a secure location in my cruiser. Typically, my spot in my cruiser is the front seat passenger floorboard. That's typically my reserve spot for evidence that I'm going to take back to then process and put into evidence at the Deerfield Township Post.
Just throw it on the floor in the passenger
like regular citizens that just can't come up and open your car door and say, oh, hey, look what I found.
No, absolutely not. My cruiser remains locked.
All right, thank you. I'm going to show you, if I can right now, State's Exhibits 4 and 19. Tell me if you recognize those two items.
Yes, I recognize this. This was a magazine to one of the firearms, and
would that be to, do you know which one, if that was the 380?
yes, this is to the, this magazine is to the 380, and I believe...
What exhibit are you talking about, Deputy?
The exhibit...
It's on the other side.
Oh, sorry. This would be State's Exhibit 19.
That mic is
And
super
how do you
touchy.
know that's the same ammunition that we saw on Deputy McClellan's cruiser?
So I walked up and also looked at the firearm as well. The magazine had, I believe, had already been taken out. I remember looking at it just because it was a smaller size firearm. I looked at the ammunition, and then I was the one who collected that, put it into a plastic bag to later be put into evidence.
And then do you mark that bag then once you do eventually put it into evidence?
Yes. So when it comes to placing something into evidence like this, you put it into we have these style evidence bags. The top is sealed with a tamper-proof seal, so that way if anybody tries to get into it, it's obvious that somebody had gotten inside it. And then the way our evidence systems work, when I enter that in, it prints off a barcode that shows what was entered in. I place that sticker barcode on this bag, and then from there, evidence is then placed into evidence lockers that are then shut, that cannot be opened unless you are one of the, we'll call it one of the evidence control technicians. So if I needed to get that back out, I don't have the ability to do that. It would have to be somebody who has the keys to access the evidence.
Now on that, I'm still on State's Exhibit 19. I know you printed out like the barcode and all that. Do you mark with your initials or anything else on
Yes.
there as well?
Apologies. Yes. And then again, on top of the tamper-resistant seal up here, it is a policy to you put your initials. So again, that way, if anybody tries to take it open or rip it open, they're going to see that that your initials no longer match up. At that point, it would be you wouldn't be able to match up where I had written my initials, Nicholas Edward Peters. You could see that there would be a discrepancy.
And that's the large.
Yes, that's the large NEP. Yep.
And Deputy Peters, before
Looks
we
like
get that
Ned.
down, can you tell, has that been open since you first put it in the evidence locker?
No, not as far as I can tell.
Okay, thank you. Then State's Exhibit 4, which is the bag, can you tell me if you can open, first of all, that's not, I'm assuming not in the same condition as the last time you saw it,
No, it is not.
because it is open, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, can you look inside that, but did you mark that with your initials and also with the barcode and all that, like you did similarly to 19?
Yes. So when it comes to firearms, like I said, unless it has to be tested for any type of like DNA evidence, the way we catalog that, or the way we are trained to put that into our evidence is, if it can be, the slide is locked to the rear just to show that it is unloaded, and then we have a red plastic tag, if you will, that is run through it's run through the magazine well, and then this tag, you kind of cinch it down so that way it can't come off. That way the weapon is left in a safe position, and then it is just placed directly into that cabinet. It wouldn't necessarily go into a plastic bag that looks like this.
All right, can you open that open bag and just confirm that that's the same 380 that you collected on November 9th?
Yes. Sorry, I want to make sure I don't muzzle anybody.
Don't muzzle anybody. Here we go.
And yes, this is the 380 that was collected that night. That I collected that night.
And for the record, there's a property or receipt tag attached to that gun.
Yes, and then to catalog these as well, something I forgot to mention, we do use these yellow tags that are just placed around some part of the firearm. And then again, if you notice here, again, another tag is printed out to signify what this is, so that way when it's scanned, it comes back and it says, oh, hey, this was, this is a, I believe a Kel-Tec 380 in our evidence system.
It's not showing his camera because he put the bag in front of the microphone, so his voice is louder in other.
Now, just for the record, can you just double check? It is not loaded in any fashion. Is that
no?
It can't be loaded. Nope. It's got it.
All right, you can put that back in there. After putting these items, I believe, into the front passenger floorboard of your cruiser, what was the next thing you did at the scene? Do you recall?
Yes. At that point, the defendant's vehicle needed to be inventoried prior to it being towed, according to our department policy. I went over and started near the driver's side area. I opened the driver's side door. I shined my flashlight inside, and that's when I observed another firearm inside the vehicle. It was resting on the driver's side floorboard up against the center console area. So if you're sitting in a vehicle, it would be closest to your right foot.
So it's like where you store guns in your car, but on the other side.
Why would a motor vehicle need to be inventoried before it's towed?
Sure. So the reason why we inventory a vehicle, especially if the defendant's going to be is being arrested, so it's to protect the defendant's property. We don't want somebody breaking into that vehicle. It's to protect us against claims that property could have been removed without permission, and then also it's to protect the person towing the vehicle, to make sure that there's no dangerous materials inside that could harm anybody with the towing company.
So I can't come back later and say my $10,000 and my motor vehicle is suddenly missing?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you now what's been marked state's exhibits.
Bummer. There goes my retirement plan.
Sorry. 8 through 17, and then 21 through, sorry about that, 25.
The gun wasn't fired. There's no dispute about him having it, so they didn't need to do DNA.
These are all photographs.
So gloves not necessary.
Photographs you recognize, or if you in fact even took yourself.
Yes.
So if you want to start with 8.
Over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Yes.
Read it to yourself or look at pictures.
Yes, states exhibits 8 through 17 are photographs that were taken by myself at the scene.
All right. And do those photographs appear to be a fair and accurate proportion or photo of what you actually saw that evening?
Yes.
All right. And then also, well, I'm going to take those from you.
Sure.
If you can also look at 21 through 25 while we're
Sure.
talking.
And then same for states exhibits 21 through 25. Those were photographs taken by myself on scene.
Okay. Again, for those as well, those fairly and accurately depict what you observed that evening.
Yes.
Thank you. You can just set them on the edge there for right now. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 8 at this point. What is States Exhibit 8, excuse me, a picture of?
So this would be the rear of the defendant's vehicle.
All right. And the driver's side, is that the driver's side or?
That'd be that's the driver's side door.
Thank you. That's open?
That picture is a little deceptive. Gives you the impression that you can see what the driver is doing, but it's only because the other officers that arrived were shining their lights through the car.
I try to do my best to edit the picture. What's that? Why did you take that picture?
Sure. So this is the photo that I first took when I first opened up the door and observed the firearm on the floorboard area. For the jury, as you can see, it's the.
You can touch the screen.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So right here for the jury, you can see what I had mentioned earlier, that the other firearm, it was a 9mm that was located again driver's floorboard leaning up against the center console area. That would have been, as you were driving, closest to your right leg, right foot area.
Okay. And then.
Is it a Ruger?
10.
So again, another photo. This is me just zooming in a little bit closer, just again highlighting, getting more kind of a more detailed photograph of the firearm itself. Again, for the jury, I will circle that.
And for the record, you collected that firearm?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice whether or not it was loaded or not?
Yes, it was loaded.
Do you know if one was in the chamber or not?
Yes, there was a round in the chamber.
Thank you. States Exhibit 11. What's that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the firearm that I found on the driver's side floorboard that was leaned up against the center console. So again, the firearm, circle here, the firearm itself, the magazine, and then this round right here. When I recover a firearm for evidence and I unload it, I keep, if there is a round in the chamber, I keep that round separate, and that's why the way this photo is taken. So you have the firearm, you have the magazine, and then the round that I found in the chamber is circled all the way over there to the left, pushed up against the magazine.
And I'm going to show you at this point States Exhibits 18 and 20. See if you recognize those two things as well.
Sure. So beginning with States Exhibit 20, this is the magazine recovered from that firearm that's currently on that screen. And then all the ammunition that was in the magazine. Again, as you can see, packaged in one of our evidence bags that we use for the Warren County, for the Warren County Sheriff's Office. Tamper-resistant seal up here, my initials, and then if you look here, that's the tag, the evidence label that I would have put on the bag itself.
And for the record, the one that you had, that's in States Exhibit 11, the one that was in the chamber, would that be in that?
Yes, it's also in here as well.
The state wants to seize these guns.
No.
All right, and does that for the record too, you put that in the same evidence locker back at the post that you did with all the other evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Try State's Exhibit 815. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that.
Sure.
For the record, had that been opened?
Before cutting it, this bag had been sealed. However, prior, when I had my meeting with the prosecutor, this bag was opened to, again, as we were reviewing evidence, again, telling her that this is the firearm that I recovered in the defendant's vehicle on scene. So, again, this is the firearm I recovered on scene. It was cataloged the same way. This red seal, if you will, goes in through the magazine well, just to make sure that a magazine can't be chambered in there for safety purposes. And again, this tag right here is the evidence tag. It's attached to some part of the firearm, and then this white sticker right here goes on it. That's just what gets printed for our evidence collection. So that way it's placed on there and it's cataloged appropriately.
And same question, firearm seems to be in the same condition basically as the last time you saw it?
Yes.
And just for the record, those two items, 18 and 20, State's Exhibits 18 and 20, are the same items that you had pictured in State's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put that back on there.
I'd love to know what brand that is. Is that another High Point? Looks like a cheap 9mm.
State's Exhibit 12. Can you tell?
Taurus, you think?
If you hit clear at the bottom left, you can clear that.
Or the judge can do it. Bless you.
Why did you take the picture of State's Exhibit 12?
Sure. So when I was inventorying the vehicle, when I opened up the center console, I observed a closed bottle of Fireball whiskey in the center console. This is just me kind of taking an overall photo so that way I can show a jury kind of the natural progression of the overall, and then slowly you should see a overhead shot of what's inside that center console.
All right, so let's go to State's Exhibit 13. Is that a picture of what?
Yes, so this would be, again, the open center console, and when I first opened it, I noticed there was a bottle of Fireball whiskey that was underneath a packet of Swisher Sweets and a lime green microfiber towel.
That goes the microfiber.
State's Exhibit 14.
So at this point, I have taken the bottle of Fireball whiskey out to get a better photo of it, and have placed it on the, I placed it on the driver's seat to get another photo of it, just so that way it is a clear photo of what I saw and what I recovered, or I'm sorry, not recovered, but what I located inside the vehicle.
And do you recall if that bottle of Fireball was opened or had ever been opened, or if it was still never opened?
No, the seal appeared to be intact.
Thank you.
Yeah, the previous officer said it was open.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
He said the seal appears to be intact. State's Exhibit 15, why did you take that photograph?
So again, another overall of the vehicle. It was my understanding that this vehicle had been involved in an accident prior to being pulled over. This was a overall shot of the right side of the vehicle. If you look over here to the, I'll circle it, on the right rear quarter panel, you can see some damage to it. Again, this is just establishing an overall shot of that side of the vehicle.
Now, let me ask you on the next one. State's Exhibit 16.
So, again, just for clarification, circling that, after speaking with deputies on scene in regard to the accident portion of this,
those are bushes.
This was explained to me that this was where the damage occurred during the accident. Just again, taking a better shot to to showcase the damage to the vehicle post accident.
All right, and 17.
So again, same photo of the right rear quarter panel, however, of a different angle. As you can see, again, it's partially displaced from the front side of the vehicle, and then you can also see scratch marks towards the lower half of the right rear quarter panel.
And without, disregarding what the deputies told you, you can't say how long ago this damage occurred on this car?
No, I could not.
You just took the pictures based on information you were receiving?
Yes.
Usually when there's a impact with another car, especially a grazing impact like that, there would be paint transfer. I don't see black paint on there.
Now, did you continue searching the defendant's motor vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 21. Can you tell us why you took that particular photograph?
Sure. So this was the
Is that a Modelo?
the back portion, passenger compartment of the vehicle. I'll circle it right here. I observed a open/crushed can of beer, a Modelo, that I took a photo of. I did not proceed to pull it out, just left it as is, and took a photograph of it.
Can I just so I can picture this, is the driver's seat over here or over here? I mean, which is the going towards the front of the car, I guess?
Yeah, I want to say, should I see this photograph here?
You can tell me.
Yeah, I want to say that
It's on the right side. Right,
the
top
front
right
of the
corner.
vehicle,
Yeah.
believe would be in that direction.
So this is more like the rear hatch area?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 22, is that just a close-up of that same Modelo can you just testified to?
Yes, it is.
Is that a boot full of like
State's
junk
Exhibit
next to it?
23. Why would we take that photograph?
So this is showing what I found in the trunk of the vehicle. In this case, it was a tan in color cooler. And then inside that cooler, I found additional closed containers of alcohol.
Closed. They testified open last time.
Alcohol?
Yes, of alcohol.
Okay, I'm
yes.
sorry. You had me on the edge for a second. 24, is that just another picture of that same cooler?
Yeah, again, just kind of establishing a shot that I am slowly working my way to the contents of what's inside that cooler.
And then lastly, 25.
Closer.
Yes.
Are
So-
those
Bush.
the contents
Peach.
you found in the cooler?
Yes,
Busch Light
so
Peach.
2 unopened cans of Busch Light beer and
Another Fireball.
another bottle of unopened Fireball whiskey.
And you know that one was also unopened, and the seal had not been broken?
The seal, no.
Okay, thank you.
Nice. You like some room temperature. Nothing like
When-
warm peach.
Did you have, other than, well, you had the interaction of taking the defendant, escorting him to your cruiser. Did
Mhm.
you have any further interaction with him after that?
No, my interactions, at least in regards to speaking with him directly, were limited.
Did you notice anything about his person that, that you notated?
Yes. So while listening to him, though not speaking to him directly, based on my training experience in law enforcement over the 5 so years I've been in law enforcement, he appeared to be intoxicated.
Ladies and gentlemen, Deputy, I'm going to stop you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have certain rules regarding expert opinions and how those expert opinions are shared with you.
He is not one.
That expert opinion has not been properly shared with you, and I'm going to instruct you to disregard that testimony.
So
Well,
Deputy, without
judge
going into any
objects.
kind of training or
Objects.
anything, what did you notice about the defendant, just yourself?
Sure. What I noticed was that I could smell the strong odor of a alcoholic beverage, especially when he exited my cruiser. The smell was still there. I noticed that
Could've been his clothes.
some of his speech was slurred,
Could've been the
and
dentures.
that he was asking some of the same questions over and over again after being given a explanation.
And after the defendant was in the rear of your cruiser for a while, did you have an opportunity to get into your cruiser?
I did, yes.
And did you notice anything about the rear area of your cruiser?
Yes, I did. I noted the strong odor of an alcoholic beverage.
All right. Now, for the record, you did not transport this defendant to jail.
No, I did not.
Okay, so he was eventually removed from your cruiser.
Yes.
All right. And because you were continuing with your evidence collection.
Yes.
Hold on just 1 second, Your Honor.
Is that everything?
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
No further questions.
Mr. Riefers, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Peters, thank you for being here.
Mr. Riefers?
All right. A couple of things to kind of go through. You said you've got about 4 or 5 years law enforcement experience total.
Approximately, yes, sir.
Do you know how many OBI, DWI arrests you have?
That I could not say. I do not know the specific number.
Okay.
Can you
Have you
guess?
ever arrested anybody and refused them a chemical test?
Yes, I have.
Did you just blatantly refuse it, or did they sign a refusal form?
What was the question again?
When you refused them a chemical test, did you have them sign a form that they were refusing, or did you just simply deny them
He's
the
gonna change
ability
his answer.
to take that test?
I have never denied the ability for somebody to take that test. I read them the B&V 2255 form and ask them if they would consent to a chemical test. Typically, I lead with one of the more least intrusive options, which is a breathalyzer.
Thank you. All right. We already went through all the stuff. You didn't observe the initial stop, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay, you didn't observe me resisting or any of that, correct?
One more I'm sorry, can you ask it again one more
You didn't
time?
observe me like resisting or any of that. You showed up after I was already handcuffed, and then they just put me in your car.
And then we escorted you to the car, yes.
Thank you. And you said on the way to your vehicle, you were kind of helping me. I was limping. Are you aware of any prior injuries that I'd had, the 3 knee surgeries I'd had prior?
No.
Okay. So could it have been that the limping was maybe from being struck with the asp in that same leg?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. Answer if you can.
I would have no way to tell.
Okay. Is it standard procedure when you arrest somebody, you take their boots off?
Yes. It can be, yes.
It can be,
Yes.
but it's not in the policy?
I don't believe there's any policy that says to remove someone's boots, no.
At jail, they do.
And then you photographed all the items in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you did also write a report, correct?
Yes.
Is it part of your policy that anytime you go hands-on with a subject or involved in an investigation, do an inventory, that you're required to write a report?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again one more time?
Is it your department's policy when you're involved in an investigation and using force, going hands-on, or doing photographs, that you're required to write a report?
Yes.
Last guy said he wasn't.
Would it surprise you that Deputy McClellan did not write a report?
I don't know if you wrote a report or not.
But would it surprise you? Was the question.
And then we're talking about the firearms that you found. Okay. Do you carry a firearm off duty?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. The firearm that you carry off duty, do you have to go register it as a secondary weapon to carry it on duty?
Yeah, if a firearm is different than what we carry on duty, we qualify with it, yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Kel-Tec 380, the little clip, was the one I always carried in the waistband when I was on the highway patrol?
What's the question?
Would it surprise you that that was the weapon I carried when I was in the highway patrol as my secondary weapon?
It would surprise me.
No.
And then you said that I kept asking the same questions, but you had stated that when I first came up that I was asking for a supervisor, correct?
Yes, believe from what I recall, you're asking for a supervisor, and
I just need a yes or no, thank you. Okay. And you said that I kept asking the same questions over and over, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was I not seeking clarity on why I was stopped?
Objection, Your Honor, as to
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Yes, I believe, yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Deputy Peters, can you tell the jury, how do you know that's why the defendant was asking these questions repeatedly?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again one more time?
He said that you agreed that he was seeking clarity by repeatedly asking questions. How do you know?
He kept asking the same questions over and over again. He was given answers, though due to from what it appeared to be his intoxicated state. It just wasn't. It didn't seem to be. The answers we were giving him either weren't good enough or just simply weren't registering.
All right, so when we say clarity, I mean, it could be because he's intoxicated or it's because he just had he wanted more clarification.
Yes.
How do you know which one it was?
I don't know.
Okay, because you're not in the defendant's mind. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said that you've never refused anyone, like any type of breathalyzer or any kind of test on an OVI stop. Does it depend on how cooperative that person is?
Yes, it can be.
And then you also indicated that sometimes you do remove footwear. Can you just tell the jury, why would you remove somebody's footwear?
So, in this situation, because a firearm was found on his person, and the shoes that he was wearing could potentially conceal additional contraband or weapons, the boots were removed to verify that nothing was inside.
And then you indicated that you are, like every deputy that is on the scene, even if there's like 25 of them, are we required to write individual reports?
In my experience, it's going to depend on your level of involvement, and sometimes it also comes down to whether or not a supervisor is going to want you to write an additional supplement. Again, it depends on what your overall involvement is with the incident.
So if you're not very involved, then not every deputy has to write a report.
No.
Thank you.
When we talked about taking the boots off, whether it's standard or not, couldn't it have been just as simple as you check there's no weapons in the boots and then put the boots back on while we walked across the road, rather than drag me across the pavement with them?
I don't believe you weren't dragged across the pavement.
Okay. So we could have just put the boots back on and go across the pavement, right?
Can you ask the question again one more time? I'm sorry.
They could have just put my boots back on me to go back across the pavement?
In my experience, once I take someone's shoes off, it is very rare that I would put them back on, just simply for the fact that
it's a safety
I would
issue.
prefer not to be near someone's feet that is currently in custody out of fear that they could kick
I
me.
understand what you're saying. Thank you.
He asked, can he answer
Go
the
ahead and finish
question?
your answer, Deputy.
To summarize my point, typically when I remove someone's shoes, it's going to be rare that I put them back on. I have, in my course of duties, provided that courtesy to somebody depending on the situation. However, when they get to the jail, their shoes are going to come off regardless. So whether they're put back on or whether they're taken off and not put back on or just taken off entirely until they get to the jail, it really doesn't matter. But typically in my experience, especially with this specific incident, I would not feel comfortable trying to, take my hands away from, being able to, defend myself from someone's legs to help them, put shoes back on. At that point, I believed it was a moot point. It wasn't necessary. The boots would have come off regardless. So there was no need to put them back on.
And then while you're taking photographs of the vehicle, Deputy Carter comes back while you're doing the inventory. You remember that?
Objection beyond scope.
I'll sustain the objection. You have to confine your recross to the questions that Ms. Hyatt asked on her redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Next witness?
Your Honor, the state would, with the admission of the exhibits, would rest at this time.
Aha.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Even though the state is rested, you don't know enough about this case to start thinking about how it should be decided or begin talking about it amongst yourselves. Ms. Grooco is going to take you back into the jury room. I'll see you back here about 11 o'clock.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may,
But let the jury leave.
Go ahead.
This is a judgment of acquittal argument, which is timely. This is the point to do it. His pocket lawyer or standby attorney has given him instructions on what to do. Let's see if he's able to get through the terminology correctly, because he does have to ask the right thing, and he has to argue it as well.
You may be seated. We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. Yes, Mr. Riefers?
yes, Your Honor, at this time I would just resubmit my Rule 29 motion for acquittal.
All right, let's talk about exhibits first.
You want me to submit this now, or?
We'll talk about it in just a minute.
So he's got it on the record.
All right, so
It's a pocket lawyer.
might as well
It's in
go
his back
through
pocket.
Let me ask it this way. Let's just go through the exhibits. Exhibit 1 is the sketch, right?
Yes, the one that you took a snapshot of.
Exhibit 2 is the 911 call. Exhibit 3 is Simpson's cruiser cam. Exhibit 4 is the Keltec 380. Exhibit 5 is Deputy McClellan's cruiser cam. 6 through 17 are photos. 18 is the 9mm. 19 is the magazine and rounds. 20 is magazine and rounds. 21 through 25 are photographs.
Right, and then 26 was just marked as Sergeant Dottie's operability report that we've stipulated to. And then
Okay.
27 is the doorbell cam.
All right, any objection to those?
All of them.
Mr. Riefers?
Just the same objections as before.
And for the record, 28 was the original police report. We're withdrawing that.
He's going to renew his original objections for the record. The lawyer whispers very quietly but coughs very loudly.
No, Your Honor.
I should note we did have an objection to Exhibit 5, which we discussed at sidebar. Mr. Riefers indicated that Exhibit 5, there was the 14-minute clip that Ms. Hyatt played, that even though Mr. Riefers had the full video, he did not have the 14-minute clip. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I did overrule that objection at sidebar, so 1 through 27 will be admitted. All right. Mr. Reefers?
Stand by
Yes,
counsel.
Your Honor.
Cheaper.
At this time, I would move for the Rule 29 motion for acquittal.
Okay.
And make
Is
a
there anything additional you want to tell me other than, you can approach. Anything additional you want to tell me other than what's in this writing?
No, sir. That's everything.
So he's written his motion out.
All right,
there.
court finds when the evidence is viewed in light most favorable to the state that it is sufficient to sustain a conviction, so I am going to overrule the 29 motion. What's next, Mr. Riefers?
Call a witness.
Your Honor, it would be
More motions?
to call for Deputy Roberts if we're doing that after lunch, or?
Okay, well, I see some folks drifting around out in the hallway, so why don't we take a few minutes and you figure out who's here, what they're gonna say, because I don't want to call witnesses that aren't gonna say anything. Talk to them, see what they're gonna say. We will resume, and then you can begin calling your witnesses.
Okay. Are we,
We're gonna be,
just a few minutes, or are we resuming after lunch?
We'll be back at 11.
Okay, gotcha. Yes, sir.
Okay?
13
All right.
minutes. Okay, they're going to kill the camera just for a minute, or kill the audio. As defense got to put their act together for defense, the judge has helped out a ton today. Man, he really did. Coming in with a couple key clutch objections. Specifically, I think the biggest one was stopping the officer from giving expert testimony about intoxication from his 5 years of experience with multiple arrests. Yeah, he was not authenticated as an expert, and he can't do that. He did want the lunch break. He's not going to get it. We're starting the defense case before lunch. The judge did summarily deny the judgment of acquittal, the Rule 22, I think that's what they call it there. That is a request. Hey, look, guess who's here? Guess who's here? Let's talk to all the witnesses without the judge and without the defense here. That's always a good idea. Yelling the leading objection to the TV, but no response. Oh, well, they're both leading. Okay, so I realize the lawyer knows better, prosecutor knows better, but they're both doing the defendant's doing a terrible job at properly forming questions. Why are they laughing? I think they're laughing about the Sovsit. Sloth Live, thank you very much. It is hump day. Will the defendant recall Sergeant Simpson? Yes. Simpson the sick, it sounds like, is being drummed up. He says he has to be here within half an hour, 45 minutes. So let's see if we can get a schedule when the defendant comes back in. We have 666 likes. What a number. What a number. Let's not let that stick around. I think you were 3 higher than that now. The cops are so young. They are. They're like, I've been on the force for 3 years and 2 years prior at another jurisdiction. They're young. Man, they get young. Why does she never leave the courtroom? She's got a lot of paperwork and stuff. She's actually preparing. He's doing better than most soft sits, though. Brandon's doing a halfway decent job. Edith, hello. Let me see if I can get this showing. There you go. Edith, good to have you here. Welcome. Still can't manage to hit you with the gifted membership for some reason, but, well, one day it will happen. Corey A., first mate. But the defendant should lead on cross. Yes, he's allowed to lead on cross. He's going to lead on direct, is what I'm saying. He's done a terrible job of his questions. Both of them have been leading. He was right to do it. He's going to be wrong doing it. And I think the prosecution is going to object once it's his turn on defense. And he's also going to be testifying in the form of the question. And we'll probably get some improper impeachment tucked in there neatly as well. I will never understand why some people don't hire. Is it cheaper to have a standby counsel than have a full representation? I mean, I thought lawyers billed for their time, right? Not for the service they provide. So if they have to sit on a call listening in to a deposition, they charge the same amount as if they were, crafting their closing argument, right? Ashley, I think it's just you. Mine's working all right on my end. Court-appointed lawyers are free, yeah, and then they're not behind the bar, and they make good arguments for you. I don't hear him saying soft-sit nonsense. The only thing I've heard is where he says appearing specially and not appearing generally and not specially, or something like that. What does that even mean? Can somebody decode that for me? That's a soft-sit language as well. Yes, hiring a lawyer for standby counsel is cheaper than having full legal representation because a standby attorney does significantly less work on the case. And they don't have any responsibility. They can't be like ineffective assistance of counsel. Yeah, good luck. Why isn't he yelling grounds? He's not a soft sit. He's just a pro se. Did I say he was soft sit? I apologize. It's pro se, which just means acting on its own without an attorney. Why can't he have a standby attorney at the table to get advice during trial? If they're standby, they stand behind. Generally, the judges don't let them sit at the table unless they're representing. And if you have a lawyer representing you, then they do all the talking, not you. That sounds like he wants to do all the talking. Leonard Papa, member for 21 months of the jury. Oh, gee. 21 months. Good morning. Thank you all for all you do and keeping us interested in these crazy courtrooms. What I don't get is why nobody is here. Why are these seats empty? You've got a pro se defendant taking on the system. This is great courtroom drama here with a stellar personality in the judge. We've got a jury seated. This is something to watch. Some of the cops have contradicted each other. Yes, some of the big contradictions, and I hold police officers to a higher standard than I do normal people about factual matters like this in the investigation. With the first officer, the arresting officer, the one who made the stop, saying that both bottles of Fireball were opened. Right, a half-empty bottle in the cooler in back and an opened one on the driver's seat, and that's where it was. Turns out that both of them were sealed, and it wasn't on the driver's seat originally. That's an issue. That's an issue for me. Where's this fiance? Why isn't she supporting? Yeah, seriously. He has no family with him. He says he's engaged, but... I carry a Keltec PF9. It's a great gun. I have about 5,000 rounds. Never had a jam. Do you clean it regularly, Michael? I do pretty well. I've got an H&K USP compact in 40, which it's a medium frame gun. Okay, even though it's a compact, it's medium. It's not a compact like that. Obviously, it's 40. It's a stagger stack on the magazine as well, so it's a wide grip. Not the sort of thing you can tuck into waistband comfortably. You can wear it behind the back on an inside the pants holster, but it's a bigger one. Never had a problem with that. It will shoot and shoot and shoot, and clean, dirty doesn't matter. It'll cycle, not jam. Never had a what's it called? The dud, when the firing pin doesn't set it off. It hits it but doesn't set it off. Squib. Never had any of that. But it does have a really sharp recoil. Winter Sky, member for 5 months of the gallery. I don't chat much, but I'm always lurking in a non-creepy way. Love hearts. Have you heard about the train stabbing in Charlotte? Yes. Man, I've heard about it and I've seen it. It is terrible. I can't believe it happened here in North Carolina. This is not something that I thought would happen here. Brutal. It's terrible. If everything's, I think I've seen everything I need to see on the video, and as short as it is without audio, hopefully no audio. I haven't heard audio. I don't know what else you need to know. Let's get this one resolved, shall we? I realized that she did pass away. She passed away very, very quickly because of the injury. It was almost. I would not be surprised if anyone who did witness that would not have understood what happened until it was too late. It was so quick, completely unprovoked. All right. No one goes to help afterwards. Oh my goodness. I've not seen the full 2 minutes. I only saw a short portion. And then I couldn't see because my eyes got sweaty. Let's see. Just quick questions about what we're talking about. Will people sitting by her that walked away get charged with anything? I don't think so. I don't think they could. The duty to intervene might fall much heavier on a law enforcement, a sworn peace officer or something like that. But on a civilian, if they had earbuds in, it was so quick. I mean, it's just you don't know what's happening. You don't know, and people are unaware. People are just. The whole clip is about 7 minutes. I'm sorry. My goodness, I've always only seen part of it. It might have been a condensed version as well. All right. Hey, I hear a train. Why that's significant is because my town has a train like once every month. And today's the day. So it moves very slowly through town. Picks up a couple cars just a little outside town, then moves away again. Let's see. It's heartbreaking. I mean, it's terrible. I don't know the mental state. I know that there's been reports that the suspect had mental issues, but the concern is how many times he's been in and out of the court system, and let out, and let out, and let out. And if there's I realize the jail is the worst place for mental health. Right, that's like the worst place. But there are other places to send somebody that keeps reoffending, that needs mental help other than the jail. There's things we can do. We have facilities for that as well. Let out on his own recognizance. Yeah, you can't have 14 reoffenses and say, it's okay, let's just keep doing this, rinse, wash, and repeat. Good Samaritan laws, I think most states have this. Not all, but most states do. This is something you should probably find out wherever you are. Find out if your state has Good Samaritan laws. These would come into play when you observe something that the average person would see, I need to help, right? Or, oh no, something's gone wrong, and you step in to help. And say you make it worse, right? Say you see somebody collapse and you start doing CPR and you break their ribs and the rib punctures their lung and they, die. There are Good Samaritan laws. I mean, that's a drastic example, but CPR is actually a common one. The Good Samaritan laws say you are trying to help. You looked at the situation and said, in this emergency situation, I'm the best help they have, and I'm going to try to do something to help. And the law would protect you from getting sued for, oh no, you broke my ribs during CPR or whatever. I didn't want help. So. learn how to do CPR, learn how to do basic first aid, and also learn your your laws in your state regarding that. Black Regress says, did you see that I'm wearing welder's glasses today? I'm wearing these blue blockers, and as Phil pointed out on Twitter the other day, and I didn't have a headache yesterday. Looks like we're coming back in. It is 11:01, so we're about a minute late. So maybe he's got his case together. Pocket lawyer gives him one last bit of advice. I understand the fear of being sued. I was in a situation where I was a volunteer in an organization, and within the performance of my duties in this organization, I was threatened with a massive personal lawsuit, massive, and the organization was debating whether or not they would step in and cover me with their umbrella policy. And it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Nobody wants that. Could the standby lawyer step in if Riefers wanted him to? No. Nope. And I don't think the judge, even at this point, would allow him to change his representation this late in the day. Maybe he would. I saw how to do a tracheotomy on MacGyver. Hold my beer. Yeah, that's the sort of thing. That might be outside the scope of the Good Samaritan laws when you start performing unlicensed surgeries. But I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe tracheotomy might be okay. You know, a tourniquet, tracheotomy, CPR. It's all extreme first aid. It might be included in the intention of what they wanted to cover here. The camera's flipping because people are talking quietly and different mics are picking up the sound. It is video follows audio situation. If they don't stream, it's very difficult to get in. It takes a lot of work to get into a court. Let's see, I said this yesterday, says Sloth Life. Being late, I went back to see if you had admitted to being half blind, but instead found a penchant for librarians. Hey, I just said my wife looks really good wearing these glasses. And it's like a librarian look. I like to read. I like my wife. There you go. That's it. Got a certificate in Stop the Bleed course in pew-pew injuries, knife injuries, tourniquets, wound stuffing, etc. I have tourniquets all over my house and car with combat gauge chest seals, etc. Oh, those chest seals are amazing. Good stuff. Keep the blood on the inside. That's what they do. Hope I never have to do an impromptu tracheotomy. You used the word hot. Yes. My wife's a hottie. I will admit that any day of the week. And put these glasses on, it's like more so, like magnifies. She's a hottie. Let's see. Let's see. Waiting for the judge now. It's only librarians. OL is the website. Only librarians. But no. My wife is in the library a lot, but she is not a librarian. She has a lot of books, which she organizes impeccably. Still not a librarian. Greeners, don't share the link, whatever you do. Hey, we've got people in the courtroom. People stepping up. These are other prosecutor, a different defendant. Is this a different case? Are they trying to get something done really quickly during the break? My son saved a coworker's life 3 weeks ago because he had taken a Stop the Bleed course and had a tourniquet in his car. Tell you, a little bit of training and, be in the right place at the right time. But he's got a friend for life right now. Good Samaritan does not cover you doing something you have not been trained to do. So, that tracheotomy, watching MacGyver is probably not enough. You might have to go to a little night school class, or maybe at least watch a YouTube video or something. You'll need more than a YouTube video. Waiting on the judge right now. The defense is about to start their case in chief, and he's given the defense a time to organize their witnesses, see where they're at. Here we go. He's coming in right now.
Who's your first witness?
What witnesses do we have, Mr. Riefers?
She shouldn't ask him that directly. Cornish Lynn. We all love librarians. You watch The Music Man, right?
At this time, Your Honor, I'm ready to move forward with closing argument.
Oh,
we rest.
Okay. That's not what I was...
Oh, so you're going to rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
1 second, Your Honor.
Wait. The pocket counsel is like, are you sure? 1 second, Your Honor. That wasn't what I said. That wasn't what I said. You've got to call somebody. You've got to get up there and testify. He gets to make the decision on this.
Your Honor, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Riefers is torn between testifying and his closing argument. The question we have is, how far are you going? How much latitude will you allow him in his closing?
You can't testify if it's not evidence. It has to come in as evidence.
I don't know that I understand the question, but if Mr. Riefers wants to interject evidence into the case through his testimony, then he needs
to take the stand.
Testify.
That's what
if he wants to give a closing statement or a closing argument about the evidence that has already been presented, then he can do that. But the evidence that he presented in his opening, that he was a veteran, whatever, man of faith, the former trooper thing is into evidence. All of the history and the background about Mr. Riefers, that's not in evidence, so he can't argue it in his closing.
Yes, I'm just referring what they had stated while they were up there testifying. I can use that in my closing.
Yes.
Okay.
He's good with this? The judge is frozen. Everything's frozen. Your Honor? Give me a second. Let's see what just happened here. Okay, we're back.
All right, I did delete the stuff about expert witnesses.
Saw that.
And I'm going to put the testimony of the defendant. It's not necessary to refer to the defendant to take the stand. Constitutional right not to testify. Recorded exhibits, deposition. All right. Ms. Hyatt, anything from the state regarding instructions?
No, Your Honor, not with that picking on the two, whether or not the defendant testified or not, no.
Mr. Riefers, anything on the instructions?
No, Your Honor.
Do You guys want a couple of minutes to put your thoughts together for closings?
I pretty much, I just need to find my PowerPoint now. I just wasn't prepared to go straight to closing, Your Honor. So I just need just a couple minutes.
So all those subpoenas he argued about.
How long did we talk about for closings? 30
We
minutes?
haven't yet.
30 minutes?
I was asking for 30 if I could.
30 minutes work?
That's plenty of time for me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, if we did closings, can the jury then break for lunch and deliberate over lunch?
Actually, that's what Ms. Karilko and I were just about to have a discussion about. I think what I'm inclined to do is bring the jury in, tell them that both sides are rested, or do you want to rest in the presence of the jury, Mr. Riefers?
That's fine.
Okay. I'll say, Mr. Riefers, you want to have any evidence you want to present? You can say, no, I rest. And then I'm going to tell that we're going to step out for about 10 minutes while you guys get your stuff together for closings and we get reset. During that period, Ms. Krulko will go ahead and distribute the menus and we'll order them lunch, so it'll be here by the time they begin deliberating. Because I'm not going to send them out once I give them the case. So we're going to bring lunch to them. So why don't we do that? Why don't we go ahead and get the jury now?
Okay.
I'll tell them that we have some stuff to get together. We're going to get menu. I'll tell them all that stuff. And then we'll come back. We'll give you guys about 10 minutes, put your stuff together, and then we'll distribute the menus then.
Judge, how do I get a menu? Can you get me an extra menu, Your Honor?
So we also have to get the instructions printed.
And an extra menu for me. I wonder what's on the menu. The jury instructions I'm not really interested in. The menus, I'm quite curious. I mean, because if you've got like lobster, or maybe even shrimp on the Barbie or something, I don't know. What would you order if you were on the jury and you had like a blank order form? Lobster mac and cheese, some pork chops. Gotta love me some jailhouse pork chops. Big Mike, thanks for gifting a membership.
You may be seated.
Winter Sky, thank you. 5 months. That's awesome.
Mr. Riefers, you can call your first witness.
Defense rest, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, both sides have now rested in the case, and we're going to hear closing arguments of the attorneys. But before we do that, we need to make some technical accommodations for the closings and have a little bit of time to get ready for that. So we're going to take a break for about another 10 minutes. During that time, what we have left are closing arguments and then jury instructions from me. So during that time, while we're on the break, Ms. Kuroko is going to distribute to you menus from LaRosa's, and we're going to place your orders so they will be ready for you, so we can go closings, closings, instructions, and then lunch should be here by the time you begin deliberating, because I don't want you to separate
It's
now
Italian,
that the
right?
case is going to be submitted to you. So Ms. Kuroko will get your orders, and for alternate, you can place an order. You can take it with you when it gets here. Okay? All right, Ms. Kuroko, you can take the jury out.
The Rosa's, I believe, is an Italian restaurant. I didn't think they had any. I guess there's one in Lebanon, in Mainville. Gonna just take a quick peek at the restaurant menu. View the menu. As we have a little fun on this.
It's going to take at least 10 minutes for her to get that distributed and for them to make their selection. So let's plan on being here back at 25 after.
Okay.
as they take care of that, and we're having a little fun with the food talk as we always do. I would ask that that if you are the praying sort, or you have some good thoughts to send to Melissa and Matthew, some good friends of ours in chat here, longtime supporters on the channel, they could definitely use it. Going through major health battles, and on top of that, major financial just struggle after struggle. They're amazing. Both of them are amazing. If you can just include them in your prayers and be mindful of them, that would be wonderful, and I would sure appreciate that. A quick look at the menu. Let's see, they've got a must-try section for La Rosa's. That includes stuffed pizza pie, 10 boneless wings, original tossed salad, 3 chocolate chunk cookies. Ooh. Okay, we've got a call coming in. Let me plug in.
From Legally Blonde.
Legally Blonde, how are you doing? I see you're not in court.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
I know. I'm so sorry. I had to be responsible.
Yeah, it works.
So frustrating. Yeah. I know, right? And you too. That's why you're not there.
I know. Same reason.
So I called to give a little thing about La Rosa's. So number one, La Rosa's is almost my favorite restaurant. I mean, like, I probably eat it once a month. But so the original La Rosa's was on the west side of Cincinnati. Okay. When my mom was 15, she was a bus girl. And the owner, the creator of La Rosa's, his name is Buddy La Rosa. He kind of...
that's a good Italian name.
I know, right? Buddy La Rosa. And they have like hoagies and sandwiches, but one of them is called a baked buddy. So he took notice of my mom because she was a hard worker, and he came up, and this was in the 70s, and gave her a $5 tip. So 70s, that's, pretty big deal. He was like, I noticed you're a really hard worker. I really appreciate that about you. And then she worked there for a while. She did not have a great home life. And Buddy La Rosa, let my mom move into the efficiency apartment above the original La Rosa's in our city.
Oh, wow.
And then when I was older, she ended up she worked at the commissary where they did the pizza doughs, and she would order, she would come home with frozen pizza doughs and big bags of pizza sauce and cheese, and we could make our own La Rosa's pizza at home. Oh my gosh, it was the best. Every year on the anniversary of my dad's death, we order La Rosa's because that was his favorite thing, La Rosa's and Pepsi. So I even said it in chat. I was like, it's going to be La Rosa's, Montgomery Inn, or Skyline. It was La Rosa's.
The baked buddy hoagie you're talking about has pickles. I just noticed. I'm looking at it. It's got
oh, yes. And they have
sauce,
the good pickles there. Their pickles are delicious.
Salami, pepperoni, provolone, red onions, pickles. Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Looks great.
Yep. Oh my gosh, their food is delicious. They have excellent wings too.
Do they make like a meatball sub?
Yes.
Okay, that.
It is also delicious.
They're like baseball sized meatball, right? They're not like the little tiny ones like you get on a little toothpick.
I mean, they're not baseball. Maybe they're bigger than a golf ball, smaller than a baseball.
Okay, so
I know that's a big difference.
No, not pickleball. That's about baseball size. So racquetball, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That's good. That's good size. I approve.
And their sauce is so. I think people who come to Cincinnati and try La Rosa's, they either love or hate it. Their sauces, they have like a sweet sauce. Their pizza sauce is sweet. Mm-hmm. It's not my husband's favorite, but I love it. So if you guys ever come here, I'm taking all y'all to La Rosa's.
There we go. Standing open invitation.
That's right. That's good. Right. Come to Cincinnati. Send me a message. That's it.
Awesome.
Just wanted to call and say that.
Legally Blonde, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Everybody have fun.
All right.
Bye.
We'll see you. Bye.
Back to responsibilities. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, I think that audio was on her end. Nothing from court. I will say this, Melissa and Matthew. I know there's some people who might be able to help a little bit. I know it's probably a drop in the bucket with what you're facing, But if there is a GoFundMe, if you've got one set up, I'd approve that over on the Facebook. I can't link it on the YouTube channel, but we can do it over on the Facebook page if that's all right. If that's something you've got going, and we can work through the mods to make that happen. Let's see. We are on break. Josh, let me pin that last comment. Thank you for that. It's slow. There we go. It's actually a response to Lady Draconis and Carolyn Knight, but we got it. I've got it. Let's see what else. So I got a text from my son also during this break, and I think he tried to text me while he was on the plane, and it didn't go through. Oh, my wife's texting him now. My family, I've got Flight Radar. You know that we followed Brian Koberger on the flight. So I've got Flight Radar, and the package lets you do a little more monitoring than just the free version. And the family's out there with the app following every move of the plane. And it's about 6 minutes late, and he's got a tight layover in Denver. So I'm hoping everything works great there. If you come to Cincinnati, try Grater's ice cream. It's, I guess, greater than anything else. Let's see. Melissa, are you overload the pizza sauce most times? Oh, good. Can never have too much. Montgomery Inn is amazing. I'm trying to remember where we ate. We drove through Ohio. I think we stopped for food, but I think it was nothing exciting. Like, I didn't know the local take. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was doing a poll. How'd you guys let me stop? We're doing a poll right now since the case in chief. Well, both sides have rested. Let's do a guilt or innocence poll. Give me just 1 second to put that together. Okay, we've got the poll built. I think it's a pretty good. Please read everything. Let me say this: read everything before you vote, because there might be multiple categories and there might be an answer that fits better than the one you read. So don't just spontaneously just vote because something popped up. Okay. So here we have. Hopefully, I didn't spell check this one, but the poll says this: is Brandon Riefers guilty? The answers are no, not guilty of any charges. Next. Guilty of drink and pew only. I can only fit one pew on there. Guilty of resist and obstruct only, or guilty of all charges. Does that make sense? So we've got there are two parts to this, right? The one is that he was had consumed alcohol and was in possession of a firearm. So we've got those charges, and we've sort of separated those from the resisting and obstructing charges, and to see where you fall there. So, do you need to pay attention to the lesser included? I don't know if they have lesser included on this. They didn't. I have to wait for the instructions from the judge. I voted quit explaining it. Okay, thank you. All right, but other people are still voting. It's pouring in right now. Guilty of pro se, a fool for the client. Yep, every time. Let's see, the charges. He could have up to 1.5 years in prison, right? That's what I'm seeing. I guess that's the maximum penalty if he gets the maximum. Judge is guilty of not offering us lunch. Greener says, I thought it was the death penalty. No. It is Ohio, but it's not death penalty. I have a strong belief the jury won't need long. Hoping he gets fined and probation, nothing else. Well, here's what I'll say. If he's found guilty of the gun-related charges, the state is asking for firearm confiscation, where they will take and keep those 2 firearms. I don't know how that would affect his right to possess a firearm going forward. I'd have to look at the law and see how that's spelled out for Ohio, but that could also be a factor. Let's see. M3 says, so no GoFundMe help? Free Brandon. M3, I've reached, let's see. I reached out to them. They said they no longer have a fundraiser. They just wanted the prayers and a thank you. They just wanted prayers, and they said thank you to me. So basically, they're just asking for that spiritual support. Here we go. We're back. Pocket lawyer's not happy about the arresting without calling any witnesses, including testifying on his own behalf, because he can't get anything in that he wants in. And he's gonna try to bring something in that's not in evidence. And that objection is just primed and ready to pounce. The judge will have to sustain it. Objection, not in evidence. Boom. GoFundMe for me.
You may be seated.
We don't share GoFundMes on the YouTube.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are about to hear the closing arguments from Ms. Hyatt and Mr. Riefers. The closing arguments, as I've told you a couple of different times before, are not evidence. They are designed to assist you in reaching a verdict, which is the opportunity that each side has to sum up for you what they think the evidence has shown and argue to you for a specific verdict. We have agreed in advance that each side is going to have up to 30 minutes to present their closing arguments. Ms. Hyatt, because she has the burden of proof in this case, will address you both first and last in the case, with Mr. Riefers addressing you in the middle. The one caution that we do have, that I've already given you this instruction, but I want to remind you again, that Mr. Riefers has the absolute constitutional right to remain silent in the case. He doesn't have to testify in the case. But he has not presented any additional evidence in the case, so what he tells you is only in his capacity as an attorney representing himself. It is not substantive evidence in the case. All right, Ms. Hyatt, you may proceed.
Thank you, Aaron.
Starting the timer.
I'm going to use the PowerPoint.
Is that plugged into your computer?
Yes.
I think we can do this.
Judge pushing the buttons. Drags the furniture around.
Good morning, still. Ladies and gentlemen, as we talked about yesterday, we're here because of the really bad decisions this particular defendant made, especially in the evening of November 9th of 2024. You heard all the evidence in the case. And again, I just want to remind you, evidence is not what he said in his statements to the officer or to any of the witnesses. If the witness didn't agree with the defendant, then that is not testimony from him. So it's only what you heard from the stand. I just want to make sure, because it kind of got a little blurry there as to what he was saying and whether or not they agree. If they didn't agree, then what he said is not evidence. But I want to talk a little bit about the fact that who did you hear from? And starting off with, you heard from Lindsay and Robin Davis and Ashley Burns. They were here primarily just to give you an idea of what was going on that day. What had they been doing? What did they observe about the defendant before he left their house for the final time and then encountered Sergeant Simpson? Because this case is all about what happened with the encounter with Sergeant Simpson. That's where these charges are all coming from. However, you can't just always look at it in a bubble. And in this case, I wanted you to hear what this defendant had been doing. Now, you heard from them as to where they had gone, what they had been drinking. And I want to just point out that Robin especially was able to tell you not only the type of bourbon this defendant had bought and was consuming, but how many drinks he saw him consume. And he mentioned, and I'm not even talking about the couple of beers or so at 50 West, but at the Davis house that evening after they came back from 50 West, Robin told you this defendant drank approximately 5 straight bourbons on the rocks, which is fine if maybe you weren't driving. And it may not affect a lot of people, but in this case, it affected him. And how do we know drinking that much bourbon, down to about a third to a half of the bottle of bourbon, how do we know it affected him? Because when you get the definition of under the influence, it has to be an adverse effect on a person. And in this case, you heard he started off that morning as a nice guy. They thought he seemed to be a decent human being. And I'm not saying he's not a decent human being as he's sitting here today. But that morning, going into that afternoon, they all thought he was a decent, or seemed to be a decent, nice man. But when he started consuming the bourbon, and more bourbon, and more bourbon, and more bourbon, what happened? They told you his demeanor changed. And it did not change for the better. It changed drastically for the worse. And Ashley told you through her video depo, he started getting more aggressive, wanted to have sex, kind of was expecting things. This is their first encounter face to face. Davis has told you as well, he got angry when they told him he had to leave. He kind of slammed down his backpack, he went off in a huff. These are adverse effects of the bourbon on that defendant. That's how we know the bourbon was adversely affecting him. He was under the influence of the bourbon he consumed. They also told you that he was so aggressive or concerning that they were scared for their safety, that they all armed themselves when he said he was coming back. And when he did return, they were so concerned for their safety, they felt compelled to call 911. Not just turn him away, call 911 because they felt that unsafe. That's the adverse effect the bourbon had on this defendant. Now let's talk about the encounter with Sergeant Simpson, because you do have the cruiser cam. I wish so badly that they had had body cam back in November of last year. They didn't get it till March of this year. But back in November, if they had had it, I think we would have had a whole different situation. You would have had a lot more that you could see. However, what do we have? Sergeant Simpson told you that when he was first told about the 911 call from 5539 Old Farm Drive, which we all know is in Warren County, that it was for a disorderly, intoxicated male. En route, he's getting continuously more information, because in that 911 call, you heard you heard Lindsay telling the dispatcher, they're asking for more information. What was he, what's he wearing, what's he driving, what's he doing, what was he doing before? She's trying to provide information. That information is then broadcast over to the officers that were on duty that night. Everybody can hear the dispatch. But en route, Sergeant Simpson told you he was informed this male had been trying to get into the residence. and had been verbally aggressive, that he was a Texas or former Texas law enforcement officer of some type, and he was driving this white Toyota Highlander SUV, which in fact, as Sergeant Simpson is trying to get to 5539 Old Farm Drive, he finds that car, lo and behold, parked at the intersection there, that T intersection, as he's going towards the Davis residence. He turns around because he suspects that's the one I'm here about, that he had left the residence and had been going towards Snyder. That was on the 911 call, that he had been heading towards Snyder Road, and that had to most likely be the same car. He turns around, and what does that motor vehicle do? It turns left, because that's the only way, you could only go left or right, turns left, and on Sergeant Simpson's cruiser cam, when he lets off his brake to take that turn, there is no turn signal flashing, none. No matter what he tries to have you try to show you, the cruiser cam is not going to lie. You look at the video. That will tell you what's going on. There is no flashing light. So there you go. That is also, lo and behold, a traffic violation. So not only do we have an investigation on the 911 call that Sergeant Simpson is compelled to do as a law enforcement officer, because if he's not compelled to do, he can't just willy-nilly decide, I'm going to go to this one and investigate this 911 call, but no, I'm not going to do that one. No, they have to investigate every call. And now he also has a traffic offense that he physically witnessed as another reason to stop that motor vehicle. And what did he tell you at this point? He also sped off. Now you had it. It was not a long period. It was a fairly short one. But he did speed off, and you saw Sergeant Simpson's cruiser, how it had to respond to catch up. And then when he turned on the lights and then had to chirp the siren, this motor vehicle stopped. And you can see on the cruiser cam too, it does come to kind of an abrupt stop. Then you have Sergeant Simpson calling it in. You can hear that as to the plate, starts to control the plate, or starts to call in the plate, but stops. Now what caused him to stop? He started to see that furtive movement inside the car and decided he needed to investigate. Starts walking up, and on the cruiser cam, I want you, if you don't remember this, if you want to watch it, he's walking up to that driver's side of the cruiser cam, and all of a sudden he kind of almost flinches and hesitates, and then continues. That's when that defendant was either punching the windshield or punching at the windshield. Sergeant Simpson sees that action and instinctively hesitates. Another concern, you have an angry individual inside this SUV who supposedly has been disorderly and is intoxicated. At this point, what does Sergeant Simpson do? He's asking for backup to start stepping it up because he's not sure what all he's going to find. Sergeant Simpson told you how when the defendant did roll down his window, there was the strong odor of alcohol coming from this defendant sitting inside his motor vehicle. That not only that, when he asked the defendant, why would your friends call? He refused to answer. According to Sergeant Simpson, he was staring straight ahead, refused to answer. More importantly, when Sergeant Simpson asked him, do you have any firearms? He refused to answer. He's supposedly law enforcement. Now, Sergeant Simpson at this point is in a very dangerous situation because he has an angry, intoxicated, drunk male who probably has a loaded firearm somewhere because he's law enforcement or former law enforcement. He cannot let him sit inside that car. He can't stand at that window and have the ability of this man to suddenly pull out a gun. And where were those two guns found? In his pocket, easily accessible, and oh, by the way, sitting right when he's in the driver's seat, right there at his right foot. Very accessible. Imagine how quickly he could have gotten a shot off at Sergeant Simpson if that had happened. The safety of Sergeant Simpson then demanded that he have this defendant exit the motor vehicle. And then you see what happened when he did. Unfortunately, we can't hear the body cam or body mic as we did as well as on the other deputies. But you can, at some point, when the level and the volume of the yelling is loud enough, you can hear excerpts of what's going on. But what did Sergeant Simpson tell you was happening? He's trying to detain this defendant. This defendant was not free to walk away or drive away from the scene. He's investigating the 911 call. He has a traffic offense that he has to also investigate as well. And there's certainly a lot going on here. You've got a man who's angry, who appears to be intoxicated. He's punching, he's not answering. There's a lot for this sergeant to be dealing with, because this is his job. He has to let that happen. This defendant was not free to go. I'll tell you that right now. He was being detained until Sergeant Simpson could figure out what was happening. When he tried to get him detained, because he is a large man, and Sergeant Simpson was by himself, he wanted to cuff him. Again, we don't know if he has any loaded firearms on his person. He now has seen the clip, which he thought was a knife. Turns out it was a clip to a loaded firearm, but he thought, if nothing else, he could have a knife. And I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it does not take much for somebody to come at you with a knife and get to you before you have a reaction time. So when he tried to grab the defendant's arm to put him into cuffs, what did this defendant do? Kept pulling away, which caused even more concern, because now you heard him say, "I've got one resisting." And you heard that in his cruiser cam video, but also on Deputy McClellan's cruiser cam as well. You could hear, "I've got one resisting." He tells him he then has to take out his taser at this point, because this defendant is not complying with Sergeant Simpson's orders. He repeatedly ordered him to get on the ground. He refused. So the only thing Sergeant Simpson could do at this point, because he still didn't have backup, and this was unfortunately a night where there was a lot going on in Deerfield Township, and people were not able to get to him. And you can look how long it took before that first cruiser came. And even when Deputy McClellan in his cruiser driving there, that's a long time for somebody to be actively involved with a large man who is refusing to comply and who is intoxicated. He then tells him to turn around and put his hands behind his back, solely for the purpose so he has more reaction time if this defendant would whip around with any kind of weapon. The defendant does comply with that to some extent, but he doesn't just stay in that position. If he had just stayed here, we wouldn't have all the charges. We still have some charges, but we may not have all the charges at this point. However, he doesn't. He can't help himself. He is that under the influence because he's former law enforcement. I dare say, if he had rolled up on him acting like he was that night, he would not have wanted to deal with that. And he would have been just as upset about that and having to do the same steps Sergeant Simpson did. He's law enforcement. He knows better. He knows he should comply with officers. This should have been an easy, relatively easy stop, except for him. Sergeant Simpson, though, he comes at him. He tries to, and it comes up to him to the point where he has to physically push him back. And that's where you see the defendant come with him with both hands and fists coming at Sergeant Simpson.
Down at his side.
And that's when he's tased for the first time. And then he's able to pull the tasers out and goes around to the car. Sergeant Simpson is able, he's still not complying. We still at this point don't know, does he have a firearm? Can he shoot me? Can he stab me? Sergeant Simpson doesn't know. He can't let him go out of sight where he doesn't know what's happening. So he arms his taser and shoots again. Defendant rolls on the ground. When Sergeant Simpson tries to go towards him, you saw him actively kicking out at Sergeant Simpson. So the Sergeant Simpson is now getting kicked. Defendant then gets up, and they're so close, and it's so quick, he immediately, all he has left is the dry stun. He does it very quickly. Defendant starts to run around to the front of his car again, out of sight, and that's when Sergeant Simpson uses his baton and finally is able to get this defendant on the ground like he had been trying from the beginning. That's the only way he could do it. At this point, when he tells, and you can hear it even on Sergeant Simpson's cruiser cam, get on your stomach, get on your stomach. Does he? No. No. He is still refusing.
Feel like a bad puppy.
He is still resisting. He is still not complying. Until those other deputies come around and they finally pull up, and you saw them. They ran to Sergeant Simpson's side, and you heard their body mics. Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach. And again, he had to be forcibly rolled over onto his stomach, had his hands underneath him at this point. Now, as dangerous as that was, because he did have a loaded firearm right there, right on that clip. And he had to be, did he put his hands behind his back when they said? No, he had to be forcibly pulled from underneath him in order to be cuffed. And then at that point, he was finally secure and could be searched. And lo and behold, not only was the loaded firearm found, but the knife was also found on him as well. And then when his motor vehicle was searched, another loaded firearm that was so accessible to him when he was sitting in the driver's seat was also found. Each one of those firearms had a round in the chamber. He wouldn't have had to rack it. All he would have had to do is point and fire. Let's talk a little bit about what I have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt in this case. And I'm not technical, but I'm going to try to do this. First count is improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. On about November 9, 2024, I think we all know it happened in Warren County. We all know that it was this defendant that was involved in this situation. Question is, did he knowingly transport or have a loaded firearm, handgun, in his motor vehicle when he was under the influence of alcohol? That's it for improper handling. But knowingly is going to be defined for you. And again, it's one of those definitions that I guess I really wish these people would have to be talking to juries more often, because the definition gets really wordy. But it's essentially, it's like you look at all the facts and circumstances that you have with you've been from the testimony,
affix the seats,
and determine whether or not that defendant was aware. Was he aware of the probability, not that he was, but of the probability that he was actually transporting guns while he was under the influence? Now, I'm going to submit to you, doesn't have to admit I was under the influence, but he knows he had 2 loaded guns on him, or in his car, and he knows he had been drinking quite a bit of bourbon. He can't deny that. That it was a firearm, and you're going to have like a little report. We've stipulated to the fact this was a firearm. That if you had fired that .380 that was in his pocket, or that 9mm that was on the floorboard right by his foot, if you had actually fired it, pulled the trigger, it would have expelled the projectile. It is operable. That's what makes it a firearm. So that's been stipulated too. But you will have Sergeant Dottie's very brief report where he went out to the range and shot both of them, and they worked. Now, excuse me, you're also going to be given the definition of under the influence, because we have to show that he was under the influence of alcohol. Likely alcohol, I don't think we have any information that there was drugs that had been taken, at least not that was observed by any witnesses. But under the influence is when alcohol adversely affects and noticeably impairs a person's actions. In this case, I think we've already talked about the change in demeanor and the fact that
that's not impaired.
If he had been in his right mind, if he had not been under the influence, he would not have acted the way he did that evening.
It's not impaired.
Especially as former law enforcement. You're also going to have that it was, one of them was concealed on this person. So we have that, oh, I'm sorry. I figured we'd do little checks. is concealed on his person. Oh. So this is going to be your definition that you're going to get. But again, it shows that the consumption of alcohol adversely affected and noticeably impairs his actions, his reaction, or his mental processes under the circumstances then existing.
Argue the hitting the bush or the cars for impairment.
Intellect,
not
and
his attitude
own
changed.
Self-control, which I would submit to you was non-existent. We have the gun in the car. Count 2 is, well, we didn't go into the forfeiture specs, but if you find the defendant was guilty of count 1, there are 2 forfeiture specifications that accompany that. We had to show you by clear and convincing evidence, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but still, we have to prove to you that he used, that these guns were the instrumentality for this offense, that these guns were used by the defendant in order to commit this offense, in which case he had to have the guns in order to have improper handling of guns.
He didn't handle
anything. So those
anything.
were used as the instrumentality
He
of
didn't
the
prove
offense.
he handled anything.
Count 2, though, is very similar. We still have the same date, location, him, and that whether or not he was, again, under the influence of alcohol, same definition, did he have a firearm? In this case, it's the same basic thing as count 1, except we don't have to talk about if it was in a motor vehicle or not. Just bottom line is you cannot have a firearm if you've been drinking to the point where you're under the influence, where your faculties, your mental faculties, your ability to make good decisions, your ability to exercise self-control are not affected. If they are, then that's a crime. Obstructing official business. Again, same date, same location, same defendant. Did he, without privilege to do so, he had no right to act the way he did. He did not have a privilege to do that. And with purpose to prevent, obstruct, or delay the performance of any public official, in this case it was Sergeant Simpson. You're going to be given the definition of purposely. I'm not sure if that's there. Nope. Okay. But purposely is the specific intent to obstruct or delay a person's law enforcement duty. It has to have a specific intent to do that. I submit to you his deliberate refusal to answer questions, his deliberate refusal to comply and get on the ground,
does not require
or
you to answer
stand there
questions.
with his hands behind his back, having to be tased 3 times, having to be hit with a baton, having to be forcibly put on your stomach and grab your hands behind your back. Those are all specific intents. He knew what he was doing and chose to do it anyway. Again, I submit to you because of the amount of alcohol he had consumed that evening.
Provide your name, address, date of birth, and license and registration.
And
that's all you're required to provide.
His
for a
actions
traffic stop
did
in Ohio.
impede. It delayed. Look what Sergeant Simpson had to go through for what should have been a much more simple traffic stop. It delayed his ability to do his job. Then, lastly, whether or not it caused a risk of physical harm, not serious physical harm, just physical harm to Sergeant Simpson. Was there a risk? Which, Judge will tell you, a risk is a significant risk. It's not just a little bitty teeny risk. It has to be a significant risk to Sergeant Simpson's safety. Could he have been harmed? Not that he was.
Was there a significant risk?
And I submit to you, you've got the pictures when he's coming at him with the fists before he was tased. If he had been hit, what about when he was being kicked at? He could have been physically harmed that way. And physical harm can be any harm. Physical harm can be a little bit of a bump, can be a slight red mark, all the way up to something more serious. But physical harm, a risk of any type of physical harm to Sergeant Simpson If you believe that that could have happened, then you would find him also guilty of that as well. And I submit to you, everything that defendant did that night was a risk of physical harm to Sergeant Simpson. You could even hear in Sergeant Simpson's voice his concern. I don't want to say fear, but concern for his own safety. Resisting arrest, again, date, location, defendant. Did he recklessly or by force resist or interfere with the lawful arrest of himself? Again, recklessly is another one of those silly definitions, but it shows that was he aware that his actions and his decision not to comply with Sergeant Simpson's order, was he perversely disregarding the known risk for that? Did he know that he knew that he was perversely disregarding the order? He was not complying. It was not something that was negligible or he didn't understand that wasn't happening. And that his actions was for the resisting or interference of his own arrest, for the obstructing, for his non-compliance with the orders of Sergeant Simpson. And I would certainly say by the time the two deputies got there as well, he was certainly not, he was actively, perversely disregarding the orders to get on his stomach and show him his hands. He was definitely under arrest by that. Here's him coming as Sergeant Simpson, having me pushed back, coming at him again, kicking. Last count is OBI. And we have to show to you again, date, location, person. Was he operating in his car while he was under the influence of alcohol? There was not a very long period of time seeing him driving. We did see that kind of like a little lurch on the stop, kind of took off a little bit, but not for long. But what do we know? He was operating the motor vehicle because he came out of the driver's side. Question is, was he under the influence? And I think we now would submit to you, based on everything he was doing that night, what he had done before he left the Davis's house, how much he consumed, whether or not that, again, that bourbon had adversely affected his ability and his actions. And in this case, ladies and gentlemen, just strictly for how he acted when he got out of that motor vehicle.
28 minutes.
He was under the influence of alcohol. That was adversely affecting every decision that man made on the evening of November 9th of 2024. So he was driving that motor vehicle under the influence. I'm just going to sum up that Judge Oda will give you the law in this case. I'm just giving you some definitions. But I want you to listen to them. These are the elements I'm supposed to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Plug in what evidence you believe has been shown, weigh it, and determine whether or not I have proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every one of those elements. I submit to you, though, at the end of your deliberations, that the evidence does, in fact, convict this defendant. His own actions convict himself, and we ask that you find him guilty as charged of each and every offense. Thank you.
29 minutes and 11 seconds. She has 49 seconds for rebuttal.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've come to that moment for 10 months that I've been waiting for. So I figured the best thing to do is I'm just going to walk you through a little bit of this video.
Here come the objections.
Audio.
Someone's phone is buzzing. Getting text.
Additional unit. 18-year clear yard, 2336.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to point out earlier is when he was first walking up, you can see the window was already down. Okay? If we back up, this is before he walks up. You can see clear as day in the car.
Here comes the first objection.
Not moving around, not punching stuff. All this stuff just kind of added after the fact. What we're getting
Able 80-year clear. 80-year clear out the vehicle on Homestead. Request additional unit. 18-year clear yard, 2336.
So there, in a minute 40 in, is when he's stopped me, right? Approached the vehicle. Back for a little bit.
Clear 5796 Homestead.
So we turn off the internal audio because this would be the body microphone, which is the body microphone that's not working. But here we're just talking. He's asking for license, insurance. As he said in his own report, first thing he said was, come up, why'd your friends call? So I've done, and Highway Patrol did a lot of stops. You don't do that. We go through a procedure of things. This is the reason to the stop. This is what I need. It's a pretty simple process. But what we're coming down to is they keep talking about everything that's happened. When we go through this, and I'll just skip ahead for you.
He's talking away from the mic, so it's hard to hear.
Okay, 3:02. I'm out of the car. Six, 7 seconds later, that's when he goes to grab me. That's your traffic stop. That's where he says, I'm under arrest for obstruction. Now you gotta ask yourself, what am I obstructing? I simply got out and said, what'd you stop me for? He didn't tell me anything. He goes to grab me. Understand officer safety, they wanna check weapons. That's fine, I've done that to thousands of people. You just articulate. Hey, just wanna pat you down, make sure you don't have any weapons for my safety and yours. It's a very simple process, that's all we were after. And as you see, as he goes further, he starts pushing into me. And I'm going, what are we doing? What's going on? I'm still confused, going, what's happening here? Then we'll go a little bit further as we start to argue. He tells me, turn around, put my hands behind my back, right? That's what I'm doing. Well, while we're standing there, he's either going to come up and arrest me and go hands on, or we're just standing waiting for other units. Okay, so while we're standing, I'm trying to go, what did you stop me for? What's going on? Why are we here? Nobody would just tell me what the stop was for. That's what we talked about. He doesn't bring it up until 40 minutes after the stop, when I'm already arrested and in the back of the patrol car. This entire traffic stop was like a minute and 28 seconds, minute and 32 seconds long. In that time frame, that's when you got to establish, am I under arrest for obstructing, and what did I obstruct? Simply asking why I was stopped, seeking clarity. Then when we go further into it and start walking towards his car, so I'm trying to understand what's going on. Like I'm still confused. And it's like, okay, you want me to turn around and put my hands behind my back? We'll do that.
And I'm gonna just object, because he did not.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you, the video is the evidence, not what Mr. Riefers is saying. Go ahead, Mr. Riefers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge give him a little leeway there. Mr. Riefers should be saying the drinks I consumed were over a 12-hour period.
See, we're saying, what do you want?
With food.
Put my hands back? What are we doing here?
I was not
And
intoxicated.
that's when I asked him about his body mic there. Do you have the body mic on? Pointing at the body mic in the chest. Okay, I realize he's there about an intoxication or thinks I'm drunk. Okay, let's go do field sobriety in front of the patrol car. That's where you do it. That's what I go to do. That's when I walk over to the car. That's when he pushes me. He's the one that advanced. I was seeking clarity this whole time. Then I want to go to a little bit past this here. Get the second one there. You see where it comes up on the second. And then we continue on here on the ASP. I'm facing away from him, hands up. You stay over there. I'll stay here. We'll wait for these other units. Just quit beating me. You hit me twice with the taser and then dry stun me, and you ain't even told me why I'm stopped. Then he come up and hit me with an ass baton and take me down. Do you think when I get on my back, and all I'm hearing is him get down, get down. Do you think in that moment, that high stress, you're going to be going, oh, he's saying roll over in your stomach? No, you're in fight mode. You're like, what's going on? Why is this even happening? That's all I really wanted to kind of show you guys with all that. Oh, and the other part where they talked about once I'm down on the ground, and see, I'm just like, dude, leave me alone. go through all that, trying to understand what's happening. Now, here comes the other units. 707, they're coming up. Hands on at 708. Got me on my stomach. 711. 714, hands behind my back. Did I really resist them? Do you think maybe it took 3-4 seconds because one's pulling me to the right, one's pulling me to the left, and not coordinating? It was about 3 seconds while I was rolling my stomach before they got my hands behind my back. All right. You also heard from Ashley, Lindsay, and Robin. Ashley's original statement that she made to Deputy Hale and Deputy Carter never mentioned anything about the wrist grab, sex, or fear. Only months later in depositions that suddenly appear. She admitted she'd been drinking bourbon and beer and has a TBI that affects her memory. They also admitted that we'd been drinking about the same amount that night. All 3 witnesses stated 1 to 2 drinks on lunch, 3, and then Robin kind of stretched it at the end there, maybe possibly 5 drinks throughout the evening. So let's just do simple math on that. If you take the highest number, it's 5 drinks over the 4-hour period that we were there that they're referring to from 7 p.m. until they left at 11 p.m. That was when we were having dinner. It's 4 hours, 5 drinks. Rule of thumb is usually 1 drink an hour. That means at that time, we'd only had 1 drink in my system. That's why I was so adamant about doing the chemical test. Give me the option to prove to you that I'm not intoxicated. He denied me of that right. You heard directly from Deputy Simpson. He never offered me a chemical test, but they are required to collect all exculpatory evidence. He just didn't do it. That's one test that would have just simply settled everything. Do a blood, breath, urine test. They've got nurses at the jail, other deputies. They could have had somebody else come run it and give me a chance. That's what I was after. That's why I kept going after that 1:30 to 4 a.m. missing window of video that the state had at first, but then now it's gone.
He's not supposed to bring that up. But
at the jail, I begged again for the test. And then Deputy Roberts said he would call Deputy Simpson and just said he wasn't going to come back.
This is facts, not in evidence.
On Deputy Simpson's, he admitted himself on the stand that he had been written up for conduct unbecoming. He admitted that he had gotten written up for mishandling of evidence in a firearms case. He admitted to arresting someone that it wasn't even an arrestable offense. He admitted that he did not offer me a chance to have the test. Those are his words, not mine. That's what he said under oath.
He hit the hearing problem.
What I do want to point out is what evidence do they have? Deputy Simpson didn't take blood, breath, or urine. He did not document my repeated request. What he did instead, he took my state retirement badge and my credentials. That's his evidence he took from me that night. Wouldn't take chemical tests, but took my badge and credentials. That doesn't prove intoxication, that just proves control. That's not how justice works, and that's not due process. The law requires, beyond a reasonable doubt, every contradiction, every missing record, every denied right that raises doubt. And here, that doubt isn't small, it's overwhelming. In conclusion, if this were you asking for the test that could clear your name,
Objection, Your Honor.
overruled.
Ooh.
Would you want to be convicted on contradictions and assumptions?
Judge should
Of
have
course
sustained
not,
that
because
one.
that's not justice. The only verdict that honors fairness, truth, and the oath you took is not guilty. Thank you.
Hey, he took 10 minutes on the dot.
It's high. You have about 45 seconds remaining.
Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on, let me see what I can do to do that one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, just as an example, you cannot, the fact that I just wanted to go to the front of the car and get my field sobriety test, he's not the one who's sitting there that night telling who to do what. He is the person who's under investigation. It was up to Sergeant Simpson. The whole idea that one was pulling me to the left, one was pulling me to the right, how could I have rolled over? That was denied by the deputy on the stand. So that is not evidence of what he was doing that night. Also, the fact that when you hear him, I'm complying, 10
seconds
there's
left.
a reason why there's the old saying, words are not what you look at.
5
Actions speak
seconds.
louder than words. In this case, I'm not hitting
up.
this podium.
Time's
I'm
up.
not hitting this podium.
Time's up.
What is true? My words or my actions? In this case, his words mean nothing. What were his actions that night? You have that. That's enough to convict this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's beyond a reasonable doubt based on reason and common sense. There's a reason that those words are used in there. I ask that you hold me to that standard, but the fact is, everything he did, his actions have convicted him in this particular case beyond a reasonable
30
doubt.
seconds over.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been a judge for about 20 years now, and in that time, I have learned that different people absorb information in different ways. And I'm going to give you the instructions of law now. Ms. Carrilco is going to give you a written copy of what I am about to tell you. So if you're one of those people that absorb information by listening and following along, you're going to have my script right there in front of you. Sometimes I depart from it. I'll try to tell you when I do and when I come back. But you're going to have what I'm going to tell you on the instructions of law. But if you're that kind of person that doesn't really absorb information, you'd rather just listen, you can do that too. The thing that you can't do is flip ahead and see what you have coming next. Also, you're going to have these instructions with you in the jury room. So if you want to circle or make quick notes on them, you can do that as well. Does everybody have a copy now? All right, members of the jury, you have heard the evidence and the arguments of counsel. It is my duty to instruct you on the law. The court and the jury have different functions. You decide the disputed facts, and the court provides you with the instructions of law. It is your sworn duty to accept these instructions and apply the law as I give it to you. You are not permitted to change the law, nor to apply your own idea of what you think the law is or ought to be. The case before you began with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs Mr. Riefers that he has been charged with a crime. The fact that it has been filed may not be considered by you for any purpose. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which means you are not to assume that any of the facts alleged in the indictment are true. A plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts at issue all the essential elements charged in the indictment. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense charged. What is reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt is present when, after you have, having carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot firmly say that you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It is not mere possible doubt. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of that person's affairs. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, including the deposition and the exhibits admitted during the trial, and any facts the court requires you to accept as true. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. You must decide from all the direct and circumstantial evidence taken together whether the state has proven all the elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Direct evidence is testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts about which the witness testifies. It includes the exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial and the stipulations that you are instructed to accept as fact. Circumstantial evidence, on the other hand, is the proof of facts and circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts that logically and naturally flow according to the common experience of people. I'm going to depart from my prepared remarks to give you an example. My middle granddaughter has recently discovered orange popsicles, and she really likes orange popsicles.
Yay,
Let's say that it was your job as a jury to determine whether or not she had eaten an orange popsicle. If we brought a witness in there and witness in here and testify, I saw her eating the popsicle. That's direct evidence from which you can conclude that she had eaten the popsicle. However, if the witness testifies, I didn't actually see her eating a popsicle, but I saw her beforehand. She looked fine. After, she had all of this orange stuff on her mouth. She had a little stick in her hand that was orange on the end. Fingers were sticky. That is all indirect evidence from which you can reasonably infer that Josie ate that popsicle. Returning here to infer or to make an inference is to reach a reasonable conclusion of fact that you may, but are not required to make from other facts you find have been established by direct evidence. You may infer a fact or reach a conclusion only from other facts that have been proved by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made or not rests entirely with you. Direct and circumstantial evidence are both of equal probative value. The evidence does not include the indictment or the statement of the attorneys. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. The evidence does not include any statements that were stricken by the court or that you were instructed to disregard. You are not to speculate as to why an objection was sustained to any question or what the answer to that question might have been, because these are questions of law that rest solely with the court. Likewise, you must not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion included in a question that was not answered. These statements must be treated as though you never heard them. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. To weigh evidence, you must consider the believability of witnesses, and to do this, you will use the tests that you use in your daily lives. These tests may include the appearance of each witness on the stand, the witness's manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things about which the witness testified, the witness's accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Use the criteria that you believe to be the most appropriate and assign to each witness such weight as you think proper. There can be a natural tendency to assign less credibility to a person because they do not look like you, talk like you, or worship at the same kind of place that you do. Or perhaps more credibility if they are the same race or gender as you. We talked about this a little bit in jury selections, what some folks call implicit bias. Make sure when deciding any of the issues in the case, including credibility, that you are aware that you may be unconsciously part of your thought process, and you should check yourself to make sure that your decisions are not based on race, religion, gender, disability, or sexual preference. You are not required to believe believe the testimony of a witness simply because that witness was placed under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your duty to decide what testimony to believe and what testimony not to believe. The testimony of one witness, if believed by you, is sufficient to prove any disputed fact. It is not necessary that the defendant take the witness stand in his own defense. He has the constitutional right not to testify, and the fact that he did not testify may not be considered by you for any purpose. A number of exhibits and the testimony related to them have been introduced. You may consider whether the exhibits are the same objects in the same condition or whether or not they accurately depict what they purport to be. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence. It may be that not all of the exhibits that were referenced during the trial were admitted into evidence. You are not to draw any inference by the fact that some of the evidence may not be admitted. With regard to the weapons that have been admitted, these are not going to be with you in the jury room. If you want to examine these exhibits, send a note out to Ms. Scirocco. She will bring them to you in the jury room. You may inspect them for as long as you like. But don't talk about the case or engage in any deliberations while she is present. She will leave, take the exhibits with her, and if you need to inspect them further during your deliberations, let her know, and we will follow the same procedure. You will also have with you in the jury room the recorded exhibits and a computer without internet access, which would play these recordings. You shall consider whether the recording is a true record of what transpired at the time it was taken. If you find that it is, then you will determine what weight, if any, the recording should receive in light of all the evidence. If you are unable to play the file on the computer and wish to view it, please contact Ms. Scirocco. She will help you with any technical aspects. Some testimony was presented by way of pre-recorded deposition, which was played for you. This evidence is to be considered in the same light and subject to the same tests that are applied to other witnesses. The defendant is charged in count 1 with improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about November 9, 2024, and in Warren County, Ohio, the defendant knowingly transported or had a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle when, at the time of transportation or possession, he was under the influence of alcohol, a drug of abuse, or a combination of alcohol and a drug of abuse. A person acts knowingly, regardless of purpose, when the person is aware that his conduct will probably cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. A person has knowledge of circumstances when the person is aware that such circumstances probably exist. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from these facts and circumstances whether or not there existed at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that the defendant transported or had a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle while he was under the influence. Proof of motive is not required as to the issue of whether the defendant acted knowingly. Firearm means any deadly weapon capable of expelling or propelling one or more projectiles by the action of an explosive or combustive propellant. The parties have stipulated that the firearm was operable. Possess means to have control over a thing or a substance, but it may not be inferred solely from mere access to the thing or the substance through ownership or occupation of the premises upon which the thing or substance is found. Although mere presence of a person in the vicinity of something is not enough to support the element of possession, if the evidence demonstrates the defendant knowingly was able to exercise dominion and control over an object, the defendant can be convicted of possession. Had means possessed. Loaded means ammunition is in the firearm in question, and one of the following applies. There was ammunition in the magazine that was in the vehicle in question, and that could have been used with the firearm in question, or any magazine that contained ammunition that could have been used with the firearm in question was not stored in a compartment within the vehicle in question that could not have been accessed without leaving the vehicle, or was not stored in a container that provided complete and separate enclosure. Motor vehicle means every vehicle propelled or drawn by any power other than muscular power. Under the influence means that the defendant consumed some alcohol, a drug of abuse, or a combination of alcohol and a drug of abuse, whether mild or potent, in such quantity, whether small or great, that it adversely affected and noticeably impaired the defendant's actions, reactions, or mental processes under the circumstances then existing, and deprive the defendant of that clearness of intellect and control of himself that he would have otherwise possessed. The question is not how much alcohol or drug of abuse would affect an ordinary person. The question is, what effect did any alcohol or drug of abuse consumed by the defendant have on him at the time and place involved? If the consumption of alcohol and or drug of abuse so affected the nervous system, brain, or muscles of the defendant so as to impair to a noticeable degree his ability to operate the vehicle, then the defendant was under the influence. Alcohol means ethyl alcohol, whether rectified or diluted with water or not. Whatever its origin may be, it includes synthetic ethyl alcohol, but it does not, this term excludes denatured alcohol and wood alcohol. I can't really pronounce these, but drugs of abuse, diluted, tenzanide, and amitriptyline are drugs of abuse. Melatonin, though, is not a drug of abuse. If your finding is guilty of this defense, you must separately decide another issue. The state of Ohio claims that any right, title, or interest of the defendant in the two firearms is subject to forfeiture to the state of Ohio. You will sign the verdict form that one or both of these firearms is subject to forfeiture if you unanimously find, by clear and convincing evidence, that the property was an instrumentality that was used in the commission of the offense of improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. These firearms are firearm number 1, EA witness PC serial number MT19231, and firearm number 2, Keltec P38T serial number HCL30. If your verdict is not guilty, you will not decide the additional issue about forfeiture of the firearm, and you must make a finding as to each firearm. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that produces in your mind a firm belief or conviction as to the issue in question. It must be more than evidence that simply outweighs or overbalances the evidence opposed to it. Instrumentality means property that otherwise was lawful to possess, but it had that was used or intended to be used in the offense of improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Count 2, the defendant is charged in count 2 with using weapons while intoxicated. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about November the 9th, 2024, and in Warren County, Ohio, the defendant carried and or used a firearm while under the influence of alcohol, a drug of abuse, or a combination of both. Firearm and under the influence have already been defined for you. You will use those definitions for this count as well. Voluntary intoxication is not an excuse for a criminal offense. However, evidence of intoxication can be used for the purpose of showing the defendant was so intoxicated that he was incapable of performing the act with which he was charged. If your finding is guilty as to this offense, you must again decide if one or both of the firearms are subject to forfeiture using the same criteria that I have already defined for you. The defendant is charged in count 3 with obstructing official business. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that on or about November the 9th, 2024, and in Warren County, Ohio, the defendant, without privilege to do so, and with purpose to prevent, obstruct, and or delay the performance by a public official of any authorized act within his official capacity, did an act which hampered or impeded an officer in the performance of his lawful duties. Privilege means an immunity, license, or right conferred by law or bestowed by express or implied grant or arising out of status, position, office, or relationship, or growing out of necessity. Public official means any elected or appointed officer or employee or agent of the state or political subdivision thereof, whether temporary or in a permanent capacity, includes without limitation legislators, judges, and law enforcement officers.
I'm going to end the poll right now.
Lawful duty means any act or acts required by law. Purpose is an essential element of the crime of obstructing official business. A person acts purposely when it is that person's specific intention to cause a certain result or engage in conduct of a certain nature. It must be established in this case, at the time in question, there was present in the mind of the defendant a specific intention to prevent, obstruct, and or delay the performance of official duties. And the central idea or gist of the offense is a prohibition against the conduct of a certain nature. A person acts purposely regardless of what that person intended to accomplish thereby, if it was that person's specific intent to engage in conduct of that nature. Purpose is a decision of the mind, to do an act with a conscious intent to produce a specific result or engage in specific conduct. To do an act purposely is to do it intentionally and not accidentally. Purpose and intent mean the same thing. The purpose with which another does an act is known only to that person unless he or she expresses it to others or indicates it by his or her conduct. The purpose with which a person does an act or brings about a certain result is determined from the manner in which it is done, the means used, and all the other facts and circumstances in evidence. Proof of motive is not required. The presence or absence of motive is one of the circumstances bearing on knowledge or purpose, but when an act is a crime, a good motive or purpose is not a defense. If you find the defendant guilty of the offense of obstructing official business, you will continue your deliberations and determine if the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's conduct created a risk of physical harm to another. If you find the defendant not guilty, you do not need to make this additional finding. Risk means significant possibility as contrasted with a remote possibility that a certain result may occur or that certain circumstances may exist. Physical harm means any injury, illness, or other physiological impairment regardless of its gravity or duration. The defendant is charged in count 4 with resisting arrest. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about November 9, 2024, and in Warren County, the defendant recklessly or by force resisted or interfered with his lawful arrest. A person acts recklessly when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk. His or her conduct is likely to cause a certain result or be of a certain nature. A person is reckless with circumstances when, with heedless indifference to the consequences, the person disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that such circumstances are likely to exist. Risk has already been defined for you. Force means any violence, compulsion, or constraint physically exerted by any means upon or against a person or a thing.
And in the poll right now.
Resist or interfere means to oppose, obstruct, hinder, impede, interrupt, or prevent an arrest by a law enforcement officer by the use of force or recklessly by any means, such as going limp or any other passive or indirect conduct. An arrest takes place when A, there is an intent to arrest, B, there is real or pretended authority, C, accompanied by a seizure and or detention of the defendant, and D, which is understood by the person arrested. The state of Ohio must prove the arrest was in the process of taking place when the resistance or interference occurred. You must also decide whether or not the arrest was lawful. In this case, because there was no arrest warrant, the arrest is lawful if all of the following apply. A, the offense for which the arrest was being made was one for which the defendant could be arrested. B, the arresting officer had the authority to make the arrest at a time and place where the alleged resistance or interference took place, and a reasonable police officer, under the facts and circumstances and evidence, would have believed the defendant had or was in the process of committing a crime. There was no arrest warrant in this case. The defendant is charged in count 5 with operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, a drug of abuse, or a combination of them. Before you can find the defendant guilty, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about November 9, 2024, and in Warren County, Ohio, the defendant operated a vehicle while under the influence of alcohol, the influence of a drug of abuse, or a combination of them both. Operate means to cause or have caused movement of a vehicle. Vehicle means every device in, upon, or which any person or property may be transported or drawn upon a highway. Under the influence of alcohol and the drug of abuse has already been defined for you.
So,
if you find the state of Ohio has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in the indictment, then your verdict must be guilty as to such offense or offenses according to your findings. If you find the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of any one or more of the offenses charged in the separate counts of the indictment, your verdict must be not guilty as such offense or offenses according to your findings. The charges set forth in each count in the indictment constitute a separate and distinct matter. You must consider each count and the evidence applicable to each count, and you must state your finding as to each count uninfluenced by your verdict as to any other count. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of one or all of the offenses charged. The court has instructed you on the law necessary for your deliberations. I will now instruct you on the law necessary for your deliberations. I will now instruct you on how to conduct your deliberations and to prepare the verdict forms. I know you can't really see them from there, but I will show you what the verdict forms look like. They have the caption. It says State of Ohio versus Brandon Riefers, has the case number, and then the designation here. Verdict form 1, count 1, and I'll tell you what it is: improper handling of a firearm motor vehicle. It says we, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, and there's two choices, either guilty or not guilty. Circle the one that matches your verdict, scratch out the one that doesn't, of improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Remember, if you find the defendant guilty, you have two separate findings. We further find firearm number 1 is or is not subject to forfeiture. Same thing with count 2. We further find, firearm number 2 is or is not subject to forfeiture. Count 2 looks very similar. Caption, we the jury find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, either guilty or not guilty of using weapons while intoxicated. Again, you have the forfeiture specifications. Count 3, obstructing official business, very similar. You have your choice, guilty or not guilty. Remember, if you find the defendant guilty, you got to go on to make a finding as to whether or not the defendant did or did not create a serious risk of physical harm to any person. And then we have resisting arrest and OBI. When you have reached a verdict, complete the verdict form that corresponds with your decision and sign the verdict forms in ink. You must make all your decisions free from sympathy or prejudice, nor should your deliberations be influenced by any consideration of race, sex, religion, national origin, age, or disability. It is your duty to carefully weigh the evidence, to decide the disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of law to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. Your duty as jurors is to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all the evidence and make your findings with intelligence and impartiality and without bias, sympathy, or prejudice so that both the state of Ohio and Mr. Riefers will feel that their case was fairly and impartially tried. If during the course of the trial I did or said anything that you consider to be an indication on my view of the facts, you are instructed to disregard it. Because this is a criminal case, it is necessary you have a unanimous verdict. That means all 12 of you must agree to bring a verdict back into this courtroom. You may not discuss or consider the subject of punishment. Your duty is confined to deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of this offense. In the event that you make a finding of guilty, the duty to decide punishment is by law placed on the court. When you go into the jury room, the first of your function will be to select one of your number to serve as a foreperson. The person that you select to preside over your deliberations does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any more importance than the others. The foreperson serves the purpose of helping you to conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner and give each of you the opportunity to express your opinion. The foreperson also has the additional duties of making sure that the verdict forms are filled out properly and being sure the blinds are closed during deliberations. In case it matters, you should know it is not the responsibility of the foreperson to read the verdicts. After they are returned, I do that. Your initial conduct upon commencing deliberations is important. It is not wise to immediately express a determination or to insist upon a certain verdict because, having expressed yourself, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may be hesitant to give up your position even if it's shown that it is not correct. Consult with one another in the jury room and deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your own individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself. You should do so, however, only after a discussion of the case with your fellow jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you become convinced that it is wrong. However, you should not surrender your position simply to be congenial or to reach a verdict based on the opinions of the other jurors. Deliberations may take place only when all 12 jurors are in the jury room together with no one else present. Should any juror leave the room, all deliberations must cease until the jurors are all together. During breaks, you are not to discuss the case with anyone, even with the other jurors. It may be difficult for you to remember all the evidence or the law. If you disagree as to the evidence, you should try to resolve the issue based upon the collective memories of the jury. If you disagree about the law, refer to the written instructions which you will have with you in the jury room. If you are still unable to resolve the issue, the court may, under certain limited circumstances, furnish this information. If you have a question, it should be reduced to writing so there is no misunderstanding as to what you request. Then deliver the question to the bailiff, who will submit the question to the court. Do not include the status of your deliberations in any question that you may submit. Except for those terms specifically defined in these instructions, you will use the usual, ordinary, customary meaning for those terms. An alternate juror does not participate in the jury deliberations unless one of the other jurors is unable to complete their service. Thankfully, this has not happened. But I am going to retain you as a juror in this case. Ms. Kuroko is going to get your contact information, and we will get in touch with you if you need to return. If not, you will be discharged. You are still bound by all the previous instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to discuss it with you. And do not disclose to anyone how you would have voted. When the case is over, Ms. Kuroko will advise you of the verdict, and you will be released from these instructions upon your discharge. We only have a few more minutes of instruction. Ms. Kuroko will see you out while the jury is getting settled. On behalf of the public, the parties, the court expresses appreciation for your services in performing this important public function. After your verdict is returned and your jury service is complete, you may discuss this case with anyone, but you are not required to do so. Whether you discuss the case with counsel, with the press if there is any, or anyone else after you are discharged is a matter of your own free choice. The court is going to place in your possession the exhibits, the verdict forms. The foreperson will retain these records, including the verdict, and return them to the courtroom. Until your verdict is announced in open court, you are not to disclose to anyone the status of your deliberations or the nature of your verdict. Ms. Kuroko is going to collect your cell phones, smartphones, etc., keep them during deliberations. And if there is a pressing need to contact home during deliberations, please let her know that. We will try to work something out. Please make sure that you turn them off when you give them to the bailiff. Does any side require or need any further instruction at this time?
Yes, Judge, can you pass the menus out
Can we
again?
just confirm one verdict form? Or do you want to do that after?
We can check the verdict
Okay,
forms
that's
after.
fine. Then no, nothing while you're on there.
All right, after you retire, select a foreperson. When all 12, I repeat, all 12 of you have agreed on a verdict, you will sign the verdict form in ink and advise the bailiff. You will then be returned to the courtroom. Make sure that you do not begin deliberating until all 12 of you are in the jury room, the door is closed, and the blinds are down. Ms. Cook, you can take the jury out.
All right, wait for the door to shut, and we're going to start the timer. We have a poll going right now. How long will the jury deliberate? I only had 3 I think it's going to be a verdict today, so I ran out of options. I had to add the fireball one on the end. Get your coat, because it's going to be cold in there.
Yeah, that's true.
She's like, yeah, I will. It's really cold. All right, door's shut. Timer started. I'll put it on screen here.
We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. Ms. Hyatt, something about the verdict form?
Yeah, it was just on verdict form number, for count 3, the obstructing charge. You had read serious risk of physical harm. It's just risk of physical harm. I just want to make sure it's just risk of physical harm on the verdict form.
Serious risk of physical harm?
Because mine's, I didn't see this, but mine actually said risk of serious physical harm, which also is not right.
Check the books. Judge is consulting the law books. He's pinned this view, which is a nice view, but we just can't see the judge.
The risk of physical harm.
Right, that's all it should be.
All right, I'll fix it.
Thank you.
She crumbles up the paper into a ball and then uncrumples it. All right, we are now going to lunch. The jury is getting La Rosas ordered in. They ordered off the menu.
Debbie, you have posted up there. I'm sorry, what? Oh, we on the record still? Sorry.
Yeah, we are.
Oh.
Now we're off. So, let's see. Here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to kill the live stream because the court doesn't either. We're going to go to lunch and we'll just be watching court and keep the timer going. Does that work? We're only 4 hours in. If we need to, when we reach the 6-hour mark, we'll stop and restart. But we might get this all in one. It could be quick. Could be quick. I think it's under 2 hours. You know what? I'm not even worried. If we go over 6 hours, I don't care. We're going to go 12 hours today. It's fine. No problems. Not worried about the break at 6 hours. That's official. So we're just going to do one stream. That means I'm going to just walk away, turn on some sound effects. The sound... I fixed the seats. So as you know right now...
Hush!
Well, there's an example.
I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice.
The sound effects are now working. It was actually a LumiaStream problem, and they patched it, updated. They released 3 patches to their software today. It went from 8.8.10 to 8.8.3.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
And they disabled all the previous ones because it was causing problems. So this should fix the problem of all the other days it not working. So, although we are still having problems about this one right here, I'll get that. I'll send that over to them.
I saw a chicken fight.
Let's see. Thank you. I haven't seen a cow in so long. This is the cow. This is a well-worn cow.
May be upon us.
It's utterly amusing. So, what is Greener's
There's nothing in the order that
uptime?
restrains you from talking to cats.
I don't know why it's not counting when.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm gonna have to turn it down just for a minute so I can talk. I don't know why it's not counting properly. That YouTube uptime, that is a variable that I put in the command, so that anytime you trigger the late command, it will tell you how long the stream has been going. Like that's the uptime, and it says you were this late. It just inserts that number, but it's not polling that number correctly right now. So I'll get that complaint over to Lumia Stream, and they'll patch it and fix it. Do we have a verdict clock? I'm about to put it on screen. Give me just a second. We do have a verdict clock working. I just need to sort of make it look good. Okay, let's go full screen. Make it as big as we can. Let's bring it on right here. Okay, it's ugly right now. It's a work in progress, right? So don't at me quite yet. I will fix it. It needs to be bigger, like that big. And we need to cut the top off and the bottom off. For this, I actually use Chrome, and I go to I just Google online timer, and it's what comes up in the browser on Chrome. So, and we're going to cut off the minutes or the seconds here, so we can just have a timer like that. We'll need a little bit more on the left because it will need it. And now let's put it where it goes. Drag it in the bottom right-hand corner. That is our deliberation timer. I'm excited to get lunch. My son made his connection flight. We were worried. I was a little worried. Made his connection flight, and my other son, who was picking him up from the next airport he lands at, and then driving him to the next state he's going to, is only about an hour and a half late to get him. So I guess that's good. Does a cow make noise? It does not. This is a squishy cow that's filled with gel. It's filled with like a white, like sort of like a cross between toothpaste and hair. Well, it's white hair gel is basically the best consistency. I know this because Mrs. R.A. was squeezing my last one, and it had utter catastrophe, and she was covered in cow juice. It happened. It was a real thing. You want Grace the New Green? I can play one song. I can actually put music on. I can put music on for lunch if you want, but if you don't like the music, just turn it off and wait till I come back on screen. We have the sad music, sad piano, I can only play from here. This one. I can only do that from here. You guys want the piano? You guys want the sad piano? Do you want a story to go along with it? Because that's a little harder. Okay. I'll try a story. Let's see what I can come up with. This is on the fly. How much bourbon can one man drink? Is there a limit? Is there a certain number out there that is the target? Do not exceed? Or does it vary by the situation? Brandon Riefers may have been trying to find out just that very question when he went out on his first in-person date with Ashley from the internet. It was love at first sight, almost. It was more like, they just sort of gelled, And Ashley, she's not stupid. She invites her friends to come along, right? We're gonna have Robin and her best friend, Robin's wife. So it's like a 4 little double couple thing going on. It's an all-day thing, We go out, we have some fun, we have some drinks, we head back to the house. It was happening. It was happening. Everybody had two things in common. Everybody had a little something to drink. And everybody had a side piece. Like a defense, not like a side piece. They had like side arm, excuse me. Did I misspeak? Well, what could possibly go wrong? The date was great. Dinner was fantastic. Robin cooked everything up on the grill. It was wonderful. Bourbon was being served all around. Straight, on the rocks, old-fashioned, however you like it, it was being served up. But something went wrong. Sometime after dark, Brandon possibly misjudged Ashley's actions. And what he thought was a sure deal became no deal very quickly. Now, it could be the bourbon. Probably was. But Brandon was not okay with no deal. He left in a huff. He hopped in his car and drove through the neighbor's bushes and left the property. We're not done. We need a chapter 2. That's not where the story ends. In fact, after he left the property, the friends, the three of them, Ashley, Robin, Ashley's best friend, they got together and determined that they were so scared of Brandon because of his unwanted advances on Ashley that all three of them had to arm themselves with whatever was available within the house. Robin grabbing a shotgun from the basement, Ashley following her friend upstairs and grabbing guns from the top dresser drawer, both sides of the bed. And then with phone in hand, they called 911 to report that a man had tried entering their home and that he had had something to drink and that Ashley did not want to have sex with that man. This much we know. Now that man had just been a guest, had just spent the day with them, had left in a huff, had not been ordered to leave, came back, tried the door, it was locked, went around to the back, he's like, what's up with that? Was met by Robin. Robin says, no go. Ashley says it's over. Brandon leaves. Drives away. But 911 has been called. Officer, I forget his name, responds to the neighborhood and finds Brandon at a stop sign about to turn left on the good old, what was the road? I don't know. Old Farm Drive in Ohio. From there, it went downhill. The officer effectuated a stop for unknown reasons, but possibly not signaling was one of them. Within a minute, Brandon is out of the car. He's being detained. He's being tased. He's being tased again and tased a third time. But then, the officer reached in his back pocket and he grabbed his asp. I said asp. And he pulled it out and he whacked Brandon in the leg. Brandon goes down. 2 other officers come up. They arrest him. They handcuff him. They haul him off to jail. They take his gun. They take his other gun. They lock him up. And they never perform a chemical analysis of whether or not he was in fact drunk. And that, my friends, is why we're here in court. That's it. And we have a pro se defendant. There's a whole bunch there as well. I can't do this on the fly, guys. I need a little bit of practice. Fireball should be featured there somewhere. But all right. Officer Hard of Hearing, that's his name. How do I do this on the fly? I watched the court and then I remember some things. That's all. Samantha says I was waiting for the ASP. Yes. Armament Systems and Procedures Incorporated. It's a U.S.-based manufacturer of compliance equipment, pain compliance, used by law enforcement and private security companies. That is the ASP in ASP. But Officer Hard of Hearing put the AS in ASP and stepped it up a little bit. All right. That's all I've got. We have lunchtime. Corey, thanks for the kind words. It deserved a lot better than that. It really did. But the jury is eating their lunch right now, and it sounds delicious. They're La Rosa's. Man, I'm looking at the menu right now. It's delicious. Look. Can you see this? Look at this. That's the menu. Pizzeria, the must-try stuffed pizza pie serves 2 to 3. For me, that would be 1, and then maybe 3 chocolate chunk cookies on the side to finish it up. Skip the salad. No, thank you. I'm hungry. So, anyway, I'm not having La Rosa's because I don't even think I have one close to me. And if it is, it's probably not the same store. We're going to go to lunch, and we are not going to end the live stream. We are going to keep the video up right here, which has our timer. This is a live view of the courtroom. If anything happens here, you'll see it. I think the judge, unfortunately, has pinned this view and might forget to switch it. So this might be the view for the rest of the trial, which is okay because we do get to see prosecution and defense. We just don't get to see the judge. And, of course, the jury was always off limits. There's nobody in the gallery. There has been nobody in the gallery this entire time. This court, this whole trial has flown under the radar. For most Ohioites, people of Ohioan descent, whatever that is, people that live there, nobody knows, except for a couple, and they're here with us. So, need to read a story at night so I can fall asleep. You have a soothing voice. I'll try. I can maybe do that. Start a new live stream, ASMR style. All right, we do have sound effects on. Do you guys want some music while we have some lunch? It's gonna be mayhem with the sound effects on and the music going at the same time. Buckeyes, we call them Buckeyes. Ohioans, just Ohio Palm Mom probably knows.
I'm not a cat.
Do you do readings for audiobooks and nighttime stories? I don't. No music needed, just sounds. Okay. Here's the deal. The sounds, I'll leave them about this loud. It's not full volume. If you don't like them, just turn them down a little bit. You can just stay in chat. Well. Once I come back, I will activate my camera like this. Bing. And
somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
And then we'll possibly watch some other courts while we keep this going in the background with the audio and everything. As soon as we get a verdict, we're going to hear it right here because I think it's going to be quick. I think it's going to be a hump day verdict, a rare hump day verdict. This is not going to turn into a podcast Thursday verdict.
I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
But Mrs. R.A. already...
Diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
You don't. Mrs. R.A. has already come in and told me that I look really good in these glasses, so I'm going to go say hi to her and get some lunch, and we'll see in a bit. The buzz. Sorry, I might be able to get rid of this buzz. That's from court. It's their audio system.
I saw a chicken fight.
Let's see. Sounds like... We're breaking for lunch right now. Grab lunch. Put a low end.
Walmart.
Okay, low end right there.
I'm not a cat.
Running a frequency sweep right now. Hang on.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Happy birthday. You look good.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Sidebar.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Okay.
What more do you need
There you go. All right, I've turned the sound down a little bit.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Alexis, grabbing some lunch. Take Mrs. R.A. to a rooftop date at the Waffle House.
I saw
Greeners, you're fired.
I saw a chicken fight.
Don't miss the forest.
Anyone else have a blank screen? Tash, I think it's just you. I've got a picture up on here, so refresh if you don't have it. Of course, if you got a blank screen, you won't
There's nothing in the order
know.
that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
And I'm not a fan of Judge Bev. All these sound effects, they can only be triggered once every 60 seconds. So there's that. So I'm going to go to lunch. I'll be right back in just a bit, and we'll see you. See you in a bit.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Squirrel. Happy birthday. You look good.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I'm not a cat.
Is that correct?
I'm not a camel.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
I was told counsel wanted to see me inside bar.
Hey.
And now let Murdoch stall it.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Squirrel.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Bring the jury.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
And now let Murdoch stall it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
I saw a chicken fight.
Because he's the guy.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Bring the jury.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I was told counsel wanted to see me inside bar.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I'm not a camel. Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I'm not a cat.
I saw a chicken fight.
Bring the jury.
Have them send someone with more experience.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
Shame on you, sir.
Is that correct?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
I'm not a camel.
What more do you need to see?
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Somebody.
There's a lawsuit.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Squirrel!
Bring the jury.
Shame on you, sir.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Because he's the guy.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I think
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
in front of the Walmart. How does he do that?
I'm not a camel.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I'm not a cat.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge? Happy birthday. You look good.
Because he's the guy.
Squirrel!
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Alex stole it.
Is that correct?
Bring the jury.
How does he do that?
I'm not a cat.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge? Have them send some.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
I object.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I'm not a camel.
Because he's the guy.
Are we gonna address subject matter jurisdiction?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
And now let Murdoch stole it.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Hey.
Bring the jury.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
In front of the Walmart.
What more do you need to see? You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Shame on you, sir.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I'm not a fan.
This is the case of the State of Ohio versus Kareem Cropper, case number 25 CR 42528. Present before the court is Mr. Cropper, right?
Yes.
Presented by Ms. Kirby. We have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office. Officer, wait, it's not Rose anymore, right?
No, it is Rose.
It's Rose?
It, They put Hudson on here, but
Okay.
it's still Rose.
All right. Officer Rose, formerly perhaps known as Hudson, is here from probation. We're here today for sentencing. Has everybody had the opportunity to review the PSI?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any reason not to go forward with sentence today?
No, Your Honor.
We have 72 days of jail time credit, and the figure that has been submitted is $9,403 in restitution, but that's subject to some discussion.
Yes,
Right?
Your Honor.
All right, Mr. View, on behalf of the state or the victim?
Your Honor, just in terms of, my understanding is we're prepared to do community control with an ICOTS back to New Jersey. There is a license suspension of 3 years to life. The state's requesting a 3-year license suspension on that. And restitution in the amount of $9,403. I know defense counsel and I looked at that, but it sounds like maybe the court did not get that breakdown. And, sorry. I had it. There it is. The information we have that was sent to probate, it seems that Ms. Kennard sent it to probation for the PSI is the repairs to the vehicle were $5,472.85. Replacement for the keys was $778.32. Tow charges paid by the victim, $1,263.15. Airfare for the victim to fly here from Massachusetts to recover the vehicle, $1,418.76. Hotel accommodations for that travel, $171.80. And car rental charges, $298.62 for the total of $9,403.
There is an additional $600 request for lost wages, but the state's not really pursuing that, right?
We've attempted to have conversation with the victim, Mr. Abu Bakr. I let him know that he included in that, he was requesting that, but I told him that typically those are not included in criminal restitution that the court would order.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Rose?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Kirby?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we would request that the court place Mr. Cropper on probation with the ICOTS transfer to New Jersey. It's my report that he has been doing well on supervision since the court has allowed him to go back to New Jersey. He's employed, he's seeing his child, and things are going well for Mr. Cropper. He is on a monitor, so we would request that that monitor be removed after today's hearing. In terms of restitution, the prosecution is requesting upwards of $9,000 for this restitution figure. The victim is not here to provide any proof of these restitution figures. I don't know how much, I know that he sold the car, but I don't know how much he sold the car for, so it seems like there is too much in question for Mr. Cropper to be on the hook for this amount of money when the victim received his money back through the sale of the car.
Anything you want to tell me, Mr. Cropper?
Not really, no.
I do think that $9,403 is the appropriate restitution figure, so I am going to find that that is the amount which is necessary to be paid by Mr. Cropper to make the victim whole in this case. And what I am going to do, Mr. Cropper, is I'm going to place you into my community control program, basic probation for a period of 3 years. We're going to do what we call an ICOTS transfer. That means we're going to transfer your supervision to New Jersey. I'm going to sentence you to 180 days in jail. I'm going to credit you the 72 days that you have already done. And I am going to impose the remainder of those days if the restitution is not paid. So we're going to set this for a hearing that's going to take place probably in March. I want to go ahead and get that hearing before we leave today. And if it's all paid by then, you don't need to go to jail. If it's not paid by then, you need to be here in person, explain to me why it hasn't been paid. Alternatively, if nothing's been paid and I don't hear from you, you ought to plan on going to jail that day. If you have 2/3 of it, most of it, whatever's paid, get in touch with Officer Rose in advance of the hearing. If you're making decent progress on the restitution, I might allow you to appear at that hearing via Zoom. But if you haven't paid anything, paid a couple bucks, not even getting halfway there, that's not going to work. I am going to impose upon you the standard rules of community control. Order that you pay the restitution, not going to impose a fine. I am going to impose the costs. I'm going to suspend your license for a period of 3 years. If you violate the terms of your supervision or you leave the state without permission, I can sentence you up to the maximum penalty in the case, which is 18 months on each of these cases, plus the optional period of post-release control. Is there anything else we need to do today?
Nothing additional from the state judge. Thank you.
All right, finally, Mr. Cropper, you do have the right to appeal this to the 12th District Court of Appeals in Middletown. If you don't have the funds to hire a lawyer, to obtain a transcript, or to pay the costs, they'll all be provided to you at no charge. Good luck to you, and we'll remove the monitor today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Do I need to include remove from monitor in the...
Officer Rosa, could you be so kind as to complete the EM referral form?
Yes.
Ms. Kuroko's tied up with the jury. Normally she would do that sometimes.
Nope, I can do it when I get back.
Okay, thank you. Next is the case of the State of Ohio versus Lisa O'Leary. 42563. Present before the court is Mr. Kathman, representing Ms. O'Leary. We have Mr. View from the prosecutor's office, and we are here for a conference in advance of our bench trial, which is set to begin in a couple of weeks. Mr. View, what is the status on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, since the last hearing, we've had a couple of discussions with defense counsel regarding resolution of the case. I've also had an opportunity to talk with the defendant's daughter, the victim, Helen O'Leary, regarding resolution. I know most of the discussions we've had revolve around resolving the M4 domestic violence charge. The victim, Helen O'Leary, indicates that she does want the state to pursue that there is a history of that kind of behavior from the defendant in this case related to her and to her father, and that she is prepared to go forward. But we had some discussions about, the defendant taking responsibility for other parts of the case, and what I proposed as a resolution is a plea to the illegal conveyance and the OOB, and with an agreement we would place her on probation and direct services towards mental health or substance abuse. I gave that information to Mr. Kathman. My understanding is he's discussed that with Miss O'Leary, and she does not want to enter that plea. So I think we're prepared to go forward with the bench trial that we have. Other than that, I have a meeting this afternoon with Helen O'Leary for trial preparation. The state's prepared to proceed, and we do have some stipulations that we put on the record to the drug lab and also to the cruiser and body camera, and I know we indicated we present those to the court in advance of the trial for review.
Mr. Kathman, what's our status?
Your Honor, that's the communications that Mr. View spoke of are accurate. My recollection of the email, though, I thought the plea was to the possession, the conveyance, and the OOB. I think that was kind of the sticking point. So you're telling me today that the possession would be dismissed?
Yeah, I don't remember that specifically, Mr. Kathman, but let me...
It wouldn't be a shock if I misread an email or ignored one, but I didn't ignore it.
I did include that, but if we want to resolve it today with the conveyance and the OOB, I think we could do that. If that's what the sticking point is, I don't think that that's an issue for the state.
Your Honor, when we discussed this, I know you mentioned that sometimes it's better to hear the facts of the case. We've never disputed parts of the prosecutor's case. It was more just the domestic violence with her daughter, because she's indicated to me that what the daughter has alleged she did just did not happen. And so it came, in processing this, we're going to plead to 3 I thought we were pleading to 3 felonies to dismiss an M4, which didn't sound like a great option. But getting rid of one of the other felonies is a whole different situation. So I don't know how the court wants me to handle it. I'd be happy to have a conversation with her about that right now. I do have to appear before Judge Teep at 1:30, but that's a conference on a judicial release, so I'm thinking that's going to take about 30 seconds.
I mean, I got time, so
Okay.
if we want to talk
okay,
about that.
I apologize for the miscommunication. That is what the email said to you. I prepared a plea form just for counts 1 and 2, so I'll just print that out.
So she would be entering a plea to the illegal conveyance, the obstruction, the possession would be dismissed, and the M4 DV would be dismissed.
Correct.
Right.
There's counts 3, 4, 5, and 6 would all be dismissed.
Okay.
We'll talk.
Talk, let me know.
Okay,
We're around.
I may have to jump over and do that, but.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Squirrel.
I'm not a camel.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
Have them send someone with more experience.
In front of the Walmart.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I saw a chicken fight.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a camel.
Bring the jury.
I'm not a cat.
Have them send someone with more experience.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm not a camel.
All right. I came back. It looks like the judge is taking care of some other docket stuff. The white balance is terrible.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
All right, we're back. I miss T-shirts and hairdos. I saw a hairdo just now. It looks terrible with the white balance. You can barely tell who it is. Let's see if the glasses help. Oh, wow, so much better. So much
I'm
better.
Not a cat.
No, it's pretty much the same.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Let's see. This cuts into our poll. Let me finish the poll really quickly. I'm sorry, I left that up. The poll. This was how long. Hey, welcome, Broken Baker and fellow bakers. I just saw you guys rated us. Let's see. Let me go ahead and end this poll if I can. Well, it's not letting me. Give it a second. Okay, here we go. Poll. We've got over 1,000 votes. I'm going to go ahead and end it. The question is, how long will the jury deliberate? 1 to 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours, 4 to 8 hours, or verdict after the fireball is all gone? And it looks like 1 to 2 hours came in with 68%. The other 23 at 2 to 4, and then single digits in the 4 to 8 or the fireball option. So good polls there. That's well above the margin of error for the numbers. Were good. Zach says no disparaging hair comments, and she did write Time After Time, which is a great song. Thank you, Zach. Winter Sky. I think we got you, Winter Sky, previously, but lurking non-creepily. Shelley Small, welcome to the gallery. You came in and joined us during the trial, during the closing arguments, I believe. And no, just thought I'd welcome you officially. Susie says, heading to a hair appointment with y'all in tow. Don't want to miss the verdict. And Alexis, welcome to the jury.
From the Walmart.
Alexis, thank you. Mrs. Squirrel, welcome to the gallery as well. All right. Timer-wise, we're approaching the 1 hour mark, which is basically lunch. So I'm not sure if we officially should count this hour. We know they're eating La Rosas, so it's
You're talking about
pretty yummy.
stuff that is not relevant.
You know what this morning I went to Walmart, right? Not the murder Walmart. I went to the neighborhood Walmart and picked up a few things needed. I told you I got some cereal, milk, chocolate milk, cat food, spicy maple bourbon pickles, which I ate for lunch, almost the entire jar, and a couple other things, bread, water, Deer Park water. I saw for sale, limited time, Reese's flavored Oreos. So it's basically an Oreo, but instead of the white good filling in the middle, it just has peanut butter, I'm guessing, like Reese's peanut butter mix. Is that worth a try? I don't know. There's a podcast tomorrow. I have to try something. I think Weather Watch has some food to try as well. So it's peanut butter filled Oreos. Oreo Reese's are good. Can you still dip them in milk? I mean, I've always liked peanut butter sandwich and milk. Yes, they are so good. Walmart is doing a total redo. I don't know where anything is. They keep doing that. It's crazy. Okay, I might go try them. When's the last time you did your blood sugar? I've never tested mine, Judy. Just discovered Reese's chocolate peanut butter dipped animal crackers. I think they have those at Sam's Club in big bags. Might have to do that as well. No, the chocolate is wrong. They're not good. Try them with hot sauce. Peanut butter and hot sauce? Is that a thing? Michael M., I have my local neighborhood Walmart has probably more variants of Oreos than anything I've ever seen. The judge is coming back. I wonder what docket issue he has here.
Brown, case number 25CR42828. Present before the court is Mr. Brown, right?
Yes, sir.
Represented by Mr. Staten, and we have Mr. Harris from the prosecutor's office. We're here today for pretrial, but it's my understanding Mr. Brown's going to be entering a plea of guilty, and we're going to set this for sentencing. Is that accurately stated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brown, how old are you?
43.
How far did you go in school?
Some college.
Are you able to read and write English?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Are you taking any medications?
No.
No, sir.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, sir.
We've had some discussions about your case. If you enter a plea of guilty to this charge, I'm not going to sentence you today because I don't know enough about you and I don't know enough about this case yet. What I'm going to do is set this for sentencing. That's going to take place in about 8 weeks. We're going to do a pre-sentence investigation, and this seems like the case that I'm going to put you into my community control program, get you into some drug treatment. Other than that, has anybody made any threats, promises, or representations to get you to plead guilty to this against your will? I have a document entitled Change of Plea and Entry. Looks like on the second page is a signature above the line defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Did you review this with Mr. Staten before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the representation that you've received in the case?
Yes, sir.
You're going to be entering a plea of guilty to 1 count of possession of drugs, 5th-degree felony, punishable by up to 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. You're also going to enter a plea of guilty to attempted tampering with evidence. This is a 4th-degree felony, punishable by up to 18 months in prison. There is no mandatory prison in the case, but if you violate the terms of your supervision and I do send you to prison, the maximum penalty also includes an optional period of post-release control of up to 2 years. Before we go any further, Mr. Brown, I want to make sure that you understand your rights. You're presumed to be innocent in this case. That means that you can't be sentenced or punished until you either plead guilty or the state of Ohio proves that you're guilty. If they can, they have to do that unanimously to a jury or to a judge beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial. You would have the right to confront all the witnesses against you at the trial, compel witnesses to testify on your own behalf, and you have the right to remain silent. If you enter a plea of guilty to these charges, you're going to waive all of those rights. You're going to admit that you did it. We're going to get on to the matter of the sentence. Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harris, what are the facts?
Your Honor, if this matter had proceeded to trial, the state would show beyond a reasonable doubt, in addition to all allegations in the indictment as to count 1 and as amended to count 2, that on or about June 28th of 2025 in the city of Franklin, Warren County, Ohio, the defendant, Aaron Brown, did possess alprazolam without a valid prescription and attempted to conceal the drug in the back passenger floorboard. This was after a traffic stop.
Anything on those facts, Mr. Staten? No, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Brown, did you hear those facts?
Yes, sir.
Do you admit they are true?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the right you're giving up by entering a plea?
Yes, sir.
What's your plea?
Guilty.
Based upon the plea of guilty, I'm going to find you guilty. I think that you've made an intelligent, voluntary choice here today, only after you have been fully advised of your constitutional rights, which you waived and rejected here in open court. We're not going to go into the matter of the sentence today. We're going to do a level 2 pre-sentence investigation. I'll see you back here in a couple of months. All right, next is the case of the state of Ohio versus Lisa O'Leary.
I can tell you, if he gets to walk for a couple months.
I'm sorry, my client did ask me to inquire whether or not the court would entertain removing his ankle bracelet pending disposition on this matter.
Probably not.
He's lost his job when he got arrested, and he's attempting to find another one that's becoming more difficult with his bracelet on.
All right, I'm okay with that. But by the time we get back here for sentencing, I want that monitor fee paid off.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right, that's a good deal. Whoa, back Betty.
All right, next is the case of the state of Ohio versus Lisa O'Leary, 25 CR 42563. We are back on the record, and it's my understanding we're doing a plea.
Larkin Poe sings that song really well.
And I have a signed plea form, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, Ms. O'Leary, how old are you?
I'm 54.
How far did you go in school?
I graduated high school.
Are you able to read and write English? Are you under the influence
Yes,
of...
Your Honor.
Are you under the... Questions
no.
are the same for everybody, Ms. O'Leary. Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Are you taking any medications?
Yes.
What are you taking?
I have 4 medications, and I have pictures of them for blood
Let me ask it this way. Are you taking anything that would interfere with your ability to understand what we're doing here today?
No.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Hard rock.
Has anybody made any threats, promises, or representations to get you to plead guilty to this against your will?
No, sir.
I have a document entitled Change of Plea and Entry. Looks like on the second page there's a signature above the line defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, sir.
Did you review this with Mr. Kathman before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the representation that you've received in the case?
Yes.
You're going to enter a plea of guilty to 1 count of illegal conveyance of drugs onto the drugs of abuse onto the grounds of a specified government facilities, 3rd-degree felony, punishable by 36 months in prison and a $10,000 fine. Also obstructing official business, which is a 5th-degree felony, punishable by up to 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine.
That's like 4 years.
No mandatory prison in the case. Seems likely that I would put you into my community control program. But if you violate the terms of that supervision, then the maximum penalty includes an optional period of post-release control of up to 2 years after your prison term. Before we go any further, I want to make sure that you understand your rights. You're presumed to be innocent in this case. That means that you can't be sentenced or punished until you plead guilty or the state of Ohio proves that you're guilty. You have to do that unanimously to a jury or to a judge beyond a reasonable doubt at a trial. You would have the right to confront all the witnesses against you at the trial, compel witnesses to testify on your own behalf, and you have the right to remain silent. If you enter a plea of guilty to these charges, you're going to waive all of those rights. You're going to admit that you did it. We're going to get on to the matter of the sentence. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Mr. View?
Your Honor, if the case were to proceed to trial, the state would produce evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on March 24th of 2025 at the defendant's residence located in Deerfield Township, Warren County, state of Ohio, Warren County Sheriff's Office deputies responded to a disturbance call at the home. Based upon the information they received from the witnesses, they placed the defendant under arrest. She then obstructed officers in the performance of their duties in a manner that created a risk of physical harm. She was then transported to the Warren County Jail, where she conveyed methamphetamine onto the grounds of that detention facility.
Any of those facts, Mr. Kathman?
Yeah.
Ms. O'Leary, did you
starting
hear
the
those
Q&A.
facts?
Yes.
Starting the
You admit they're
Q&A.
true?
Yes, sir.
Take
Do
a
you
look at
understand the
chat.
right you're giving up by entering a plea?
Yes, sir.
There we
What's your
go.
plea?
Guilty.
Based upon the plea of guilty, I'm going to find you guilty. I think that you've made a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent choice here today, only after you had been fully advised of your constitutional rights, which you waived and rejected here in open court. I'm not going to go into the matter of the sentence today. We'll do level 2 pre-sentence investigation, go back down to pretrial, fill out the paperwork for the PSI. See everybody back here in about 8 weeks.
All right, thank you.
The question was,
Thank you, Judge.
what type of Oreos should RA try tomorrow on the podcast? We have a couple suggestions. We have Reese's. Pickle, I don't even think that was a thing. Spicy, flamin' hot, I don't think that's a thing either.
Can you do a tutorial for the Hamilton County judges on doing pleas quicker, like that?
Did you hear that?
Don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Can you teach all the other judges how to do their job better, is what he just said. And I don't think the judge is going to be like, no, don't do that. Get the Reese's Oreos and the Oreos Reese's. Oh, do they have Oreo Reese's as well? Orange? Okay. Selena Gomez. Oh, okay, Selena Gomez. That's an actual thing. Have you tried the Thins? They're my personal favorite because I don't really like the filling. I'm a double stuff guy. Peanut butter. That's the Reese's. Selena Gomez. Post Malone salted caramel are so good. Who do I need to talk to get my own? Can I get like an RA Oreo? RA Oreo. There's a mouthful. RA Oreo. Okay. I've seen a couple Selena Gomez. Let me go ahead and end the Q&A since those are the winners. Maybe I'll need to get both Selena Gomez and the peanut butter ones. Ending the Q&A. Chat's coming back. Okay, we're back in chat. We have some more. Oh, wow. There were a whole bunch of answers that didn't show up on my list. How did that happen? Apparently, I don't know how to do a Q&A. Wasabi? Golden Oreos are... Oh, they're so good. I'm actually a big fan of... we call them quantity cookies. They sort of look like an Oreo, but they're usually you get them in like brown with white filling and like yellow with white filling. Those are good. As a breakfast cereal, just fill your bowl full of them and then pour milk on it and just eat it like slop. S'mores are definitely the best. Pumpkin spice. Am I the last person who knew Reese's makes a peanut butter protein bar? They make everything. Birthday cake. Those are good. Mint Oreos, we can find them. My store has all the Oreos. It is, I think the manager is like, that's his favorite brand. Lemon are the best. We never left. In my chat, I could only see like 5 answers to my question, and I'd missed all this chat. Love a pie made with crushed Oreos. You can actually get an Oreo branded pie crust, like Oreo brand pie crust at the store. You can buy them. It's pretty cool. Let me know when they create Captain Crunch Oreos. Carrot cake. Well, I do have those as well. That's an option. Have you had s'mores goldfish? No, I've not. Barb's like, all right, verdict any second now. Come on, we're ready. I have to be on the lookout because I've got the verdict music to play. And they're not going to warn us. Because there's nobody to page and say, hey, get to the courtroom. As soon as we see people showing up, I'm going to have to just hit the music. Hope it's not a question. Let's see. Let's see. Trying to find Josh's chat. There it is. Jury selection opening statements likely happening today at 5 Eastern. That's when we're going to portal over to Brandy Churchwell's live stream of the interview with the Donna Adelson jury foreman. Tomorrow testimony will begin. However, defense is currently making arguments for prosecutorial misconduct. Charges hit and run out of Thurston County. Well, let's take a peek. That's worth just... If I can find the remote control. Here we go. Where am I at? I'm on 8. You know what Sorry, I got the hiccups now. Do you know what YouTuber my daughter loves to watch? You'll never guess. There's a couple out of Florida. It was like a hunting and fishing channel, and the husband, who has the main channel, His name is Robert Arrington. He runs a channel called Deer Meat for Dinner. Okay, so you can imagine it's a hunting channel if it's deer meat for dinner. And his wife started a channel called Deer Mom, like DEER, because she's also a hunter or fisher. My daughter loves watching Deer Mom. The last couple of videos, they went out and rescued 3 opossums, and it will turn your stomach when you hear the story of how they do this, because the mom possum died and was just like decomposing. Anyway, they rescued 3 opossums, and they're now raising 3 opossums in their house. Did I say opossums? 3 possums in their house, and it's pretty funny. My daughter loves it. So there's that. All right, we're looking for Thurston County Courts. We have the deer meat for dinner knives. Oh my goodness, I did not have one of their knives, but Robert's had some really serious health problems with some strokes, and watching him fight to get back to where he was, the family's got a ton of strength. It's awesome. Let's see. Which one is it? Is it court 1, court 4? Looks like 4. Wow, this is the funky view. Check this out. Oh. And right then they go away.
He's now faced
like this.
with foregoing that right to a meaningful trial because I cannot provide a meaningful defense, not knowing whether or not this eyewitness identification, that is the only thing putting him at the scene, was done properly, was done correctly, or he has to choose to put himself back into an excluded period on the last day of the excluded period after several trial confirmations and continuance to no fault of neither state or defense, so that we can investigate this further.
I've got to go back a little bit. Josh says this is spicy and worth watching. We've got the audio from the other court turned on right now, so.
Understandings. Ms. Simpson, you're pleading guilty to criminal trespass in the 2nd degree.
This is not it. Let's get Attorney Rowe off the screen here. Okay, here we go. I think it's about right here.
Then, all right, now I can pay attention to.
Now I can pay attention. No, why we have the double view? Never found Mr. Frog.
Okay, so
Still in the
now
wind.
I understand. So on this one issue, I mean, it sounds like there are a few, and we'll take them piece by piece. But all right, so we expect to see Trooper Jacobs.
Well, that will sort of depend, Your Honor. If the court chooses to suppress any mention of the interview and any mention of the eyewitness identification admonition, then the state wouldn't really have any reason to call him, and in that case, we would not.
But he's under subpoena and
Yes.
expected to be here. That's not an issue.
Correct.
All right. So I'm just looking at what's been now marked as plaintiffs 1 and 2 and defense 1. I called it the supplemental report of Trooper Jacobs, and then the eyewitness identification admonition, and then the lineup. And just to understand better what was provided and what here and now. All right. Let me look at this.
I want to see what's happening here. Apparently gets a spicy argument. This is a case that might go forward tomorrow. So it isn't a possum? So it's just a possum?
So you would potentially go forward with your witness, Trooper Jacobs, as to how this was done. This is allowed.
Correct.
because there isn't any information on how it was done other than that it was done. Okay. So as to this issue, I know there are several, it sounds like, as things are popping up, but as to this issue of whether the court should, well, let me hear what you think, Ms. Myers, what you think I should or shouldn't do with this new information.
Your Honor, and I feel kind of silly making an oral motion to dismiss, but that's exactly what defense is going to do. Before I just kind of start my spiel, I want to preface this with, I understand that this is not anything necessarily that Mr. Lindgren on his own has failed to turn over. I think he's a stand-up guy, wears great socks, all of the hoopla, right? But the issue is that
wears great
since
socks.
December,
Nice.
since the inception of this case, defense has been consistently asking for evidence to be turned over. And the state had alleged that they did not have knowledge of this, and that's a logical fallacy. Because in Trooper Jacobs' supplemental report, he mentions that this was audio and video recorded. That provides knowledge. That alone gives knowledge that there is video that exists. The issue then becomes, this was in the possession of the state. And while this is not in the possession of Mr. Peter Lindgren himself or the Thurston County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, this is in the possession of Washington State Patrol, and they are the arm of the state. They are the state. The knowledge, possession, and control counts with Washington State Patrol. It counts with Thurston County Sheriff's Office. It counts with Olympia PD. It counts with the Prosecuting Attorney's Office. We are at trial. We've passed 2 or 3 trial confirmations. We've passed motions hearings where I've written a motion based not only on a preservation issue, but on an 8.3 issue, because this defense has had to beg the state to provide evidence that we know exists per what was said in supplemental reports, in police reports, in dash cam, in body cam. And not only are we at the point where we have a jury ready to be impaneled, we're right about to start voir dire. This brings up substantive issues that now, because we are being provided this video, which there's not enough in the supplemental report for defense to go off of that. Things get said on video that aren't documented. We don't know how the lineup was done at the station. And this brings up the other issue of how the lineup was done on the day of the incident. And I have body cam before me and a transcript from another trooper talking to 2 troopers that intend to be called as witnesses, Trooper Benjamin Clark and Trooper Andre Bonilla, having a conversation where Trooper Clark is telling Trooper Bonilla that he needs to do a quick little photo lineup and provide photos of any drivers he's pulled over today. That alone creates an issue for how a photo lineup is supposed to be properly given to a criminal or a victim in a case. The issues before us create such palpable prejudice to Mr. Gurley, on top of other prejudice that has been happening to him throughout the course of this case. I have filed a motion solely on, not solely, with the preservation issue, but based on other issues that have been happening. And while I understand that the Farnsworth case, that I appreciate that Mr. Lindgren had time to print the case out and provide it to me, talks about how it wasn't enough to get it dismissed in this case. There's nothing in this that documents the same amount of prejudice that Mr. Gurley has had to endure throughout this entire trial and throughout the entire course of this case. So we're at the point where Mr. Gurley has endured so much prejudice that it's crossing the threshold of mismanagement and flirting with misconduct, because defense has asked numerous times for this specific video. We've asked for body cam and we got it late. We asked for everything we've asked for has been delayed, while we have had knowledge, and the state has said that they don't, although it's mentioned in the report, that he has foregone his right to a fair trial. And at this point, if I want to take any time to investigate the impermissible suggestiveness of the photo lineup, which I would want to, we would have to choose to waive his speedy trial rights, or he would have to make that call. So at this point, he's facing the right to a fair trial, because this is the only evidence that put him there at the scene, is this faulty photo lineup, or waiving his right to a speedy trial, which he shouldn't have to do. We should have been given this a long time ago. I should have been able to investigate the procedures done by Washington State Patrol on the scene the day of, I believe it was December 13th, the day that the photo lineup was given to Mr. Tocher, and also investigated the procedures required by Washington State Patrol that they are required to follow when giving a photo lineup. I cannot make sure of any of that, and I'm out of time. We are at trial. The jury is probably waiting in wherever they wait or watch their video. I'm not sure what the procedure is, but this is not just a blip. This is not just a video that didn't manage to get turned over. I knew about the video. Mr. Lindgren knew about the video, and we don't have it. And this is not just, well, we have a statement. The statement is not good enough. Video of the actual interview happening, video of the actual lineup happening is not insignificant. It's the furthest thing significant. So with that, defense would be asking to renew our motion to dismiss this case pursuant to 8.3 based on not only this, but every other issue that has come before the court that we filed in our motion for prosecutorial misconduct and mismanagement.
So, all right. So it is clear here that this was met with the victim, recorded my interaction with him on body cam. So you're saying, I mean, stepping kind of back a couple of layers here, is having Trooper Jacobs testify, that's not where we are. You're at the point that you haven't been provided this body cam under discovery. We understand now why even Mr. Lindgren didn't have it, but that is an arm of the state. So, and this was December 23rd that Trooper Jacobs of 2024 signed this and said—
Your Honor, that I believe the supplemental report was, there was a date misstated, typed in the supplemental report. We have conflicting dates on the date at which it actually happened.
Well, yeah, it's a little puzzling, but it's signed December 23rd, 24, meaning I can expect that everybody had it. It's just, at least by the beginning of 2025, this report that talked about a body cam of the interview with the crime victim, alleged crime victim, and recording the process of this eyewitness identification photo lineup. So you're saying, so what if the trooper can testify to what the process was? That this not providing this in the body cam, even if the state wasn't going to use it, let's say in their case in chief, it disallows you, the defense, from marshaling the best defense, and at this late stage puts you in a spot that maybe falls under 8.3 mismanagement, and puts your client in a spot to decide whether he wants to put ourselves in an excluded period for a continuance request or a speedy trial waiver. And today is it. You know, I think we've got, this is it. We set this, the excluded period ended back in August 13th. Under the rule, then within 30 days, no more, it has to get brought to trial. And that's why we're here September 10th. So did I get that kind of straight on that issue?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So, not knowing this was coming, got a little bit in my head from the years I've done this, but you have some response to that, Mr. Lindgren?
Yes, Your Honor. I do have a case that I believe is relevant to this issue that I can provide to Your Honor if you're interested. I would also I would point out again that I was not aware of the existence of this video. I concede that it is mentioned in the supplemental report, but the prosecutor's office made, I believe, 3 different requests to Washington State Patrol for all the video in this case. And that was often at Attorney Myers or Ms. Myers' urging, because she was concerned about the video that was being turned over. So the state made multiple requests, and we were assured by Washington State Patrol that they had given us everything in their possession. And so I didn't have an explanation prepared for why he would mention body cam in the supplemental and then none would be given to us when we asked for it. My assumption was that there was an innocuous reason for it, and that if anything, it would be disclosed if there was anything. Now we do have an explanation.
Okay.
And there was video.
And I would just argue that I think the extreme remedy of dismissal isn't necessary in this case. I think that we can get around this with suppression. I don't think that that's entirely necessary. The state would say that no new material fact has been injected in here. We have no reason to believe that anything in that video is exculpatory or would, as I said, the state is not intending to use it in its case in chief. And so I believe that there is no impact really on this violation, on this case and on the case in chief. If, as Attorney Myers pointed out, an oral motion to dismiss is a little unorthodox. She refers to this history of disclosure issues in this case. Any prior issues or sort of disagreements about disclosure in this case have already been argued and ruled on. We had an 8.3 motion on the issues that she's referring to, and the court chose not to dismiss this hit and run charge. And so really, I mean, I perfectly understand the need to discuss this issue with the new video, but as far as issues that defense counsel has had in the past with discovery, that's been settled. And so I would direct the court specifically to this issue.
So I'm hearing kind of from you that, is it fair to say that you're saying go ahead and exclude the body cam from Trooper Jacobs?
Yes.
Okay. And then we exclude the body cam from Trooper Jacobs that you just discovered last night. Then how does that impact this argument about the process of the photo lineup that we're hearing from defense?
About what Trooper Bonilla may have said to Mr. Tocher at the scene, and then this interview being conducted later with the lineup?
Yeah, you know, I mean, because the part of the argument is that now there's an inability, we'll find out on the stand from Trooper Jacobs, I would presume, how Trooper Jacobs conducted the photo lineup, because within the exhibits that have been marked here, the supplemental investigation, the eyewitness admonition, and then the photo lineup, there isn't any information as to how it was conducted. And I would think that would be something of interest and to underpin how they picked these pictures and how they did this with Mr. Tocher. There's a little bit of that. And so then defense is saying that now I don't have that information. I'm going to discover when the witness takes the stand how this was done, and if it was done correctly or incorrectly or in their impression.
Oh,
you know, so.
Oh, are you referring to possibly to suppressing? All mention of the interview based on the video, or just suppressing potentially introducing the video of the interview?
Well, I'm kind of pondering whether I should exclude the body cam altogether. I'm pondering whether I should exclude
the lineup.
You know, and that's why I want to hear from both of you. And if you got case law, give me the case law. Pondering whether I should exclude any evidence of this eyewitness testimony and lineup, because and that's why I want to hear from you. How should I look at this? Because if in fact we're going to hear on the stand from the trooper for the first time something that was unknown or wasn't provided, where does that put the court in granting this motion or excluding or suppressing or what? What do you think?
I mean, the state's position would be that at present, we have no reason to believe that video upsets anything that was already disclosed within the report. Trooper Jacobs should be perfectly capable of coming in, describing how that was conducted and what it says about the situation.
That's what we're expecting from Trooper Jacobs. All right. You have case law you wanted me to review, and we possibly have a copy or at least a site for.
He provided me a copy.
Good. Okay, great.
And Your Honor, while he's providing you the copy, if I may respond just briefly.
And so wait, so Farnsworth, what do you want me to take from Farnsworth before I dig into it, Mr. Green?
Well, Your Honor, Farnsworth concerns late disclosure of video evidence. Page 7 of 14 is where the analysis of the discovery violation occurs. And this is, hastily conducting research this morning once finding out the issue, Your Honor. And so essentially, it is an argument about the impact of potentially late disclosed video.
The way the court should take this is Court of Appeals Division 2 from 2006. So it was reported, it's published. Well, all right. I got some time to kind of cogitate on that more, but can you, yep. Pardon? I'm wondering too. You can tell them I'm wondering too. Yeah, when do they'll know by, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. I'm wondering too. I'm sorry to give you that. Try and be nice about it with them. Sorry. All right, the jury coordinator is just wondering what the heck's going on. And I'm like, well, I don't know yet. So how it is. All right, so back to you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I didn't have time to do a full in-depth analysis of this case, obviously. But what I noted in this case was also on page 7 of 14, where the court is referencing and citing the Woods case. And here it talks about how a defendant must prove that it's more true than not that the prosecution failed to act with due diligence. Firstly, before I proceed, I feel like that's apparent here. This is something that we know existed. And it just so happens that the night before trial, even mere hours before trial, before a jury is supposed to be impaneled, that Trooper Jacobs realized that he did have this. There was a lack of due diligence in the situation. Evidence like this should not just be put to the back of the case file. It should have been there. It should have been provided, especially in a supplemental report that is half a page. And that's one of the things mentioned. It should have been provided. The second thing required is material facts were withheld from the defendant until shortly before a crucial stage of the litigation process, which essentially compelled the defendant to choose between two distinct rights. There's an argument here, I think, between whether or not this is material. This is eyewitness identification. This is the only thing declaring that Mr. Kenneth Gurley was the one at the scene. There were no witnesses at the scene to watch the alleged incident occur. Nothing. The video that could have recorded it was not preserved. We are here with just this eyewitness identification list that now I cannot provide a meaningful defense to this eyewitness identification because I don't know if it was done properly. And from a preliminary review, without having the video, I have on good authority to say that it was not. And that's just from a baseline understanding of what has to happen during a eyewitness identification lineup. He's now faced with foregoing that right to a meaningful trial because I cannot provide a meaningful defense, not knowing whether or not this eyewitness identification, that the only thing putting him at the scene was done properly, was done correctly, or he has to choose to put himself back into an excluded period on the last day of the excluded period after several trial confirmations and continuance to no fault of neither state or defense so that we can investigate this further. This is not the potatoes. This is the meat. This is eyewitness identification. This is photo lineups that was administered and the photos were provided just from a mere grab of people they decided from people that they pulled over earlier that day and put in a lineup. I have no idea how it was administered. I have no idea if Trooper Jacobs knew anything about the case beforehand. I know for a fact that these are the photos that were used at the scene the night that it happened 7 days later, and that in and itself is a problem. This is a faulty and tainted eyewitness identification, and that is a huge prejudicial issue to Mr. Gurley.
Your Honor.
Yep.
Briefly.
We're going to take a break at one point. So
Yeah.
we go read all this, and also I'm going to have to go upstairs where I can actually do some modicum of research.
I mean, I'm not aware of any basis to believe that any photos that were shown to Mr. Tocher or may have been shown to Mr. Tocher at the scene are exactly the same photos contained in that report. And I mean, it's not the only thing that puts Mr. Gurley at the scene. Obviously, because Mr. Tocher completed that report, he's capable of recognizing Mr. Gurley and pointing him out as the person who committed the hit and run against him. And so Mr. Tocher can identify Mr. Gurley as being at the scene. And also the car that struck Mr. Tocher's vehicle was registered to Mr. Gurley, which is something that the police officers discovered at the scene after conducting a DOL search. And so there are other ways to prove that he was there. It's not the only thing.
And Your Honor,
other evidence that the state anticipates as to ID.
Correct.
If the court were to make some decision to exclude much of this, right? But
it was stated across all dash and body cam that the photo lineup that they administered the night of the scene would have to be administered to him later on at the station.
So I'm a little puzzled there. You're asserting that one officer on a dash cam talked to another at the scene.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which was
December
on the 6th of December.
Yes.
And how does that relate to what the state's exhibit number too? How does that relate to
Your
that?
Honor, those are the same exact photos, and eyewitness photo lineup have to be administered blindly. The investigating officer is not allowed to be the one administering the lineup or providing the photos. The photos also have to match similar characteristics of the individuals. And in the body cam, we hear Trooper Clark asking if they have stopped any other drivers today and to pull those photos. So not only are the photos pulled and given in the first lineup by the investigating officer, which is improper, it was also given not based on individuals with the same characteristics as Mr. Gurley.
So you're asserting that there's an objection to the use of these in and of themselves. All right?
Dan B, congratulations, OG.
Identify your
24
client.
months.
So Farnsworth did not prevail, as I see here, but I need to kind of read this, look at Woods, since you cited that. Gonna get back up to snuff, haven't looked at this.
And Your Honor, though I'm loath to even bring it up today, as I very much wanted to commence this trial today. Yeah, another last resort that the state would suggest is us just having a motion hearing on this. I understand we're in a difficult place on speedy trial, but as more and more issues keep getting brought up, the more I start to think about just wanting to brief this thing and get a ruling.
And Your Honor, we would obviously object to any continuance on this case.
Right, hearing you there. All right, well, let me
this guy might win.
Let me go do
before
that.
He even gets in front of a
Sorry
jury.
about the jury coordinator. They're just gonna have to kind of sit on their hands for a little bit, because I'm just not able to do what I need to do here. So, all right, I think I got everything I need. What time is it? So let's come back about 20 after 11. That's what I'll kind of shoot for. You need to get a half hour to kind of look through everything. Okay. Great. We'll be in recess.
Okay, so they go in recess till 20 after 11. Oops. Oopsies. That was not what I meant to do. Let's see, we're on 8 on that one, right? Okay. You're trying to have court. I'm trying to have court. Let's do this one. There we go. They're going to be back in just a second. We are monitoring live. We've got, let me turn on the camera 3 again. I'll put it underneath again. Bring that back up. Make it a little bigger. There we go. So on the left, you can see we've got the Thurston County courts. On the right, we have our court out of Ohio. Down here at the bottom, number 3. Let me see if I can get the... Oh, no. Doesn't want to play nice. Let's crop this down. That's our timer for jury deliberation in the Ohio court, which we're monitoring live as well. Let's bring the left in, about right there, and the top down, about right there. There we go. All right, judge is going to be back in just a moment. So now we're live in both courts, as you can see, Thurston County, Washington. Judge is going to make a ruling in just mere minutes, and we'll get to watch both and see what happens. But I've got to step away for just 1 minute, and I'll be right back.
Somebody, yeah, because they got to slide it out under the bus. I did everything. I took the front grill out of the motorhome.
Yeah.
I put it in there. We did it all, but I got it done. called him and told him the situation. He called me back that night and he says, come on up the house for a minute. And I says, all right. So I went up his house. He hands me an envelope and he says, here, I feel bad. He says, my kid told me yesterday that he was living in it for 6 months. He says, he just told me yesterday, oh, Dad, I forgot to tell you something happened to the generator. It went out. He gave me another $2,500. I mean, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, my bike was worth twice that other one.
Thanks, boss.
The inside of it, but they were. It says low book on it is 27, high book is 42. And I said, well, hell, that's pretty good, $42,000 matter. I've already had a couple buddies, hey, Ken, you got a motor? I said, yeah. Hey, the mud boats are coming up next month. Can we borrow it? No, run one.
I love a good hot mic.
Possession.
Sorry, trying to figure out if my son has arrived at his final destination.
Just
yeah.
I mean, you're always spilling stuff, and how often do you get in if you got a fifth wheel trailer or something? You know, you forget you set something up there like the coffee pot, and you go around the corner and you hear crash.
Is there
there goes your coffee pot.
Is there linoleum or anything underneath the carpet?
Well, the problem is part of it is see, this is the kitchen area. Right there is oak wood. This is all carpet, and where the blowout side is, right here, this whole thing slides out.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back right there. You can see the mark.
Yeah.
Comes back too. I got a guy that came over and he said he could take the carpet here, come across right between the driver and passenger seat and end it, and then clip this out underneath where the side comes in and just put flooring all over it. Thing scared me. Built these motorhomes. They didn't use real.
Right.
They use
right.
I'm afraid if I tear it off, it's
coming.
Do extra.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of been
maybe not work. Yeah. It's.
Hey, sir. I know she sounds interested, but these are billable hours, just so you know. These are billable hours.
Used to do. We'll get some plastic and put plastic.
You're paying $250 an hour for this conversation.
I used to remember going to free myself on Sunday to see that plastic on the couches, on the chairs. Grandma, what with all that shit?
All right. All right. Good times. Good times. Okay. Looks like judge is back in. Here we go. Let's see what she decides. Throws out this whole lineup. That could be the whole case gone. Because now you just have his vehicle. You haven't proven it's him.
So we're back to the issue of what the court should do here on this late breaking news of the body cam. So, I'm going to start at the end. I am going to dismiss the case. I'm going to choose the extraordinary remedy to dismiss the hit and run altogether with prejudice.
With prejudice.
I'm going to back up and tell you why.
He wins.
That record.
It's over.
I got to read through Farnsworth, Woods, looked at 4.7, the discovery rules, and I'm so, just kind of the dismissing it, it's extraordinary to dismiss,
Extremely.
Suppression, what others, other ideas, sanctions, compelling, all sorts of other ideas that the court can do. But at this stage, I don't think I'm left with anything else but dismissal with prejudice. So Farnsworth is Division 2. If we go off of that, they're saying, and Farnsworth did not prevail there. In that situation, there was a witness statement. There was a summary, the court called it a comprehensive summary of the witness statement was provided in discovery, along with a transcript of a recording. And Farnsworth was unhappy about the recording not being provided. The court reviewed all of it, found that there really wasn't anything different, and there was no new material information. And therefore, there you go. What we're here with is even Mr. Lundgren doesn't have this body cam at this stage. Certainly, defense doesn't have this body cam. And that is a witness statement. So when we look at what was marked as Defense Exhibit 1, it's very clear that Trooper Jacobs, who signed this December 23rd, 24, so it's been available, this statement and this body cam has been available at least since then, so about 8 months. He says, driving, wearing my uniform on December 23rd, received information from Trooper Bonilla. I needed to assist him with a witness lineup regarding some incident that happened while I was not working. Was told to arrive at Olympia office at 6:30, 18:30 hours. And then on 12/13, he says he meets with, the dates are kind of goofy there. I don't quite know, but 12/13, he meets with Richard Tocher at the Ole office, recorded my interaction with him on my body cam. That's all he says about whatever this witness may have told him. I met with him. I recorded my interaction with him on my body cam. He completed the eyewitness forms and the collision witness statement. I didn't realize till the end. So that's all he says. There is no information about the witness statements. And of course, when we go to, so this is very different than Farnsworth. There's no information about that witness's statements provided by the trooper. There's no comprehensive summary.
We're in
There's
Washington
no transcript.
State.
There's no nothing. We know there's a body cam, and we knew that 8 months ago. And unfortunately, unfortunately, the Washington State Patrol is an arm or an agent of the prosecutor in this situation because they're collecting evidence for this prosecution. So I have to lay at the feet of the prosecution, lack of due diligence to provide those witness statements as that body cam to defense. And we're at a critical stage, obviously. We're at trial. The excluded period ended back in August 13. Had to get this to trial within 30 days of then. Here we are, December 10. So we're here. It's a critical stage. Mr. Lundgren still doesn't have this evidence. Defense doesn't have this evidence. And it's a witness statement. And so we go back to 4.7, prosecutorial obligations under discovery. Defense has similar ones, but prosecution has to provide information about witness they intend to call at trial, together with their written or recorded statements and or the substance of those statements, of oral statements. We don't have anything. Mr. Lundgren doesn't have anything. Defense certainly then doesn't. It's relevant. It might be inculpatory, might be exculpatory. I don't know. We don't know what they are. It's reasonable that it should be used at trial, Mr. Tocher's statements. And so the defense or the prosecution shall give that information. And of course, there are timelines, but we all kind of ignore that given the process of trials these days. But had to have happened about 21 days after discovery of it. And then that prompt discovery has to be as soon as the state discovers it. And so as soon the state is held to the fact that you would have discovered it certainly by the time you received Trooper Jacobs' report, which I think would be pretty soon after December 23rd, 24. So the moment of discovery, and then it has to be provided to defense, and that's continuing. And that's why I appreciate that 9:30 last night, you get a phone call from the trooper saying we put the wrong case number on it, went the wrong place. We didn't know, and so now we found something, and so here it is. But we still are at that stage that this is important information. It's relevant. It's a witness statement. It's going to affect the outcome one way or the other. It may lead to more information, whether admissible or inadmissible. Likely would be, whether it's admissible or not, is it going to lead to more admissible information? Who knows? Defense requested it, and you requested it of your agent, the state patrol, and they didn't help you. So when we look back to Farnsworth, so the due diligence, I can't find that was done. I can find that material facts, a witness statement was withheld, and it's only still maybe available at this late stage, the day of trial. So that's why I'm finding under 8.3 that the court is dismissing with prejudice, mismanagement, I'll say. So I'm going to write an order to that effect. No trial today, can't be re-prosecuted for this. It's with prejudice, it's done. Can't come back to haunt you, Mr. Gurley. So this has nothing to do with whatever civil lawsuit someone may file against you because of this event. Just means that the criminal case didn't go forward. So let me.
But it's always nice to be able to say in your civil lawsuit that the criminal suit was dismissed with prejudice.
We're not going to trial.
Sorry to the jury.
Sorry to the jury. Yeah, you're not sorry.
Yeah, none of us could have seen this coming.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah. They've waited until.
Yeah.
Okay. It is what it is.
So you get to deal with your client there and advise them. Give them a few good advice.
So this lady, the lady lawyer right there, just won a home run. This would be the grand slam.
Just signed off on that order dismissing with prejudice.
Of criminal defense. Pre-trial dismissal with prejudice. When there's compelling evidence that your client is guilty.
Anything else before we adjourn? Don't think so.
That's the court's decision, Your Honor. Nothing else.
Okay. All right. We're adjourned.
He wants to just leave.
Thanks.
I'm going to just go and take my lumps from my fellow prosecutors.
You can get that order for your client. Give me a moment. We'll give these back.
The zebra boots win. Good argument. He goes over, shakes his hand, says, "Hey, you almost had me. You almost had me." All right. Now we're going back here to the court that's still in jury selection, and still in verdict watch. And let me turn on box 3 here. I think it's box 2. Where are we at? Presets 1 box. Let's go to 2. Oh, I've got a spam call. Yes. Perfect timing. Hello? 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 Dang it. Try so hard. I was playing it cool. They just won't try anymore. They're pathetic. All right, let's go. Box 2 is 2. Box 3 is 2. Let's go to this one right here and turn on box 1. Box 1 is 3. Okay, trying to fix the counter for the last time. We're going to just leave it once it's working, all right? Okay, we're approaching 2 hours on the deliberation timer. I think they match your voice. I'm going to need to use a voice changer. Oh, okay, now it's my son. So this is a different call. Hang on.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
All right, he landed safely. Now he's just waiting an hour for his brother to come pick him up. All right. What was I saying? We were talking about something. We are in verdict watch in the Ohio versus Brandon Riefers case. That's what we're looking at right now, Warren County, Ohio. We've got a live stream from the court. There is nobody in the courtroom right now, but the Warren County happens to run this live stream nonstop. They don't turn it on and off like, I don't know, like Judge Middleton or Judge Boyd or Judge Simpson or anybody else. They just run this live stream 24/7. And they don't allow you to replay. So if you didn't catch it when it happened, it's gone. So we have to watch this live. This is happening live. And we're watching now. The jury's been deliberating for almost 2 hours. I did not stop the clock for lunch because they could deliberate through lunch if they're all together. But they had La Rosa's Italian for lunch. Can we watch the cleaning crew tonight? I imagine you could. I think you can. So most of us said up to 2 hours. We're not right. I don't think we can get everyone in the courtroom in the next 3 minutes. So it's looking like it might be this afternoon. We are planning on it. It's like 2:40 right now. We're planning on watching this till this early afternoon, and then doing a jump. I will transport you over to Brandy Churchwell's live stream, which is on Crime Junkie Jury, where she will be interviewing the foreman for the Donna Adelson case. She followed that case like we did, and she's scored an interview with the foreman, and she's asked a lot of you, if you follow her on her channel, what questions you would like asked to the jury foreman, and the jury foreman has been quite active on social media, and so this will be quite exciting, and it's awesome for her to get this interview, and I can't wait to watch it as well. So the pitcher of water is lukewarm by now. I think it is. They might have to refill it. Let's see. All right. I thought 2 to 4, 1 to 2 was the winner. Yes, I did as well. 2 to 4 is now pretty much by default where we're going to be. Go back to Thurston. They stopped the live feed. We could check. Let's see. Yeah, they literally turned off the live feed. So there might be a new... There's no live stream right now from Thurston County 4. It would be a different court. 3 is not live. 2 is live. But that's Judge Sam Meyer. Right here. Like him, but I think, Deanne, I think you're on a old feed. Poll results are gone. I don't remember what they were. I posted we were ending it, and that's when the results were visible. And they scroll off, so I can't see them. What's up with Judge Boyd? I know she was called to jury duty. Oh, now they're done. So they stopped their live feed now. I know she was called to jury duty, and she might actually be sitting on. She might be sitting on a trial. She might be deliberating. Yeah, there's no live courts in Thurston right now. Let me take a quick peek around some of the country that we like to watch. Let's see, Judge Middleton is live.
A couple of matters. Joining me is Mr. Stickley, the Chief Public Defender, Keith Stickley, and Tiffany Howe from the Community Corrections Department. You've got an old warrant and a new warrant. Let's talk about the new one first. You were walking down the railroad tracks last night with your pack, and they stopped you, searched you, and found a small quantity of methamphetamine in your wallet. So they charged you with possession of methamphetamine yesterday. That's a felony punishable by up to 10 years imprisonment and a fine of up to $15,000.
I'm going to be in jail for the rest of my life.
Say that again?
Hang on. What can we do? What can we do? I mean, I'm homeless.
Well,
I don't have
what I'm going to
money.
do is I'm going to show you plead not guilty.
Okay.
I'm going to appoint a lawyer to help you.
The other lawyer's like, hang on, don't talk.
And I'm going to set an attorney pre-trial, excuse me, a pre-exam conference.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You shouldn't.
One of the officers said something about a PR bond, because I'm trying to get a job through Perry Woods, and I got to see the guy tomorrow. I've been for over a year, and my dad, my girlfriend, my dad, and my aunt all died within the last 2 years. So I've pretty much been thrown on the street, and I've been trying to get out of that. My buddy Rip's been trying to help me out by letting me stay on his porch, but he's getting in trouble for that, for me being there. So I went and talked to him that day and talked to Greg, and he said to come see me in the morning about getting a pallet job out of Perry Woods.
So you've been staying on Rip Rippy's porch?
Yes. Because I was staying at the townhouse one, but my aunt passed away, and my dad was staying with her. He was sick, and he had something wrong with his side or something. He went into the hospital, and they took him down.
We've got a lot of homeless people out there, and we just had a couple we dealt with a little bit while ago. You're homeless were by Sturgis, walking with your backpack and your tent.
Well, actually, what I was doing, sir, was cleaning
Part
up
of
the
the
area.
reason these two things are related: possession of methamphetamine and homelessness.
Yes,
sort
it
of
is.
go
It's
hand
fine.
in hand.
It's
All
very
right,
bad.
so we need to deal with that one. Let's talk about the other one. In that case, you're charged with trespass.
Yes,
This
yes,
is
yes,
an
I-
older one, June 26th of 2025. You
Yes,
got
sir.
a ticket for trespass. They told you not to go back to the Dollar General store.
Dollar
And I
General,
think
what
that's
Dollar
what
General?
that's about.
I don't know what you're talking about the Dollar General store for. What
Well,
does that got to do with-
let me take a closer look at this one.
Sad case.
That one, if I didn't call it, is
Drug addiction and homelessness.
251-250-OM. It's ordinance case.
I don't know what you're talking about that.
Got a ticket
I never
on
got a
June
ticket from-
26th for trespassing
Yes,
at the
trespassing.
Dollars.
No,
You
no,
didn't
no,
show
I-
up for your court hearing.
Sir,
And,
I've never, you got the wrong person, because I've never been kicked off of Dollar's General store ever. I never did nothing there. It was at a house right beside it. It was an abandoned house that I got a big
Oh, it
trespass
was
on.
abandoned house. Yeah,
Yeah.
was that
It was right up
illegal entry?
Well,
At,
the door was open. It was illegal entry, and they said to go back.
Trespass under Sturgis ordinance is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 90 days in jail, fine of up to $500. How do you plead to that charge?
I plead guilty to that charge. Because
Or
they caught
anybody
me.
threaten you to get you to do that?
No, sir, no,
Or promise you anything?
no.
Well, let's
Yeah,
talk
that-
about that. Do you understand that if you do plead
Okay,
to
we're
that
gonna
trespass
bail on this
charge,
one.
you will be giving up your right to have a
Okay, we're going to bail for a bit. I see Judge Oakley is live. We haven't been to Judge Oakley's court in quite a while. Let's see if we can jump down there really quickly. Well, we're waiting for Warren County to deliver a verdict. Oh, Judge Burnett, or Burnett Circuit Court is also live as well. She's this one.
Contact information
she's
in the
great.
mail, again, once we get the down payment and then once we send out that order, okay?
Okay.
So did you receive a copy of that criminal
Okay,
complaint?
we're not going to stick with that one though. Sorry, we're jumping all over the place. We're trying to find Judge Oakley, Brian Oakley. Come on. Judge Brian Oakley. Is he in 31st? 34th. There he is, 34th. Okay.
No, we had no disagreements that we left there.
Did you have any disagreements after?
Yes, that was.
And Judge doesn't want to hear a long story, but could you just give us an idea of what it started?
It's because she attacked somebody else while she was with me, and I'm on probation, like I told her. So I told her that she got to get up off my car. Like, I didn't know what was going on. She told me that a guy attacked her, but to come to find out, the guy called her phone while we was riding away.
I think there's more information than we need, but thank you. Were you near I-94 in Merriman? When you were with Miss Birdie?
Yes.
April's.
Who was driving at that point?
It's at Warren County Court.
Anything
3.
unusual happened in your car? Well, by the way, what type of vehicle were you?
I was driving a 2010 Cadillac Escalade EXV.
Anything unusual happened in your vehicle, the Cadillac, between you and Miss Birdie?
Yes. We
What
was
happened?
arguing.
Was unusual?
We was arguing.
Understood. What, did anything happen between you and her outside of the argument?
Are you talking about when she crashed my car?
That's it.
Okay, yeah.
How does that occur?
I said, it's hard to explain because you kind of stopped me every time I'm trying to explain.
Well, certainly, when that, you can't have long answers.
It's not a long answer, but the whole reason why we was arguing was because of that
You know, and if
situation.
the defense attorney wants you to elaborate in that regard, you will. I'm just presenting what I think is appropriate. Physically, what happened?
Okay, basically what happened when we was arguing because the guy called her phone and was telling her, why would you bust my windows out? And she told me.
But I don't care about that. I care about her crashing your car.
That's what I said.
Get to that.
The argument was about, and I told her she had to get up out my car. I said, I'm about to get off at the next exit. You got to get up out my car. She grabbed my wheel and said she'd kill us and pulled and ran me into the wall.
Now, what's the proximity? Where did this happen when she pulled your steering wheel?
It happened.
I know it's in a car, but what street? What?
On 94th Freeway.
I-94 near what?
It was like right by Merriman. It was like the Merriman. Like, okay, so you know, like the area where you first start coming in on like when you're coming up on Merriman Middle Belt.
Yep.
It was like, okay, it wasn't on the inner part. It was on the outer side, still on the interstate.
Did Miss Purdy say anything before she grabbed the steering wheel?
She said, "I'll kill us both."
When she said, "I'll kill us both," did you form an impression one way or the other whether she was serious or not serious?
It was too late. When she said it, she already had the wheel. She was already yanking it into the wall.
How much time passed between when she yanked the steering wheel and when she said, "I'll kill us both"?
It was the same time. Like, she was like, "I'll kill us both," as she was grabbing the wheel. And
Judge, do I have permission to have the gentleman stand to show you the motion of the steering wheel? Sure. Sir, would you stand up
Sure.
and demonstrate for Judge Oakley what you described about the steering wheel?
I'm driving. She was sitting in the passenger seat. I was yelling at her about that shit that happened. She was like, "I'll kill us both." As she grabbed the wheel and she yanked and locked her legs. Like, I'm looking at her, like, you know how when something going so fast, you see? Like, I watch her lock her legs and hold the wheel like this and run me into a wall.
Mr. Wilcox? Let me stop you. For the record, Mr. Wilcox is pantomimed grabbing something with both hands, straight arm, and setting his body. We agree on that description? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Was that what you was trying to get to?
Yeah, you can have a seat. Can you tell us
Love this
which
court.
lane of the freeway you were traveling in when this occurred?
We was in a slow lane up against the interstate viaduct in between Merriman and Middleville.
Can you estimate for the court
the speed you were traveling at just before the defendant grabbed your steering?
65 miles an hour. And when I had the people look at, like I had the tow person measuring, we slid for, I think he said like half a mile. Like we slid for half a mile.
Up against the wall.
Up against the wall. Both of my headlights popped out and both of my wheels like completely caved in on the car.
Did she try to brake it all after she yanked the steering wheel?
No, she wasn't. Like, if you know how the Cadillac is, it's a big thing in between, so there's no way for you to brake. She just grabbed the wheel. I'm trying to brake. Like, I'm hitting the brake both feet.
Can you estimate the amount of time that passed between when the defendant grabbed the steering wheel and when you hit the concrete barrier?
Like maybe 2 seconds.
Did you know precisely where that concrete barrier is located?
Yeah.
Near what exit?
Like I said, it's close to the Merriman exit, but it's on the interstate side, so you can't get off there. We was already past the exit where you come on to get off on Merriman when the phone call came in. So we was probably like a quarter of the way past that middle whiteout.
Can you describe the amount of force that you observed and felt?
It will be all the way.
Excuse me, let me finish the question. Can you
You
describe for us the amount of force you felt when the vehicle crashed into the concrete wall?
How would I know that?
I'm just asking, what did you feel? What sensation?
It threw me up against the ceiling and then onto the other door on top of her.
That's what he was looking for.
It threw me all the way up to I hit the ceiling and then I landed on top of her.
What happened after she hit the wall, or after the car hits the concrete wall and when you fall over? Who brings the car to a stop, if anyone?
The wall. No one brought it to a stop. The wall did. It slid across the wall and the wall stopped it.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
Is this a hostile
the
witness?
Cadillac after this incident?
Yeah, it's in the backyard.
Can you describe for the judge any damages inflicted?
I can show him the pictures.
No,
That's completely total.
tell us.
Completely totaled. That's what he said.
Oh, thank you.
This is wild. This is
Did
the
you
prosecutor,
suffer
but I
any-
don't know who the witness is.
I did not go to the hospital before.
But did you suffer anything?
Yeah, I had a shoulder pain. I got threw up against the ceiling. Yeah, my shoulder was hurting for a couple of days. I went through that a little bit, but like not nothing serious.
Answer this question yes or no. Do you have an opinion, yes or no, as to what harm, if any, she tried to inflict upon you?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That she was mad, going through some mental shit, and she really just wanted to hurt herself. That's how I feel, truthfully. And I was just in the middle of it. That's what I truly believe. Like out of all the text messages that I kept with between her and my niece.
Can you read her mind? You're not clairvoyant, right?
My ex?
You can't read her.
My opinion.
Okay, I'm
That's my
saying,
opinion.
can you read her mind?
Not at all.
So you don't know what she's thinking, other than she said, "I'll kill us both."
Truthful.
Do those words have meaning? "I'll kill us both"?
When coming from a woman, not really. That's just like, you asking me my opinion now. You're not asking me the truth, you asking me my opinion.
You're hospitalized and all, or seen by a doctor?
For me?
Yeah.
No.
He just
What
said
happens
truthful
to the car?
and
You
not
know it
really.
ends up in your backyard. Are you involved in that at all?
I mean,
The Cadillac, what happened to the Cadillac?
the Cadillac is completely total.
So how did you meander away from the scene when the vehicle's been totaled?
When the car crashed, she jumped over the thing and ran out the car and started waving people down on the freeway. And I got out afterward while calling the police, following her, telling people like, don't let her in your car. She just crashed.
Did the defendant say anything to you like, "Oh, that was a mistake, I didn't mean to do it"? She ever say that to you?
No, she just more was trying to get out.
So she never said that was an accident, I didn't mean to do that?
Okay, so
Right at the point of the incident.
okay, at the point now.
Thank you, Chuck. Your Honor, and providing notice to counsel, we might be seeking to increase the charge.
Your witness, if you dare, Mr. Roberts. Or Mr. Mahokil.
Okay, the defendant is barely on the edge of the
Good afternoon,
screen.
Mr. Gibbons.
The lady.
I'm asking a few questions.
This is
about
her lawyer.
The events that occurred that day. If you don't understand anything I say, you would like it to rephrase, just let me know and I'll be happy to do that for you. Thank you. All right. So, you and Miss Purdy had been together on that day. You said on the record you took her to somebody's house to get some money. That's true?
Yes, sir.
And then she came running out the house.
Well, actually, I heard the commotion in the house. I heard the window break, and then she came out saying that the guy threw her into the window.
Right, but so you did see the car?
Yeah, I saw her putting on the house.
Okay. And then she gets back into your car. She gets out.
And I'm like, what happened? And she was like, he just threw me into a window, and the guy came out with like a hammer, so I pulled on.
Right. Now, the question I'm going to ask you, if you yes or no, I want you to elaborate. I'll let you know. But for now, it's just yes or no. So at the time, were you and Miss Purdy involved in a romantic?
No.
Okay, so going back to the story, so she gets back in the car and you're upset with her?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't upset until the phone call.
Okay, you have a phone call and you're upset with her?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I'm on probation and you just bust somebody's windows out and drove off in my car with me. Yeah, I'm gonna set something after the fact. Of course I'm gonna be upset. And I told her, now you gotta get up out my whip. Like, you gotta get up out my car, then they edit you getting out.
Get out of my whip.
Okay, so you tell her to get out the car, you were angry with her, then an argument ensues?
Yeah.
Okay, who's doing most of the talking during the argument?
Me?
You were extremely upset.
Yes, I was cussing.
Okay, you were cussing her?
Yeah, I just had got out, like maybe like a week before that.
Oh, okay, so you were timid about going back to jail?
Yes.
Okay.
Extremely.
When you were, I noticed on direct that you talk a lot with your hands. Were you talking a lot with your hands while you were fussing at her?
I always talk about my hands. I can't lie. Yeah, I'm very like animated.
Animated, that's the one.
And then when you get into this mode of argument, you say it affects your focus a little bit?
No.
So you were able to focus on the road as you were arguing with Ms. Purdy?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
Which shows I've never had an accident.
Right now, the argument doesn't get physical.
No. Not until she grabbed me. Yeah.
Okay, you didn't put your hands on her at any point?
No.
Or vice versa?
No, she didn't hit me or nothing. I didn't even expect it to happen.
And you indicated that she wanted to leave the vehicle while she was driving with you.
No, I didn't.
Well, you said on direct that when she got out of the car, you said she was so concerned with leaving the vehicle that she didn't care.
That was after she had already crashed. After she crashed my car into the side of the road, she started waving people down on the freeway to get in the car with one of them. That's how she left the scene. She jumped in the car with a random dude on the freeway, and they took her away.
Okay, and then so you also testified on direct that she grabbed the wheel as you were like mid-argument?
No, actually, okay, so it wasn't right when we was arguing. Okay, so like kind of how it happened was while I was driving, I was cussing. When we got like to where Middle Belt, when she got the phone call, that's when I was like, man, hold on, man, you had it. And I told her, like, I'm up. I said, you gotta get the fuck up out of my way. And I'm driving. Now you know how like you driving and you still talking, but you're not really talking to nobody else no more. Right. That's when she grabbed my wheel and yanked. Like while I'm like, man, you got me fucked up trying to send me back to jail. And that's when she grabbed my wheel. Yanked.
Right, and when she grabbed the wheel, what direction did the car go in? You were driving right. Like,
it went straight towards the way she was. Okay. She yanked the wheel and like kind of locked her legs up against the side
against the side door.
No, not the door.
Yeah, hold on. We got no record this way. That's all right. Just everybody breathe for a second. Okay, so she locks her feet up against the middle console, yes?
The middle console, that's what it is.
And she yanks the wheel towards the passenger seat, yes?
Yeah, and she like leaned back with it and like yanked it straight into the wall.
Okay, straight to the wall. Okay, and did you observe any injuries on the Miss
Purdy?
Yeah, did you observe any injuries on Miss Purdy?
No, I didn't really care. I'm not. Like after my car was crashed and we got thrown around my car, I wasn't looking at nothing but my vehicle and trying to keep her there from the post to get there.
Okay, all right. No further.
Without putting my hands.
No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Kevlin.
Wow.
Both attorneys about your vehicle being damaged. Total, you know what it would cost to repair that vehicle?
Okay, so when I had it sent in to
objection as to relevance, this is a felonious assault. The charge is felonious assault, so
it is.
The damage to his vehicle was relevance of whether it doesn't make it any more or less probable that she committed felonious assault. So
what's the relevance?
Contrary to the power, as you all know, under people be Fisher and King to find the case over on other crimes, as long as you proceed that they were proven, and we have a malicious destruction of personal property.
Well, it's possible, sure. So at that point, I think the question is, what's the vehicle worth, not what's it cost to fix it? So prior to crashing into the concrete on that date, what was the vehicle worth?
Before she crashed into the concrete barrier, what was your car worth?
Assume the facts not evidence. There was no testimony that Mr. Wilcox owned the car as he drove it. No testimony was listed to that point.
Yeah.
So that's a step.
Well, yeah, he said it was his car.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all right.
To replace the vehicle or determine what it would cost to replace the vehicle?
Okay, so yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, yeah.
And what did you determine in terms of replacing the vehicle?
Oh, well, my blue book value on that car is 4,500 and it was in top condition. Like even the inside to now is still in mint condition with all original California beans, Cadillac beans and everything else. It's everything original.
Thank you.
4,500
Any recross?
or 45,000?
So I just want to clarify a few things for you, Mr. Wilcox. So that you own that vehicle on that date?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you had that vehicle for?
I've had that vehicle for about, I bought it from the auction maybe in December.
Okay, you transferred the title to your name?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, no further questions.
No, the record.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, sir. You're all set. Watch your step on that ramp.
Driver people risk.
People rest.
I'm ready for discussion.
People seek to find the case over on 4 counts. Number 1, malicious destruction of personal property between $1,000 and $20,000. And then, Your Honor, counts 2, 3, and 4 relating to the main course of the hearing. We have 3 possible crimes here proven by at least probable cause, and they are in order: assault with intent to murder, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder, and assault with a dangerous weapon. Now, interestingly, and yours have me, as you all know, as a jurist. When he says to her at the time that the car crashes into the concrete barrier, or just before, "I'll kill us both." Why would she say that? She said it because that was her intent. That's what she was thinking. Now, Judge, I'm not saying she planned this caper for years before. It could have been spontaneous. But, Judge, crashing into a cement wall like that at a high rate of speed, what is the person's intent? She's very lucky, and he's very lucky that both of them are alive. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can give the judge any additional comment in the adage about following saw maybe, but we heard testimony from Mr. Wilcox that he was extremely angry at Miss Purdy as they were leaving from this third party's house to get money, yelling at her, cussing at her, to get many talks with his hands. So there's probably more to the story than he's not saying, and because of
I don't think he left anything out.
I would just be good. Just if you got to consider his credibility, this was a heated argument. Mr. Wilcox was, as you can see how he talks, he was probably extremely upset with Miss Purdy. And there was no allegation to put her hands on her. And then plus for assault, it's not just the words that enough, it's the words within over her dad. And, I was just leaving that stuff. So the flowing society, I understand the GDH and all this other stuff, he needed to distribute it. Thank you.
No rebuttal, thank you.
My son is about half an hour away from where Charlie Kirk got
I think
shot.
it's pretty clear. If I drive us into a brick wall after I say I'm killing us both, that shows an intent to murder. I'm going to bind over on all 4 counts.
Thank you.
Mary Ann will probably want you to give her some statutory numbers.
Yes.
AOI is going to be 2 weeks from today, 9 a.m. on the 24th. Anything as to bond, fellas?
You are surprisingly the people are not concerned. We think she'll bear a different upcoming proceedings.
No.
Bond will be continued then. All right.
I don't know whether there's an order of prohibition from as to his victim having contact with. Excuse me.
I doubt if there is because I'm checking. Yeah, there's a no contact. We'll continue the no contact.
Sounds like she's got a case against her.
Joe, how come I don't have work ready?
Joe?
Yes, ready, Garrison. And, toss. You know,
Yeah, we haven't got into Pickles. We just announced that somebody got shot. It happens to be about half an hour from where my son just landed.
No, I didn't. I was. Oh, no, I didn't. It's right down. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. On behalf of Heather, thank you.
My son's at the airport. He got shot. The airport's in Salt Lake County. He got shot in Utah County, the one county south of him.
I had Garmin or Garmin. He pronounced it on Garmin.
I think we already did Garmin.
No, we keep put him in KP.
Oh, he finally showed up.
This one's been here all day too.
Mr. Bicker, you need to speak to Mr. Garmin in a breakout?
No, Judge, we're all set. We already did that. Thank you.
I don't have the file, Joe.
Joe?
I think we put him in KP.
No, he's still sitting here waiting to go. Nothing's left the courtroom now. Is it Jarman or Garmin? Jarman, come on up. Mr. Bicker, your appearance.
May I please quote Your Honor, Tyrone Baker, P number 62647, appearing on behalf of Mr. Donnell Jarman, who's present there in court, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, this is a waiver.
All right, Mr. Jarman, you understand your rights and the options those rights give you today? You understand that what the purpose of the preliminary exam is? The hearing that's scheduled today. People have to show by probable cause that there was a crime committed. You were part of it. Have you had that conversation with Mr. Bickert? All right, you understand the purpose? Yeah, well, that was him explaining the purpose for the exam.
That's where he's at right now.
So if you waive, there won't be an exam. You just agree that this case is going to go downtown to circuit court level for your next court date. You agree to all that? Yes? Are you waiving freely and voluntarily today? Okay. Satisfied, Mr. Bickert?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, AOI date is on the 24th.
Hey, Gigi, this is a true crime channel. We talk about crimes, and a shooting just happened. That's all we're talking about. We're not talking about politics. I'm not bringing it up. It's just a shooting. It happens to be in a place that's close to where my son is. That's it. But yeah, we're going to talk about those. That's pretty much what we do every day.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day, Mr. Bickert.
Thank you. Mr. Jarman, just give me a call.
I'm done with it after he signs. Mr. Washington, you got something ready? Darton with a D? Garden.
The victim of the shooting was Charlie Kirk, who is a political activist, but we're not getting into politics at all. We're just acknowledging that the event occurred. And we'll leave it at that. The suspect's in custody. It was just announced and it happened. Just breaking news within the last half hour.
I've got a
Utah
Jarkin.
at a university.
No, that's Jarman.
Utah State University campus event. We don't do politics. I had Pickles today, as a matter of fact.
CJC, correct?
Yes. What's the name on that file, Joe?
Joe, what file you got there?
Thank you. You grabbed, you even said German.
That's what I did.
That's not,
Hang on, Mr. Jarman, hang on for him, sir.
there.
He signed the wrong piece of paper. Yeah, I gave you the wrong piece of paper.
You want me to write Zoom or you? Bicker.
I got it.
Okay. If you forget, is it okay for me to do that or no?
Yeah.
Grim Faded, just for a heads up, I had to Google him. I had no idea. I was like, that name sounds familiar. I had no idea who he was. It was just that there was a shooting and it was a public figure of some sort.
Okay.
Kayla,
Now
that
I'm
sounds
ready.
awesome.
On Garton.
2.5
What are we doing?
hours. 2.5 hours into deliberations.
This is an exam. I think Mr. Kaplan, but I can't.
Which
Garton. Gartin.
is doing that. Was there a waiver actually for Darnell? Officers helping an officer, Tyrone Rickons is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we have Mr. Kaplan back for the Garton exam? Thanks.
All right, we are going to stick with this probably for another hour and a half max.
Yeah, good
we are
luck.
planning
Good
on
luck.
portaling over to Crime Junkie Jury, which I've actually already got the
I
portal
think
set
that's a
up,
very nice way to say it.
so we can watch the interview with the Donna Adelson juror foreman. Brandy is set up.
Settle in. We're ready to go.
People, PA 6590. Judge, the people are unable to proceed as the necessary witness was here. I spoke to him in our office about what would be expected. He would be called as a witness. Me and the victim, Tanisha Oliver, did not tell the victim to leave. And for maybe 25 minutes after I spoke with the main witness, that the victim was no longer here. We have not since seen the victim. And no one told the victim from the prosecutor's office, me, or Commissioner Advocate Tuesday.
Motion dismissed without prejudice.
Victim left. They have no witness.
You're welcome.
Prosecutor's mad, throws his hands
Did you
up in
post the cash
disgust.
bond, sir? Or somebody posted for you? Go downstairs and wait a few minutes. We'll give you 90% of that back.
We'll give you 90% of your cash
You're
bond
welcome,
back.
gentlemen.
What are you doing with the other 10%? Give him his money back if the case is dismissed.
All right, I'm still sitting here with nothing to do, Joe.
You get the fire number or whatever.
I got Easley, Ricker, Tubbs, White.
Get the fire number.
Joe's falling behind. The picture right above me
Mr. Woodyard, you ready?
is the live view in the Ohio courtroom.
What are we doing?
And nobody's there.
Judge, I think we're gonna hold the preliminary examination, but I'm gonna make a request to adjourn because of some discovery issues.
Do you know who the prosecutor is? Yeah, let him know I'm ready. Just have a seat. Yeah, you're all right. And you don't have to jump up when the attorneys jump up.
I like Judge Oakley. We call him the standing judge.
I'm
'cause
going for some more water.
He does.
Don't let him get out of here.
No.
Don't let him leave. He does pace around quite a bit in his courtroom. Apple Treasure member for 20 months. OG. Woohoo, 20 months on Love It here. No, Joe's been there before. We've seen Joe. Joe, I think, he's the bailiff that I think is doing the organization of bringing witnesses or bringing defendants into the courtroom. And so bringing people in from outside. I don't think he's over in custody, but he's trying to line people up, and it's a little bit, it's not going very well. Poor Joe. Yeah.
Thanks.
Kilakina gifted a membership. Thank you very much for your generosity. Yeah, that one went to Granny J24. Japanese cucumber pickles? What are they?
Gentlemen, your appearance is on the People versus Tubbs. Is that the right one?
Community Staff Department, one here, 64612. Staff Attorney, Neighborhood Defender Service. I'm here with Mr. Tubbs, my client. Mr. Tubbs, please say good afternoon. You say your full name. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Tubbs, what do you charge for?
All right, make your motion, Mr. Woodyard.
Judge, this is, I think, the second or third time we've been back here. On July 9th, after having spoken with Mr. Tubbs, I sent by email a demand for additional necessary discovery. There is an allegation that this incident was captured on CCTV. Obviously, that's going to be important.
Yes.
That CCTV led to the supposed identification of my client. So I demanded it. I don't have it. I demanded it on July 19th. On July 30th, Mr. Mohammed responded by email acknowledging that he had received my demand, forwarded it to the officer in charge of this case, all by email. Today's September 10th. I still don't have that information.
Case dismissed with prejudice.
I do think
we just had this in Washington.
I imagine the prosecutor will cite chapter and verse about how we're not entitled to everything at the preliminary exam stage, which may very well be the state of the law, but the court certainly has discretion. And my request, Judge, is that we be provided with this information, because it is, I think, essential. I mean, it's the crux of the case. For courts to portray the incident itself. So, if I have it.
Three responses. First one is, and I'm speaking, I don't have personal information on this, I've heard that there is no certificate. That's the case, you can't produce. Secondly, under People versus Bosco, BOSCA, 210, Michigan 215, failure of the prosecutor to produce medical records before the preliminary examination does not constitute a Brady violation or discovery violation. And thirdly, in this case, my offer of proof is the complaining witness will testify and point to our defendant and say, yeah, I know who he is, I'll evidence. They will identify him. So I don't know how this other evidence would help. Maybe it would be impeachment at trial.
Go ahead.
But I guess Mr. Kaplan's last thought, I don't know how this evidence will help. I think it kind of bolsters my point. I don't know either. I need to know it. And I will say, in the police report, it indicates, and I'm reading, Schmidt, someone who works at the store, Schmidt had access to the business's CCTV surveillance system and was able to show officers video footage of the suspect's activity inside and outside the building. He provided a flash drive containing the surveillance footage to the officers, which was later collected by Officer Casanel and entered into evidence. I don't have it. I've demanded it for 3 months now.
Okay. Well, not quite. July 9th.
2 months. I'm answer. I guess Judge, I moved to dismiss, but I recognize that might happen. And they also.
Yes. Well, you're not even going to get your adjournment because I'm one of those people that don't think we have to have every little bit of digital to have a preliminary exam hearing, and that's what's scheduled today. So I'm gonna deny your motion. If you need a minute to prep before we do the exam, I'll give you a minute. You ready to go, or you need some time? Okay, all right.
Judge, if I may, presenting notice to my good friend, Mr. Woodyard, depending on the proof, we may seek an account of assault with intent to rob while armed, which is a life.
Okay, who's your first witness?
Prosecutor just
our first witness
fires back and says we're going to raise the charges against
Jason
your client.
Wendell Easterly. Jason Wendell Easterly. Yep.
Shit.
Soundbite.
You know where at? Hmm?
Watch that.
Wow.
Officer, raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the
The
truth.
judge just got the news
Settle
that
in.
we heard.
State your name.
He swore and
Jason
said, do you know where at?
Easter Day.
And
Spell
she
it for the
said,
record.
Utah.
TRDAY.
Just how it sounds. Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Kaplan.
Sir, your name is Jason Easterdale?
Yes.
What is your occupation?
I own a full business, and then also the winter, I carry a lot of things bowling alley.
Where's the bowling alley located?
For the South Service Drive in Belleville.
How many years have you had ownership interest in bowling?
I know, like, I don't know if there's, I'm just a coworker, I just work there.
Oh, coworker.
Yeah, just a worker, employer.
I struck out that much. Mr. Easterday, I'd like to take you back in time to May 3, 2025. At night. Were you at the bowling alley?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen to you at that date, on that day of approximate time?
When I was taking trash out,
What time was that approximately?
we go around, so like 12, 5, like between 12 and 15 area.
Oh, past midnight? Or-
Yes, past midnight.
Do you have an area where garbage cans are maintained?
Yeah, it's in the back of the building on the east side.
Do you remember the weather conditions on that building, Marge? Anything like fog or hail?
No.
Or tsunami?
No.
If any of
It
you've
was-
seen? Anything unusual happened to you at that date and time?
I was asked, get all the money registered.
Okay.
Twice.
Here we go. Here we go. Look, we've
I've
got
done
some
twice
action.
that.
We've got some action. Hold,
Where were you?
hold, please. Hold, please. Do we play the music? Do we do it? We have no clue. We won't know until it. This will be a complete gamble. What do we do? Oh. Let's do it only because I think the jury had a quick decision on this one. Here we go. In what could be described as the Battle of the Bourbons, we have Brandon appearing pro se, defending himself against a fellow officer, both the defendant and the obviously arresting officer, law enforcement officers. They both know the law, and they both know how it should have gone down. And the arresting officer didn't like that Brandon was calling the shots, or attempting to. Bourbon may have been a factor on this one. Bourbon may have been a factor. But pro se defendant is rarely successful in court. If this one does win, it will be because he had great counsel behind him. As a standby counsel on the row right behind him seems to have pretty much written the script for him. But the question is, did he in fact drive drunk? Did he in fact carry a firearm while intoxicated? Did he resist arrest, and did he obstruct official business of a police officer in continuing investigation? The parties have been called back to the courtroom, and both prosecution and defense are here. It looks empty because it has been empty the entire time. This is locally, nobody knows what is going on. We followed this court case from the beginning, which was just yesterday. A little bit of pre-trial as well. But we anticipate that in just moments the judge will come back in the courtroom and call the jury in. We think there is a verdict. Deliberation time has just passed 2 hours and 43 minutes in this case. We won't know if there's a verdict until the judge tells us. There's no social media on this one. We have no reporters in the courtroom. You're seeing it live as it happens. It's possible that this could just be a question. It's possible that this could be a hung jury. I guess, in light of possibilities, it's possible they could have got food poisoning from the Rosas. So we'll see what happens. All right, I think the time frame is about right. This case is not a complicated case, meaning that the facts are not difficult to understand. We'll see if it's if something the jury buys or not. All right. There's a lawsuit. What's the lawsuit? I'm the reporter. I'm just saying we don't have anyone in, ground truth is what we call it, right? Somebody on the scene who might be able to speak to the court clerk or hear the chatter in the halls. Yeah. No proof, factual truth. He was intoxicated, so the gun issue is mute. Mama of three. Here's the problem. I'm listening as the judge read the elements of the charge, and believe it or not, for the charge he was charged with, Ohio does not require a blood test, a breathalyzer, urine, anything. No test is required. An officer's observations alone are enough to get the conviction if they observe a couple things. One of them is that he is he's intoxicated to the point where it inhibits his efforts to do things. What did that inhibit? Well, he got out of the car just fine. He argued his points just fine. He was able to walk just fine. It didn't seem stumbling. The only thing I can see that you could argue, which the prosecutor didn't really argue to the jury, was that it inhibited his driving because he hit a bush and possibly a vehicle. Now, the prosecutor did say that he didn't signal and that he sped up and then stopped quickly, but is that inhibiting, or is that just aggressive driving? She spent most of her time arguing that the defendant, who having a change of attitude about his date and what activities they should engage in at the end of their date, showed signs of intoxication, that was in his inhibited. He would never do that if he was sober. My question is, how does she know? Or how did they know if it's the first time they have ever seen him? The defendant argues that he requested many times requested a blood test to prove his innocence, and he was not given one in jail. So we did have the verdict music. Yes. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing?
Good. He made it.
What?
He made it. His brothers picked him up. We're good.
Awesome. Hang on a second. All right, my son made it safely. He's good. All right, I guess you should have rewatched the jury instructions. I was in a meeting here. Oh, here's the judge. Here we go. Buckle up. Here we go.
The record in Mr. Riefers' case, it is now 3:30-ish. The jury has been deliberating for approximately 3 hours and 40 minutes. We received a question.
Oh, it's a
which reads as
question.
follows.
No!
Do we have to find the defendant guilty/not guilty on all counts? Question mark. For example, we may find 2 we agree on and 3 we do not. Will this cause a hung jury? Given the length of time that they have been deliberating, it is my inclination to go ahead and give them a modified dynamite charge, which reads, I received a note from you indicating that you may not be able to reach a unanimous verdict on one or more of the charges. This is a new difficult assignment for you. The process of discussion and deliberation in the jury room is necessarily slow, requires consideration and patience. The secrecy which surrounds your efforts prevents others, including the court, from knowing when your efforts will result in a verdict. The answer to your question is no. You do not need to find the defendant guilty/not guilty on all counts if you are not unanimous as to those counts. If there are charges you agree upon, you should decide those counts and complete the corresponding verdict form. With regard to the remaining counts that you are not unanimous on, and then I go on to read them the modified dynamite charge.
I like that. Okay, I'm good with that.
Anything from the state? Mr. Reefers?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Did we lose Mr.
So
Elter?
we
or
sort of have a jury, have a
do you
verdict.
feel like you need Mr. Elter here, or are you okay?
No, I'm okay, Your Honor.
All right, go get our jury.
We have, so I don't feel so bad. We have a verdict on some of the charges. We just don't know what it is yet.
Oh, I got it if you need it. He says he's all right.
Wow. So they agree on 2 of the charges and they're split on the others. Do the math. two of the charges, resisting, obstruction, they agree on. The ones they don't agree on, that has to be the ones involving alcohol. It has to be it. It has to be it. It's a split verdict. Okay, we're stopping the deliberation timer. I show they deliberated for 2 hours and 49 minutes, not 3 hours and 49 minutes. I think the judge just simply misspoke on that.
You may be seated.
Should have played half the tune.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I received a note from you indicating that you may not be able to reach a unanimous verdict on one or more of the charges. I know that this is a new and difficult assignment for you. The process of discussion and deliberation in the jury room is necessarily slow. It requires consideration and patience. And the secrecy that surrounds your efforts prevents others, including me, from knowing when your efforts will result in a verdict. The answer to your question is no. You do not need to find the defendant guilty/not guilty on all counts if you are not unanimous as to those counts. If there are charges you agree upon, you should decide those counts and complete the corresponding verdict form. With regard to the remaining counts that you are not unanimous on, keep in mind that in a large proportion of cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained or expected. Although the verdict must reflect the verdict of each individual juror and not merely an acquiescence to the conclusions of the other jurors, each of you need to decide whether or not your position is correctly held. So you should examine your position with proper regard to the opinions of others. It is desirable that this case be decided and that all of the counts be decided. You're selected in the same manner from the same source and in the same process as would any other jury. There is no reason to believe that this case will ever be submitted to a jury that is more capable, impartial, or intelligent than this one. Likewise, there is no reason to believe that we would get more clear or different evidence from either side. It is your duty to decide the case if you can conscientiously do so. You should listen to one another's opinions with the disposition of being persuaded. Do not hesitate to re-examine your views and change your position if you're convinced that it's wrong. All jurors need to re-examine their positions given that a unanimous verdict has not been reached. Jurors for acquittal should consider whether their doubt is reasonable, considering that it is not shared by others. Likewise, jurors for conviction should ask themselves whether or not they might reasonably doubt the correctness of the judgment not concurred in by all the other jurors. It is conceivable, though, however, after a reasonable length of time, that honest differences of opinion regarding the evidence may prevent you from reaching an agreement on a verdict. When that condition exists, then you may consider whether further deliberations will serve no further useful purpose. If there is a possibility of reaching a verdict, you should continue your deliberations. If there is no possibility of reaching a verdict, you should advise me of that fact. So I'm going to return you to the jury room to discuss these options, and I'm going to send you in a note in a little bit with regard to your attentions. The note that I send in is going to ask you for yes or no. They're checkbox answers. Do not disclose any other information nor indicate the status of your deliberations. Ms. Groko is now going to return you to the jury room for further consideration.
Okay, I like that charge. That's a dynamite charge. And it was given the first time, the first indication that the jury was struggling to reach a unanimous conclusion. The jury's indicated they agree on some and don't agree on some. And they said, for example, we agree on two.
We're on the record outside the presence of the jury in about 10 minutes. I am going to send them a note which is going to say, do you wish to continue your deliberations today? Do you want to order dinner? Do you want to take an evening break? Do you wish to resume deliberations tomorrow? Or do you believe that further deliberations will not serve a useful purpose?
I would check
And then each
dinner
of them have a
and
check,
we're done.
yes or no.
Dinner and we're done.
and then I'll have Ms. Carrilco let you know what the jury says. Okay, like I said, that'll be in about 10 minutes,
Yes, because I may just hang.
if they don't ring sooner.
Yeah.
They are an impatient jury. They rang 3 times before Ms. Carrilco could retrieve the note.
Oh, really?
So, all right.
Okay.
I'll
Love
keep
it.
you posted.
Thank you.
I love it.
Here you go.
They're a bzz, 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 bzz.
What's that?
May I step out and use the restroom?
Yeah, we're off the record now.
Thank you.
Yeah, sort of. We're sort of on the record. Now we're off. All right. The verdict music required the use of the mute button. Charles, I'm sorry. We're going to play it again if they come back. I don't know. I don't know if they can fill out the verdict forms right now. I don't think they've started, is what I'm saying. I don't think they've started filling out the verdict forms, and I don't think they can get them done in 10 minutes. Just to make sure everyone's, on the same page and they agree. Is this an ex parte meeting? Who's talking to who? Oh, the judge is gone. Okay. Does this buzzer work? What does this button do? Megan, we thought we had a verdict. It turns out it was a question, but the question said basically that the jury has reached a verdict on some of the charges, but not on others. And they want to know, can we end it here? Is this a point where we could just say, and we're done? This is our solution. It sounds like they're going to have a split verdict, and I'm just going to call it right now. I think obstruction of justice and resisting arrest are the 2 charges that are going to stick on this one. But the drunk, anything that has to do with intoxication, I think the state did not prove. There just was not. First of all, the couple of the firearms charges say that you used a firearm, and where are they saying he used a firearm? Just that he was in possession of it is enough to say that he used it, because he never talked about it, he never touched it, he never drew it, he never pointed it at somebody, he didn't shoot it. I think the state is overcharging in that area that just doesn't seem to fit. But I think he fought the intoxication charge well. I agree. Let's see, they can't prove it without testing. Red Pen is fighting a mouse right now, which is a full-on war, if you've ever done that. I think that's the good book. I think he brought the Bible in. Did he bring the Bible in to read? It's such a pro se move. I mean, it's cool. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but it's something you usually only see a pro se defendant do. You can't hear me? Refresh your screen. Mice can scream? Wow. I didn't know that either. Do you squish it? How much time is he facing? About 1.5 years, if he gets maximum. And then there could be, I think the bigger thing for him might be the firearm. I mean, 1.5 years, that's nothing to sneeze at. The firearm restrictions that might come with it, losing the firearms and possibly not being able to carry a firearm going forward as a retired police officer, that might be a bigger deal. The Bible is a reading option. Yep. We've heard about the sad news. Anytime somebody takes a disagreement and decides to escalate it to violence, it's sad news. We had sad news out of North Carolina in Charlotte with a stabbing on the train that I just told my wife. She didn't know. I just told my wife about it over lunch. And I mean, it's just heartbreaking. And it's like people don't have the ability to communicate anymore. So, speaking of which, getting a call on the burner phone. Hello. Hello.
Hi, this is Rose with Brian Myers on our recorded line. You speaking with us now?
Hey, Rose. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What about you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good today.
I'm happy to hear this. I'm calling about the property on 317. Speaking to the owner?
That's me.
Okay. I'm calling to check in if you're interested in selling the property anytime soon. Are you interested in selling?
Yeah. We're actually trying to round up some offers for it.
Okay. But till now, you didn't sign a contract with a realtor, or you didn't list the property on the market, right?
I had someone who was interested in it, but they didn't all the way. They didn't go through with the purchase. They had trouble with funding at the last minute. But I don't have any contracts.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. And the property not listed on the market, is it correct?
I just have the cardboard sign out in the yard. So.
I got you. Okay.
I just used a big marker and I just wrote for sale on it.
Oh, I got you. So for now, do you have a price in mind?
Yeah. We're looking at about 6.8.
Okay. 628?
6.8?
6.8.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you own any other property that you might consider selling?
Well, it's 2 lots. It's funny because there's a lot with the house, the main house, and there's actually a rental unit that's detached on the same property. That's, even though it's the larger property with all the structure, it's the smaller lot that's only about 8 feet wide and runs the length of the property where all the value is. There's some Civil War gold that's buried in there somewhere. We have not been able to get down to it yet, but that's where really all the value is of the property.
I got you. Okay. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Have a good one.
When could I expect an offer? Or... Hello?
I'm not sure. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How long would it take for you to put together an offer? I mean, I do. Hello? Hello? She gone. She gone. It's bigger than all. She doesn't want to buy my house. I raised the price. I figure gold is up at like near record highs, so I've got to increase the value. Yeah. Okay. Imagine if one day you do find gold. I think the next person that buys the house will find the gold for sure. I didn't even say million. I figured if I said million, she would just hang up on me. But when I said 6.8, she doesn't know what that is. It's too much. I don't think she's going to send an offer. You can buy my entire town for 6.8 million. Every single house, every business, and probably the streets from the city as well. Yeah. They don't know what they're passing up. They don't know what they're missing. You want to sell soon? Well, clearly, the sooner I can get cash in hands, the happier I'll be. It's funny because there's a lot of truth to my story there, except for the part about the Civil War gold. That my property is divided into 2 lots, and one of them is 8 feet wide. It's like just wide enough for a lawnmower. You couldn't park a car on it. It's too small. But it's 2 lots, and the lot that has the narrow strip is the property where I found silver dimes. So there's some truth there. It's a little bit of a stretch, but not worth the 6.8 million. I was on a call. Was there a verdict? It's sort of. Yes and no. We played the verdict music, and I gave my little summation soliloquy. And did he mention extra DNA inside the walls? No, I did not. It's still a sensitive topic about the walls and me building them. You know what they say, where there's silver, there's gold. James, I'm with you on that one. I have found gold here in North Carolina with my metal detector. Gold coins, like U.S. currency, gold. I found it. It's probably the only time I'll ever find a gold coin. But other than that, mostly silver. And a lot of clad, that's what we call it. There's a natural skylight made by the neighbor's tree, new feature. Oh, that's pretty cool. Although it would be my tree that did it. Yes, the house comes with about 3.5 pints of collard greens. Will they break for the day? I don't know. Defendant's on the phone with his lawyer in court. Android user. That's not an iPhone. The orientation of the cameras is completely wrong. I think they sleep on it. I think if they buzz 3 times, saying, "Hey, where are you?" I think they're done. I think they've heard what they need to hear. We're not agreed on this. We've voted. We're just come from different vantage points on this. I think it's over. Looks like a hoot in that courtroom right now. Oh, it's a happening place for sure. Maybe he's trying to get it. No. He says he's engaged. He's got a fiance. No more internet dating for him. He's done with that. Does everyone have 2 phones? I only have the one, the burner phone. Well, I guess technically I have the burner phone number and my regular phone, but it's on one device, so I just carry one phone. Prosecutor's so stressed she doesn't want to be there with him. No. He's door dashing a little bit of Fireball for celebration, at least on some of the charges. Little prayer, always appropriate. You know what I said as a kid? I said, as long as there are tests, there will be prayer in schools. So some of us, that's the only way we're going to pass, is a little divine intervention. So we're going to keep that up. Of 2 cells, one personal, one work, never shall the 2 meet. Police should follow suit. Aaron, that's good advice. Let's see. Ari mentioned the Charlotte thing a little while ago. Brian Enton covered it last night. It's just making national news now. Kirk's in Utah, both sad, no matter what. They are, terribly. You guys, it's wrong. It's wrong to be so mad at somebody to want to take their life. Okay, if you get to that point, 99.9% of the time you are the problem. So if you're like, oh, I could just, you are the problem. All right. Let's see. People harming people is bad. I would love it. If we had to find a new career for me, because there were just no more cases, right? If it's like, the docket's clear, jail's empty, and nothing on the horizon, Judge. I'm like, great, wonderful. That's the best news ever. But Greeners, there are plenty of things I could go back. Maybe I could go back to, I don't know. I could do stand-up comedy. You could be my sidekick. I'd be fine watching tree law cases. I almost got involved in one of those in my last house. About that. You guys, I'm not talking anything political here, so I'd ask for you guys to take it out of chat. I realize there's news that's happened, but we're not. I purposely don't follow trials that are political, because it is so difficult to have a conversation on that topic without people just getting fired up and emotions hurt, and it's hard for most of us to listen when we hear things we don't agree with politically. So we're just going to skip that. We've shared the news and we'll move on right now. If there's a trial, maybe we'll follow that, but it would just be for the crime element, not for anything else. Except for the one time RA tried to follow the Texas AG impeachment that quickly. Yes. Oh, man, that got wild. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I did, speaking of pickles, let me take this moment to espouse my love for Sam's Club, Sam's Choice brand. Spicy maple bourbon pickles. Whew. They are fantastic. I don't know if it was this case and all the talking about bourbon and everything else, but spicy maple bourbon pickles. I'm not a drinker, so I don't know what similarity the flavor might have. They are so good. They are so good. I ate half a jar of them today. Half a jar. I purchased them this morning. I'm probably going to finish the jar this afternoon. Not on a sandwich, not with peanut butter, not with anything else. Just pickles and a fork. But they have to be served chilled. Everyone knows I love Mrs. R.A., but this is pickle talk. And Wendy by proxy could record audiobooks. The problem is I couldn't live stream audiobooks because the copyright strikes you get. They'll take me down in a heartbeat. Admiralty Law for the win. You're looking at the flag fringe. I see it there. Oh, we've even got tassels on the state flag. Whew. Must be in some strange court. Court says, wait, is there a verdict? Well, we played the music. We did. And now we're waiting for the jury to return a note that I think just barely got handed to them. And it's basically, the note says this. It's like, do you like me? Check yes or no. No, it's different. It's similar. It says, check one or more of the following. Do you want dinner? Do you want to be done for the night? Do you want to keep deliberating? Do you want to be done? Let me know. Signed, Love, Judge. Something like that is what the note says. So the judge is basically eliciting information from the jury, but does not want to intrude upon anything that has to do with their deliberation. Bree says, how long have you been on YouTube? Today I've been on for 7 hours and 8 minutes, 31 seconds. But we've been on the channel. Wow. We're approaching 3 years as a live streamer. Before that, I think I started my channel in 2016 with the idea that I wanted to make videos about metal detecting and post them online, but people did not want to watch them. So it could have been that my talent was just not very good. But so the account has been live since 2016. We've been live streaming since the Darrell Brooks trial, which was about 3 years ago. And before that, I did interpretive dance. Lasted about 2 months. Screeners. There's like 0 parts of me do any dancing. Another school shooting in Evergreen in Denver. Oh, man. Why are the cop witnesses still there? Is that proper? Oh, here we go. Judge is back. We might have another verdict music.
All right. It is now 3:55. We have been advised by the jury that they have reached a verdict. Mr. Riefers, we don't have Mr. Elter here as your standby counsel. Do you want to wait for him?
No, Your Honor, it's okay.
Okay. All right, go get our jury.
Do a double take or a double shot, as the case may be. We're back with verdicts. The jury has reached a verdict. We understand this will be a mixed verdict. They agree on 2 of the charges and do not agree on the other charges. I'm calling this right now. I think we see the defendant, Mr. Brandon, there, guilty of obstruction and resisting arrest, and possibly not guilty on all the other charges. Jury's coming in right now. Let's listen and see what they have to say.
Who's been selected as our foreperson? Is it Huntington?
Yes.
All right. Without disclosing the nature of the verdict, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Ladies and gentlemen, were all of you able to follow my instructions and admonitions while you were deliberating? You can go ahead and sit down. Were you also able to remain free from any outside contact or any outside influence during the time that you were deliberating? All right. We're just going to read the verdict forms as follows. We have count 1, improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. We, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, not guilty of improper handling of a firearm in a motor vehicle. Verdict form count 2, we, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, not guilty of using weapons while intoxicated. And there appears to be 12 signatures attached to each of these verdict forms. Count, let's see, I got out of order here. Count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, guilty of obstructing official business. We further find that the defendant did create a risk of physical harm to any person, and it is signed by all 12 jurors. Count 4, resisting arrest. We, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, guilty of resisting arrest, and it appears to have 12 signatures. Count 5, OVI. We, the jury, find the defendant, Brandon Riefers, not guilty of operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, or drug, or abuse, or a combination of them both.
That means he gets his
Ladies and
firearms
gentlemen,
back.
are those your verdicts? All right, does either side wish to have the jury polled?
No,
Ms.
Your Honor,
Hyatt?
it's
Mr. Riefers?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes your service for us here. I do want to thank you again for your service. Ms. Kuroko is going to take you back to the jury room, reunite you with your electronic devices. I'm going to come back here and talk to you for just a couple of minutes. You are now released from all of the instructions that I have previously given you. You can discuss this case with anyone, but you are not required to do so. Thank you again for being here.
Wow. Prosecutor's not happy. Little forced grin there from her. Bailiff texts his buddy. NG on the gun stuff. We'll have to give the guns back. He's texting right now.
All right, the court is going to accept the jury verdicts in the case. Ms. Hyatt, you will send me an entry with that regard.
Yes, Your Honor.
I am going to set this matter for sentencing. That's going to take place in about 8 weeks. Anything else, Ms. Hyatt?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Riefers?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You behaved yourself all during this trial, Mr. Riefers. Generally speaking, I take somebody into custody after a jury trial. I've almost always done that. I'm not going to do that today. You behaved yourself, and honestly, I have no idea what I'm going to do in this case. So I am going to keep you out on pretrial during the time between now and sentencing.
The cops leave.
Ms. Kuroko will probably... No, oh, Ms. Idle's still here. Mr. Elter and Ms. Hyatt, why don't you go see Ms. Idle and get a date, and then let Mr. Riefers know what that date is. I only do that for security purposes back in her office, Mr. Riefers. I don't want you back there. We'll get a date that works for everybody. That'll take place in about 8 weeks. Then you need to... I would like you to come back up here either tomorrow or the next day and fill out the paperwork for the PSI. They're going to be done back there for today. Okay?
Sure.
All right, go see Ms. Idle and we'll get a date. Oh, Mr. Elter, we're not guilty on 1, 2, and 5, guilty on obstructing and resisting. All right, we're in recess.
Wow.
I'll make sure that Ms. Idle is still here. You guys can talk for a little bit if you need to.
Okay, so let me just let me put my hat in the ring as far as what I think is going to happen, and that's this. I'm guessing as a law enforcement officer, retired law enforcement officer, he has a fairly clean record. Okay, we have no indication that there was any priors on his record. These are now minor offenses. The jury did find that the resisting or the obstruction, one of them, he created a dangerous situation. That could have been with the kick. It wasn't specifically stated that the firearm, although I think the prosecution at sentencing might argue that. I don't think they would go far with that because he never reached for it, drew it, did anything, no reference. I think the jury summarily rejected the firearm violations. And so you're looking at, I think, maximum of 6 months in jail, but I don't think we're going to see that in his case because the judge has not taken him into custody now. If a judge wanted to lock them up and said, okay, this is something we lock people up for, he would be in custody right now. But he's like, hey, you behaved. You were like, you were good. You were good. And it's a minor offense. Okay. All that other stuff, the OVI, the gun intoxication, that's gone. That can't be used against him. All he has is this: you pulled your hand away when the officer reached for you, and you basically ran from the officer and kicked when he tased at you. That's not much to throw the book at him. I do not think he's going to spend a day in jail for this, beyond what he's already served. So, rare pro se win. You saw it here first. That is absolutely amazing. Just amazing. And it was because I think he had good standby counsel, or a pocket lawyer, as I like to call it. Wow, Josh, once again, came in with the great one. It is now 4:03. It's less than an hour until Brandy goes live with an interview with the Donna Adelson juror 4 person, and that's going to be epic. Has he been in jail? He was arrested and booked initially. I don't know how long he stayed in jail. Might have been between 1 and 4, so 3 hours. But I don't think he'll serve any more time. I think he did great with his case as a pro se. To throw in his mind, he definitely benefited from having the knowledge of the law from the police enforcement perspective. Okay, he could question a lot of the witnesses who were law enforcement, almost all of them, from that vantage point, and using the same vernacular with the same understanding, and being like, I know what we're talking about here. You can't try to pull a fast one on me. I know the law. I know the instruction. I know the rules you operate under, because I operate under those same rules. That definitely helped, and with in addition to the pocket lawyer right behind him, that was I think Red Pen. I think this goes on the website. This is fantastic. Did they find him guilty? Tech Bay, yes. Just a quick recap of what happened, and I can show you. We can watch before we wrap this up. We'll watch the body cam of the event. Oh, he's back. Wonder why. There were 5 charges. 2 of them had to do with resisting the officer and obstructing justice at the scene when he got pulled over. The other charges had to do with intoxication, operating a vehicle while intoxicated, possessing a firearm while intoxicated, that type of thing. And he got found guilty of the resisting and obstruction, but not guilty on anything that had to do with intoxication. So driving, possessing a firearm, unsafe manner, all that. It resonated with the jury. There was no test. They did not prove that he was, inhibited his actions in any way. Yes, he drank a lot. Okay, over the course of several hours, he drank 5 bourbons plus? I don't know, a lot of bourbons, but it wasn't enough to convict. While we wait for this, let me see if we can bring in the dash cam video really quickly. And we'll show you just a few minutes of that. Hold on. Let's put it on the 2 box, shall we? Let's do it like this. And box 2 is going to be 7. There we go. Swap the boxes. Okay, we're going to swap these around. Swap 1 and 2. There we go. All right, so we're going to play this video again. It's a little loud. I'll turn it down. This is the initial stop. Let's make that a little bigger. Officer pulls up on the scene, responding to a call regarding a disorderly person. He's past the defendant right here, whose brake lights we see up in the distance. So he goes back. The defendant makes a left-hand turn without indicating, was not charged for that failure to indicate. The cop lights him up for that. Speeds up. They both speed. He does the whoop-de-woo. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And immediately the defendant pulls over. One of the problems of this case, the officer here has a dash cam. Dash cam functions, but the mic he's wearing is not functioning.
2336.
So we don't get to hear what happened here.
5796 Homestead at 2336.
The first minute seems fairly normal. Did a little discussion. Takes a little while for the defendant to pass out his driver's license. That might be a while for him to get it out of his wallet or get it out of wherever it was. This seems very normal as far as a traffic stop.
603.
And the cop's body language also indicates that he's not threatened. He's very close to the car. His hands are up, not necessarily on his gun belt. He's sort of just like holding the driver's license.
6482.
But it becomes aggressive pretty quickly. And that's when the problems start.
All return status valid. No one to a 43-year-old male, Daniel Rosen, out of Pleasant Plains, break for social. Good. Return status
So
valid.
step out of the
no
car.
one to a
Officer steps back.
Rosen, 38-year-old female, out of Pleasant Plains. Able 80 safety check.
He complies, gets out of the car.
Okay. 2338.
6 seconds later, the officer is going for his hand. That's the resisting. Pushes him back into the car. Says, put your hands behind your back. There's a stiffening of the arms. He says, what? Hands up. Taser's out. He immediately complies when taser's out. Hands behind the back.
Warren County South Unit, Sunrise House is now restricted, equal 80 Atlas 1 resisting at 574 Home Crest.
One at taser point. Taser's not fired. He's not handcuffing. Suspect now says, well, you're not doing anything. I'm going to turn around and talk to you.
Reggie, 4500. You're clear, 45, 23, 38.
We're not missing a hot mic. I've got the mic from the court turned on as well. There's just no sound yet. You would hear them both right now. Prosecutors bemoaning her cause. It's like, I tried. Gave him everything. Jury screwed up. Okay, so defendant now has turned. His hands are not behind his back anymore. He's going to point to the car and take a step towards it. He said, oh, you want to do a sobriety check? Let's step in front of your vehicle. I'll do it right now.
Volume 6, you're clear, yard.
So he's like, sure, let's do it. Do you want to do it? I'm fine. Hands behind the back. Takes a minute to happen. Cop tells him to turn around. He does. Still doesn't cuff him. He's like, get off the pot. Do something here. Back up, waiting. Is still not arrived yet. Still one officer.
2 trails 14, are you not to 80?
Defendant turns around again. Still talking.
2 trails 14, you're clear now, ER, and 2340.
We can hear some raised voices here. Defendant shaking his head. He's like, what? Let's do it. Talking about the roadside sobriety test. You say I'm drunk. He points to the car. Let's go to the car. Points to the car. Let's go over there. Let's walk over there. Officer says that was coming at him. He swung. Oh, taser, taser, taser. That was quick. Taser was pulled out immediately. Officer recharges the taser. Fires again. It's ineffective. Stun. Dry stun. The swinging of the arms is the defendant trying to pull the cables off the stun gun. The taser has... Ooh, that's the asp to the leg. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground now.
April 80, you're clear fighting one. Drive through at 5979-22 for IT room at 75.
We're going to see backup arriving right now.
Okay, Charles, working up, they're pulling up now.
1, 2 cars.
Okay, you're clear, 2342.
Okay, for this part, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so we can see what happens, because this was difficult to see. We're going to see if we can watch and see how fast they roll him over and everything. He's on his back. They say get on his stomach. They roll him over. Give me your hands. I'm with the defendant on this one. Stop for a second. Stop for a second. Look at this. Okay, let's roll back just a tiny bit. Rewind, rewind, rewind. So he's on his back, okay? We know he's right here with his hands out, okay? So you can see him with his hands out. He's sort of reclining sort of on the small of his back. His hands are up above his head. The officers are coming at him, okay? Hands are still out. Hands are still out. Hands are still out. One officer has hands on him. He's still sitting there. The other officer comes right at him, grabs him. They push him back onto his back. They have his hands, okay? And they say, get on your stomach. They flip him over to his stomach. Officer still has his hand right there, and they have to pry his hands out. No, his hand is out next to him the whole time. It's not in front of him at his waist. He lied about that. They pull him behind his back right there and cuff him. They were never underneath him. They were never underneath him for that. So he's cuffed at this point. Obviously compliant. The jury must have watched this in slow motion. This continues.
Direct, show me responding.
Sorry, I had the audio off for the slow motion. I just turned it back on. More cars. More officers arrive. They're searching him now. That's when they find the gun.
Additional units can reduce your routine.
Now the whole squad's here. Half the department. The officers that said he rolled over on his stomach and wouldn't give him his hands, they had his hands from when he was sitting and his hands were up. They had his hands the entire time. They pushed him over, rolled him over, and cuffed him and never let go of his hands. Saying that should be not guilty. I don't know. You still, even if you disagree with the officer or why you're getting stopped, you've got to comply with the lawful order. And him saying, put your hand behind your back. He pulled away. He fought it. Resisting arrest. Ripping the taser out of his chest. I realize it's like self-defense type thing, you know, fight or flight, but it still counts. I think the jury got this one right.
Primary South is now unrestricted. Resume normal traffic on Primary South at 2344.
It's a fair and accurate copy of basically what was happening that evening.
Okay, sorry. That's the done. We're done with the 2 box. Let's go to 1 box. There we go. We're done with the replay. Anyway, so Celestial Force, just to recap, he was guilty of obstruction and guilty of resisting arrest, not guilty on all the other charges involving intoxication. Not guilty. But a lawful order, he needs to have a reasonable articulable suspicion, and it doesn't look like it was given. It looks like he went right into the arrest and failed and got angry. I am surprised, Tash, that the officer did not mention some magic words. Some magic words during his testimony that he did mention during the pretrial hearing where he testified the day before the trial started. And that was Terry stop. Terry versus Ohio. They're allowed to do some sorts of stops without saying things. And that would have helped the prosecution a great deal, I think. And honestly, the defense should have mentioned that in Ohio, after you give your license, registration, name, address, if asked for, you have to give your license and registration. You're not required to say anything. You're not required to answer any questions. And so defense should have capitalized on that. Instead, they didn't even object when the prosecution got up and argued in closing to the jury that he sat there with his hands in the wheel and refused to answer questions, just sat there silent. You don't do that. Yes, you do. It's your right. If it's your right, you sure do that. Don't talk to the police. Remember? Anyway. All right. What sentence did he get? The sentencing is going to be in about 8 weeks. And the judge, because he was so calm, cool, and collected during all of this and polite and respectful and everything else, said, you know what? I'm not even going to take you into custody right now. Normally I do, but I'm not. And he said, I don't even know what I'm going to do with this case. We're going to sentence you in 8 weeks. I'm going to, do a little hearing. We're going to set this all up. And we'll have a sentence. But resisting and obstructing. I don't know. Ohio may be a little different, but other courts for those charges, it's a slap on the wrist. Unless you're Mr. Magoo. For once, I'm not on Team Minority. All right, it is now 4:18. At 5 o'clock, Brandy Churchwell, who is a great friend of the channel, we found her during the Murdaugh trial. This pretty much the second trial we covered. Brandy Churchwell has scored an amazing, awesome interview with the jury foreperson on the Jonna Adelson trial. And she's answering questions, your questions. I'm super excited. Brandy has a couple channels. So she's not on Brandy Churchwell 13th Juror for this one. She's going to be on Crime Junkie Jury. I've set up a portal to get you over there. I think it'll be really, really interesting. I like Brandy. We don't always agree on every issue or even on every case. But I love what Brandy does. She has a passion for true crime. She has a gift for organizing complicated data and presenting it in chart form. And she looks good doing it. So, she's got all those things. So looking forward to that tonight. I would encourage you, even if you're not going to watch it, just to go and give her a like and say hi from us when it starts. And Crime Junkie Jury is where it's at. She followed the whole Donna Adelson case as well over on Crime Junkie Jury. And Brandy does, she puts in the work. She really does. And so I'm super excited. I told her when we first got her on the channel, right? Because before she even had a YouTube, we were asking for her to come on the channel. And she's like, no, I've heard about YouTube. It's terrible. And she ghosted me and everything else. And finally, she built a YouTube channel. We, through a lot of very kind people on our channel and some other people as well, we quickly got her past the monetization point on the channel by sending over some people to sub to the channel and saying, look, please come over. And then she came on the channel and interviewed. And the first day she came on the interview, she came on twice. She had so much fun. She's like, can I come back? And we did 2 interviews that day. It's really cool. What's her last name? Churchwell. I keep messing it up. I keep on wanting to say Churchill. But it's Brandy, and we all know and love her. But anyway, we're going to portal over there. Our trial is over. I think we're done. I guess we sort of have to keep our ear to the ground to hear what the sentence is on this. There's a possibility there will be jail time for Brandon in this case, but 30 days. I just don't see the judge throwing the book at him on this one when the jury said not guilty on all the serious charges. Obstructing official business carries a maximum of 12 months in jail, 12 months in jail and up to 90 days in jail for a second-degree misdemeanor of resisting arrest. I don't see that happening. I just don't, especially with the judge not incarcerating him after the sentence. I think you've got a former officer who knew that what was happening was wrong and called it out, and so the state tried to throw the book at him to teach him a lesson, and the jury wouldn't stand for it. So I think it's good. All right, anything else? I'm sentencing you to bear with me, old chap. Yes, but no fireball. Don't bring the fireball. Let's see. Paula, we saw that. We saw that when it came through. It's a heavily political situation, and so we're trying to steer clear of the politics part of that, but it's anytime there's a shooting, it's tragic. Or a stabbing, as there was in North Carolina, or the other school shooting that we had today as well. All right. Let's see. Anything else? Josh, thank you for adding this to your growing list of court cases, which you're following for us. Get those Oreos for tomorrow night. I think I need to run to the store and get some Oreos. We'll do that. Tomorrow night is the podcast right here on this channel, the Not Relevant Podcast. Thomas and I will be here. I think Thomas has something tasty to try as well. So I'll get something tasty. He'll get something tasty. We'll also have some fun stories to talk about. We've already been sending some back and forth that you might enjoy. So we'll leave it at that. Portal incoming. Don't go anywhere. We're going to send you over to Brandy Churchwell's channel. When you get there, please click the like button, right? As soon as you land. That's the easiest time to do it. And then say hi in chat. If the chat's active. I think the chat's active. That was another slam dunk, very quick case. I loved it. We need a few more of those. We're keeping our eye peeled for another big trial, so if you see something coming up that's going to trial soon, not something that just happened in the news, realize there's all sorts of things that happen this week in the news. Those won't be in trial for 30, 60, 90 days, or even up to 2 years, depending on the type of trial it was. Let me know. Reach out to me on the burner phone. I'd always like to hear. You make my Walmart account happy. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, about 8:45. It'll be Thursday, Podcast Thursday. Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese is going to be in the Donna Adelson court with Judge Everett here soon. It's going to be so great. You guys have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I saw a chicken fight.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.